to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his fourth OT winner in the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
Let him call the Pacers game.
I assume you're awake after that. Good morning, Metroplex. We're live with the Friday edition of Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, with a final Cowboys practice recap at 6:20. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. RJ, I know we had a 6-1 beatdown 2 games ago, but I was wondering driving in, are they going to start having discussions over best Stanley Cup final series ever?
Maybe. This is
How many have gone to overtime?
3 of the 4.
Three of the
This
4.
is amazing. I was stunned last night. First period's 3-0, and I'm like, game over.
Teams that led by 3 after the first period before last night were 158-0
in the history of the Stanley Cup Finals. Yeah, it's
actually, I think they were 158-1. Home teams with at least a 3-goal lead in the final, 158-1 before last night.
Okay, so at least 3 goals. It is remarkable that Edmonton was able to do this. They pulled their goalie
in Florida.
They pulled their goalie. They put Pickard in, and I mean, he was fantastic. He came in and he was fantastic. And here comes Edmonton. And you knew, look, you're not going to stop Edmonton. They're a good team. They got a lot of good players. They have arguably the 2 best players in the world, definitely the best player in the world. And here they are, just chipping away. You get your first goal, then you get another one. It's like, uh-oh. They keep getting on the power play, and basically Florida is getting stopped. They're getting chances. But they're getting stopped on those chances. And Pickard did a tremendous job. They gave up a late goal, late third period to tie it up. So it was I think it was like 19 seconds ago. And then Draisaitl in overtime. I mean, and that was not even a great goal. It was a redirect.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out where he actually hit the puck.
I think
when he hit it.
Yeah, I think it hit off of like his own one of the Florida
the pass
guys.
Definitely got through. Like it was a break.
Yeah, it did. And then it redirects in. It goes 5-hole and ball game.
This is I was looking last night, I was looking at the shot chart on a moneypuck.com,
All right.
Sean, because obviously you get a sense, you watch and go like, all right, they're getting a lot of good shot opportunities. So Skinner had allowed in his 17 shots that he saw, he allowed 3 goals, and of those 3 goals and 17 shots, 6 of them had a 10% chance or more of going in based on how close they were, everything else. Pickard had 11 of those same opportunities and allowed just 1 to get through. Like, he was fantastic, shut it down, and it just again makes you go, there were 2 things that stood out because you always look at it through the Stars lens. One, the first thing was like, okay, why couldn't we get this Stuart Skinner? That's the thing. Also, 1B would be, you noticed at least that Edmonton was kind enough to let him give up 3 goals, not 2, before they said, we got to pull you out, unlike DeBoer.
There you go.
But then the other aspect of this is just, it does remind you of Buffalo and Kansas City a couple of years ago, where Kansas City comes back and scores in 13 seconds to force overtime against Josh Allen. And like you've said before, you sit there and go, Dallas isn't doing that.
Right.
Like, Dallas isn't doing it. Chuck Coop had tweeted last night. He's like, this is playing out like the Stars series against Edmonton, only it's reversed. Edmonton's on the other end. And an hour later, he's tweeting like, this aged poorly. Like, Edmonton's got guts. You can't match up against this.
I posted last night, I feel like an idiot now, and I feel like an idiot 90% of the time anyway, but it was, we got to stop worrying about how to beat Edmonton. We need to start building our roster how to beat Florida. And these 2 teams are so good. They're so close.
But if you're a Florida fan, you have to think if Edmonton somehow wins this, they stole a series.
They stole it.
Florida's playing better.
Yes.
Right?
Florida, I mean,
who's playing better in the 2 finals matchups in each sport? Is Indiana definitely playing better? Like, of the 4 teams, Florida's playing the best. Then would you say, who would you pick in the NBA finals? Would you barely go Indiana?
Ooh.
No.
Florida, Edmonton, OKC, Indiana?
Because I think OKC has played better than Indiana. Like, OKC was up big, double digits in 2 of the games.
But
Like,
OKC also just being completely unable to finish does make me pause. So I don't know. It just depends on how you weight. When did you show up if it mattered? If you weight that, then Indiana's like right near the top.
Yeah, but
if you weight it as just the totality of how they've played, Indiana's at the bottom.
Florida was better in game 1, game 2, game 3. Now, were they better game 4? No, I can't say that because they were better in the first period, but that second period they weren't tremendous at all. So they are. This is if Florida winds up winning this series, they're going to say we wound up winning 6 games to win 4.
Draisaitl's 11th goal of the playoffs matches him up with some historical stuff. It was his 4th overtime goal. That's a record in the 25 postseason, most ever in the Stanley Cup playoffs. He also set the regular season record with 6 this year. So in overtime, it's not McDavid, it's Draisaitl.
Yeah, and look, part of what McDavid does so well is he facilitates. Like, he takes a lot of attention, and he facilitates. And Draisaitl's a great goal scorer. So, like, it works out really, really well because Connor doesn't, have to do everything. He still gets points. He's a point-a-game guy still, more than that. He's got a ton of points in the playoffs. He may not be scoring at the rate that people want him to see, but he is really a tremendous all-around facilitator.
Meanwhile, we got some more excitement with the Bats.
Smith swings and launches one to deep right field. That ball is way back. That ball is history. A leadoff home run for Josh Smith.
As Berger hits this one hard out into left, that one into the corner and over the wall, a home run for Jake Berger. 1 and 2 out. And this pitch is driven deep down the left field line. Fair or foul? That is a fair ball. It hit the extension off the foul pole. Wyatt Langford with a 3-run blast.
Left-handed hitter. He swings and hits one deep to right. This is way back, and that ball is history. Evan Carter has homered again, and the Rangers now lead it 7-1. That's their 4th home run of the game.
And this pitch is crushed. Deep left center field. Bader going back to the wall. It's gone. Back to the bullpen. What a clout by Adolis Garcia. His 8th of the year.
There's a swing, and there's a long drive to right field. This one's on its way, and that's a Jimmy Jack for Sam Haggerty. A 3-run homer for Haggerty, make it 16-3.
Nice music, Peyton Russell, a season-high 6 home runs as the Texas Rangers score 16 runs for the second time in 3 games, and they beat Minnesota yesterday 16-4 on this radio station.
Love when it starts early. Second, not just the game. When the offensive barrage starts early. It's literally second pitch of the game. It's a 1-zip lead. What does Bros say? Football's a strange lady. Baseball's a strange lady, too. You can go from scoring 16 runs in one game to scoring 2 and barely getting a hit after the 4th inning, and then going right back to scoring 16 runs again.
Rangers win back-to-back road series for the first time since 2024. This record is insane. When they score 4 or more runs, they're 25-4. You score 4 runs, you are winning on the Texas Rangers. And Bobby, the Twins came into this as no slouch.
Yeah, the Twins were pitching pretty well heading into this. They were actually top 10 in Major League Baseball in runs allowed. So, I mean, it's not like they were getting shelled consistently and just getting destroyed. This wasn't like going up against the Rockies or one of these other teams that, we've been like, all right, is this smoke and mirrors, or they're just getting the benefit of? Minnesota have been pitching pretty well. And Texas now, since that May 30th mark, Marcus Semien season, as I call it, since that May 30th mark, Texas is 4th in Major League Baseball in runs scored. They're 8th in batting average. They're 5th in home runs. They're 2nd in run differential.
He was bussing, wasn't he?
He was bussing.
He was bussing. It's just, this is what you hope is going to be sustainable and not just, all right, this is a quick flash. This is them getting hot. This is like the Gallo trip. The way Joey Gallo used to just do nothing for 2 months. He'd all of a sudden get hot for 3 weeks, and then he'd do nothing again.
Well, now is the time to find out. As I pointed out earlier in the week, the schedule is very, very kind. The Rangers scored 34 runs, by the way, in this 3-game series.
It's crazy. It's
34 runs. It was just 5 fewer runs than they had scored, in the previous 12 games. So they have won 4 of 5, and now they're playing, RJ, their next 18 against teams without a winning record, with the Chicago White Sox in Arlington tonight. The next 18 games, as Minnesota has now lost 5 of 7.
So, you catch teams at the right time, right? So they caught Minnesota. Minnesota started a little bit of a slump. They were a pretty good team to start the year. A little slump. Now they've lost 5 of 7. You were part of that. And then your offense is starting to click. You're getting hot, and you're getting a weak part of the schedule. It's a huge bonus. You can play a weak part of the schedule, but if you're slumping too, you're not going to be able to take advantage of it.
And fortunately for the whole season, the Rangers have not been distanced too much in the West. But unfortunately, right now, you're not making up ground. You're still 5.5 back. You're in 4th place. The Astros have won 7 of their last 10. The Angels have won 7 of their last 10. The only team really struggling that matters to us is Seattle, who has won 2 of their last 10. But you're 5.5 back in 4th place. But this is the stretch right here that I think determines what Chris Young does with the weaker opponents.
Yeah, I mean, look, or what he should do. Chris Young may always just be like, I'm going in. I'm buying. Like, that may just be his default. But there is an opportunity here. Now, you look at the schedule. You've got some teams on there like Pittsburgh, who's not very good.
But they can pitch.
But Pittsburgh can pitch. So, yeah, like there still needs to probably be like a view through the lens of, if they frustrate your bats a little bit, that's maybe not necessarily the most unexpected thing. But in general, Texas is finally starting to reward some of the pitching, just as the pitching is maybe not totally solid. Like, you're not seeing some of the dominant performances that you were getting earlier. But, I mean, the offense, you've got Berger, Evan Carter, Josh Smith this month that have all been really, really strong. And then that's where you're getting your consistency.
I have no idea where they left Ober in that game. He looked like his dog died right in front of him, just got taken out. And then Bassett kept talking about it. He's like, where's the fastballs? Where are the fastballs from this guy? He refused to throw them, and Bassett said, I'm not a betting man, but if I had a few dimes in my pocket, 3 balls in this count, he's not throwing a fastball. He didn't, and they left him out there to die. Now, it was 6-1 at one point, so I was like, all right, are you throwing in the towel? Are you throwing in the towel in this game? It's 6-1, but he kept going back out there. I'm like, this is easy pickings against this dude.
Yeah, let me look at to see what percentage of stuff he throws. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So
does he never throw fastballs?
Well, he throws non-fastballs about 65% of the time.
Oh,
70% of the time. That's high. I mean,
really high.
That's really high. You know, like I know the fastball has become the forgotten pitch. It's now like it used to be the most used pitch more than 50% of the time.
And you got to factor the sinker into that.
Right. Yes. But even his sinker, according to Brooks Baseball, which they do the usage and stuff, his sinker never gets more than about 5%.
But forget about him on the mound. The pitcher that was really fun to watch, Ezekiel Duran, with a perfect 7th. Was it? It was a 7-pitch ninth inning. A 7-pitch inning. I love watching guys try to adjust.
Absolutely. Every team, every game that gets beyond about 7 runs needs to have a pitcher pitching. First of all, it's fun.
This should be a rule.
It should be. First of all, it's fun. Second of all, you don't need to burn a bullpen arm in a meaningless inning. I get it. 7 runs, you can maybe get squirrely, but in 16-3, you're not coming back from that game. The other team should put out their position players too. There's no reason beyond about the 7th inning in a 10-run game to throw anybody but a position player.
Well, and Ezekiel Duran clearly is just at this point, he's a better pitcher than he is a hitter. I think his what's his OPS plus this year? He's -9. His OPS plus, which I didn't even know before.
Possible.
I didn't even know before Duran you could be in minus territory at OPS plus.
So there's a little recap of last night. Glad you're waking up with us for the Friday edition. We have a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway to hook you up with at 7:20 when we go commercial free with the Expressway. We're going to give you some laughs with the junk drawer as well. The red zone later on, but we have a Cowboys insider and we have a final Cowboys practice before Oxnard in California. Micah Parsons practicing again, and why are the Cowboys conducting tryouts, and what position is it for? Inside the Star in the home of America's team after this.
that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
The fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
It was a walkthrough for the Cowboys at the final time. By the way, now I know I had basically a month off of work, but we're a month away from training camp. Is that insane to anyone else?
Yeah. This
is that insane?
Yeah, the calendar year seems to go by quickly.
This is why I'm trying to have another baby. I need to slow down time. My perspective of time. Time is moving too quick. I'm just careening towards my grave faster and faster every year, it feels like.
Habit, routine will get you quicker through time.
It will. That is a psychological fact. That habit and routine will cause your long-term memory to go, forget about that.
It was a walkthrough practice where Micah worked in individual and team drills. Nick Harris says Trayvon Diggs worked with the rehab team in front of the media for the first time. No music in the Star yesterday.
Oh, no. However, are they going to have a culture?
So they could clearly hear the here we go cadence from all the quarterbacks, including Dak Prescott.
Okay, so cool. Since I guess that's out there now, yeah. So they have been using the whole shotgun. Like, I'm not talking about the Cates. They are using. Here we go. Here we go's been out there, which makes sense. If Dak's comfortable with it, probably not a reason to change it up. It's something that they've all kind of settled into. Joe Milton's got to learn it, obviously, but Will Greer's been here for all that. He's done the here we go stuff and different things like that. But I think the Micah attendance in team is good to note, and it's good to note that he was back out there again. The fact that it was a walkthrough practice, I think if this was still a normal practice that they were doing and other things like that, I don't think he would have been in there in team. So I think it's more just, all right, fine. He can be out here taking part in this sort of thing. As soon as you get to Oxnard, contract situation not being done, maybe he stands aside on a drill like he's been doing or doing some different things, but I don't think he's taking part in the team stuff.
And you know what? Props to Micah Parsons. You know, we take our turns talking about the negative when it comes to him. I think he's doing everything pretty much textbook right when it comes to the contract situation that he's in. He's there. He's present, doing a walkthrough. If I was his agent, I would not have loved him participating in the pass drill the other day, but he very easily could be like, I'm not going to be in the state of Texas until my contract is signed, and I don't have to show up to Oxnard either. He could very easily do that, but I think he's doing a great job
Settle down just a little bit.
of balancing, I want to be present, the leadership stuff taking over for Tank, with I'm not going to do too much in order to jeopardize anything, and I still want you to know I'm not participating until I get the money.
And look, I mean, he might not be in Oxnard. He might do the same thing CD did. He might be there.
I mean, he's saying he's going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, he might be there, but not like
the hold in.
The hold in, absolutely. Report, and then, oh man, my hamstring hurts.
Yeah,
because you're there. You're there. You're not getting fined. So like this is good. I mean, this is what a team leader does, right? That's the team leader does. So TJ Watch, take notes. Because, and here's the thing, I saw on First Take and all this, I saw all the stuff about Micah. Is he going to show up? Is he not? I don't see a whole lot of things on crediting him for being there. But if he wasn't there, the whole day would be, is Micah Parsons a leader?
Yeah.
But they would be completely silent.
Yep.
On that fraud try-hard TJ Watt.
Look, I think it is definitely good what he's doing and how he's handling things. I think that if you actually look at previous years where he was not in a contract dispute, he's been more involved this offseason in the offseason work than he was in years where he didn't even have something going on. Last year, you remember, what was it? He got to minicamp and the question that got asked to him, why haven't you been here? And he's like, because I'm not getting paid. He's like, people don't know this. Other guys are getting paid. And what he meant by that was just other guys have escalators in their like Diggs. When we talk about Diggs could lose $500,000 if he's not here for that stuff. To Mike, he's like, I don't have to be. Like, all right, I'm here for minicamp because a fine's at stake, but that's it. Well, he was at least, even though he wasn't on the field, he was in the building. He was doing more that kind of signals, all right, I'm here. I'm ready to make a difference. I'm ready to be around. But this was the last time that we were going to see the Cowboys on the field until Oxnard. It's done. No more football. This is kind of their 5-week off period where they get a reset and
make babies.
It's honestly 100% no joke. We will go to Oxnard next year. There will be probably half a dozen 3-month-olds on the field because that's what happens I remember that happened in 2019, I think it was, where you get the baby boom of just guys had 5 weeks off to see their loved ones, to see their family, and they went to work. But because this is the last time the Cowboys are going to be on the field, they typically, like we've talked about, we've referenced this in the last couple weeks, they like to, at the very end of minicamp, work out different free agents and just say, all right, before we walk away for 5 weeks, how do we feel about this football team now? Do we want to go into Oxnard feeling like we're behind on anything? Or do we want to add to this roster and give those guys 5 weeks to spend this time to get themselves ready to do what they need to do? So, unsurprisingly, yesterday they work out several different players, a lot of them with the ties to the UFL, USFL, XFL, whatever, which they've had success with. Brandon Aubrey, Kavontae Turpin. And so they work out a couple different guys yesterday. 2 defensive tackles, Perion Winfrey and DeVary Levelston. Winfrey was the guy who a couple years ago, you remember, he won the Senior Bowl MVP, and then he was training here in Frisco, and his trophy and everything got stolen. That was Perion Winfrey. And Perion Winfrey is also the one who got released by the Browns a couple years ago when he was investigated for aggravated robbery. But 2 defensive tackles. Makes sense. Defensive tackles felt a little thin. They work out Robert Rochelle, cornerback. Jerry Jacobs, cornerback. Cool. Makes sense. You're looking at corners here because your corner depth is tested. Those are the two positions people have most focused on probably. The fifth player they worked out yesterday was odd, I guess, or just raises a few more questions. They worked out George Fant. Now, George Fant, like somebody may actually know that name. Like the other names you probably don't recognize very easily. George Fant is entering his 10th year in the NFL. He's an offensive tackle, and he is not just a free agent jobber.
I was thinking of Noah Fant.
No, not that.
Yes.
That's
Princeton.
Princeton. We got plenty of Fants here now. The George Fant has been with the Seahawks, the Texans, the Jets. He started 75 games over his career.
Well.
He's a right and left tackle. Like he's a legitimate swing tackle option. Somebody who could, if a team was thin, say we need somebody to get us by. This is the guy going to start for. Similar to Edoga. So it is like an Edoga type. Now, when Edoga was brought in here, there were a lot of people who just assumed he's here to, just kind of hang around or he's here to be depth. And what we found out the further we went along was Edoga was going to start last year over Guyton. That was going to be the plan initially. Mike McCarthy even said it at the end of the year. He said if it wasn't for Chuma getting hurt, he was going to start. So it does make me wonder, why was this workout group, which is generally used to address where are we thin, why was it a tackle with starting experience? It could be as simple as they want a swing tackle that has starting experience. Or is there just some level of, we need competition here maybe for Guyton, or we need competition for Steele, or we need some sort of push here? It's
Look, Terrence Steele is still a big question mark to this fan base.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
it
so
feels
is
like 1 year so is Guyton. But with Steele, I assume, I don't know. Which one do you think is more safe to start?
Steele. I think Steele was. There are a lot of people there who think Steele was a victim of incompetence at times from Mike Solari, and Mike Solari did not like Terrence Steele very much. And so I think that a lot of people feel like Stephen Jones had talked about this. A big part of their reason for hiring Clayton Adams was when he presented some of the ideas he had for how he wanted to use Terrence Steele. And so Guyton,
that's not what I just said.
A little bit more unclear, obviously, but somebody who's gotten high marks from Schottenheimer, we've heard in recent weeks talking about, man, he's been working so hard. His offseason's been great. And somebody who I think still has really high upside. I have not checked out on Guyton at all. Like Guyton to me is still, I think that's going to be
checked in on him or checked out on him.
I have not checked out on him. I still think before the end of his rookie contract, Tyler Guyton will make a Pro Bowl. I think he's young and he's still figuring out the position. He's played the position for like 4 years, 3-4 years. And I think his mindset and his mentality looks good this offseason. He's not hanging his head. That's the big Mozzie problem. That was the big Tristan Hill problem. That was the Taco Charlton problem. That's not something he's doing. He's not hanging his head. He's working harder. And so I think that at least is something that makes me feel a little bit more positive about Guyton. But I would lean towards Fant must be they don't trust who they have behind them for swing tackle options right now. But it's interesting when there's a little bit of urgency at corner and potentially defensive tackle that you brought in an offensive tackle with that.
Who right now are the backup left and right tackles?
So you've got kind of a hodgepodge of guys that have been rotating and doing different stuff. Matt Waletzko has been in there. You've got Nathan Thomas, who they were initially playing at guard. And the fact that they're not playing him at guard anymore and they're playing him at tackle would also speak towards maybe they were trying to figure some things out and feel like their swing tackle position's not great. But you've also got, the Bengals tackle, Hakeem Adeniji. That's another one that they've got working in there. So it could just be that they're like, we don't trust depth that's behind here. Johnny Cornelius from Oregon is a guy who probably will play more guard, but they've got options there. It doesn't feel like they love any of them.
Final Cowboys practice recap with our insider, Bobby Belt, right here on The Fan.
You guys are the, as we talked about yesterday, you guys are the gatekeepers of legacy. Is what you do. Legacy came up yesterday. The discussion of Super Bowl. Dak was very reflective yesterday. He talked to the media and talked about fatherhood and different things, and they were asking about, like, does it feel like this is year 10? Which I don't know to y'all. Does it feel like it's year 10 for Dak? That's what we're entering.
Wow.
Here. And Dak had been like, no, it's blown by. It's been fast. But he was asked about winning a Super Bowl. And does he ever think about, man, as I'm getting in the back half of my career, how does this impact my legacy? And this was cut 12, Dak on, no, it's not about legacy. It's about sanity.
Yeah, I want to win a championship. The legacy, the things, whatever comes after I finish playing will take care of itself. I want to win a championship. be damned if it's just for my legacy or it's for this team, for my personal being, for my sanity. Yeah, the legacy will take care of itself. I have to stay where my feet are.
Which, if I know you two, like I think I know you two would chuckle at. What are we even talking about legacy right now with that? Like let's just worry about getting you winning consistently in January.
Dak Prescott's legacy right now, because I gave this a couple of minutes of thought yesterday. A great fourth-round pick surprise who was probably an overachiever in his career and got the most out of his abilities. Never came up big in the postseason and got the highest contract in the history of the National Football League because of the circumstances of quarterbacks getting paid. That right there is his exact legacy.
Better, same, or worse than Romo? Like legacy.
I don't want to start your typical sports talk fight. In my opinion,
I won't. I was just asking for where you think he's at.
In my opinion, it's a better legacy. I'll start because of the draft position. You know what I mean? I think Tony's going to end up a better player. Tony was undrafted. Dak at least was a fourth-round pick, and he's put up very good numbers. So I will say that Tony Romo's story is better. The Jessica Simpson, the explosion, the fame, Parcells, all that stuff. Romo's legacy, more interesting.
Romo's legacy is more interesting. It's better. Romo's ceiling is also better. I don't think it's. I don't know that it's particularly close.
Romo's time was also tighter. He got started later. He got hurt more frequently at the end of his career, and it limited. He played like 8 full seasons, I think it was, basically.
You got one game to win. You have a choice of those two. They're both healthy. They're both at their peak. Like, I don't think anybody picks Dak.
Oh, I could justify picking him because Tony could give me 4 touchdowns. He could give me 4 picks. Tony Romo.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Tony Romo's number one label, too, nationally is a choker. Mm-hmm. And I'll never forget those 3 straight NFC East championship games that they lost.
Yep. Now, I could say they were only in those games because of him. They were really a 5-win team or 4-win team. Because that was the transition Cowboys.
I think
they had to revamp the line. T.O. got old. He aged himself out.
Yeah, I think it's also important just to remember when we talk about Romo's peak, that also occurred at 34 in year 14. So, I mean, Dak's not even there. A lot of times quarterbacks will peak in their mid-30s.
Yeah. There it is, an Inside the Star recap on your home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean and RJ. Let's get you a U.S. Open update. And Antonio Brown is wanted for attempted murder. Let's bring you that next on the
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Putter goes back. Ball on its way, working up to the cup. Needs to turn to the left. Just going to miss. That's a good putt. That's a good putt, but that's a bad day for Rory McIlroy. A 4 over par, 74. New driver, new attitude, bad result.
And Bobby Belt with the golf clap for the suffering of Rory McIlroy. Day 2 is live at the U.S. Open, and we have the biggest golf guy in the building here in RJ Choppy on DFW Sports Station. Recap day 1.
Recap day 1. I would love to hear from Rory McIlroy, but as normal, when he doesn't play well, he doesn't speak to the media, snubbing the media yet again. Now, the 5th straight day at a major championship. All 4 days of the PGA, and then yesterday, Rory has snubbed. He has snubbed the media, but I think this day can be attributed to a couple things. One, there was lower scores than a lot of people projected, and there were a lot of golfers that, quite frankly, didn't perform. Rory, he was 2 under at the turn. He wound up shooting 6 over on the back. Same for some other big names, right? You had some big names that had relatively bad back nines, but I mean, you go look at the Scotty Schefflers of the world. Xander Schauffele, 2 over. All right, Schauffele's 2 over. DeChambeau, 3 over. Woodland, 3 over. Scheffler, 3 over. Reed, 3 over. Reed had a very rare albatross or double eagle, if you prefer to call it that.
It's called an albatross?
Some people call it albatross. Some people call it double eagle. It's a 2 on a par 5. There's only 4 of those in U.S. Open history since they started recording this stat. Since 5 decades ago. But it was an interesting day at the golf course because you had a lot of guys with big names, a lot of majors that just didn't play well. Then they're on the course, and Brooks Koepka, who's been basically absent from major championships, from competing in them, I should say, because he has not been in the top 25 of a major since July of 23.
That was your boy.
It is my boy. That coincides with him having his child. July of 23. It's when he had his baby. No coincidence that you're not as sharp. Well, he's also missed the cut in both majors this year, and he was 2 under yesterday. Now, he bogeyed the first hole today, so we'll see.
Two different, real quick, Bobby. I want to highlight two different. I want to highlight 2 separate types of women.
Please do.
Yeah. Well, I don't have to worry about it, unlike you talking about that group of individuals. One, I always talk about the single mother. I already give my praise and nonstop respect. We're sitting here dealing with kids, this and that, dealing with it by yourself, no break. Holy crap. But the sports wife who just handles everything so you keep practicing. My wife, I think about this often. I'm like, all right, if I ever made it as a professional athlete, what would the dynamic be in terms of parenting? I would be Brooks Koepka, because right now I'm assuming, this is assumption from far away, his wife is like, no, you're going to change diapers still, and you are going to wake up with the child here and there. Whereas you have the other wife who just handles it, has 3 of them in the stands, at the game, at the stadium. You still go do your practice schedule. You still do your appearances. That would not be my house, so I want to praise and honor that woman.
Look, I mean, it
sounds like I'm married to Brooks Koepka.
Jenna Sims, that's her.
Again, I'm totally guessing. He may have just regressed with his game.
He might have. He might have just got old. You get older, you stop doing things the same way you used to. But I mean, coincidentally, it does kind of line up. The timelines do line up where he is kind of taking his little downturn professionally.
He's 35.
He's 35. Also, he's on Live. And they don't play as much.
I'm on Live.
I hate Live.
I hate Live.
He doesn't play as much anymore. It's a different type of competitiveness. So you lose that edge.
I look for analogies in professional sports that I don't understand. I go like, all right, how can I tie this to another sport so that I can better perceive it? And I figured out Rory McIlroy. Rory McIlroy is Russell Westbrook. That's who he is. He's a stat patter. He's all this talent, but what he is he's a choke artist, and when things don't go his way, he's not talking, and when things go his way, you're never gonna hear him shut up.
Well,
that's Rory Westbrook.
The last part makes sense, except Rory has won all the championships.
That's not a thing. That's not. I don't count those. Those happened before I made the analogy.
Okay.
So it's not valid.
He definitely has one.
Anything else to recap?
Yeah, a couple of bits of audio here, if we have time for them. Real quick, this is Siwoo Kim. Now, Siwoo Kim is not necessarily a household name, but this is how tough this golf course is. And this goes like, some golfers are like, no, I could do anything. I can do anything I want. And this guy's like, yeah, you know what? I really have no business being here.
Honestly, like, I don't even know what I'm doing on the course. So I kind of hitting good, but feel like this course is too hard for me. So kind of like no expectation, but I played great today.
Yeah.
Oh, so he did play well.
He did play well.
This course is too hard for me. That's amazing.
It's good. It's self-awareness right
It would have
there.
been even better if he sucked because he's just admitting defeat,
Yeah.
but he's being a little bit humble
He's
here.
like, I played well, but yeah, this course is this is not meant for me.
How big are these greens?
They're massive.
Holy crap, I'm looking this morning at Koepka and the opening group. I'm like, how large is this thing?
I think it's the 9th hole. The green is so large, the back side of the 9th hole is for practicing. You have other golfers that are preparing for the round. They're practicing back there. It's a practice area. So watch out for balls. And then finally, this is in Pittsburgh. Oakmont's in Pittsburgh. Bob Nutting is the owner of the Pirates, and they don't like him there. They don't like him there. But you notice, stop it, Bobby. You notice that when guys hit a drive, they'll be like, "You the man," or "Mashed potatoes." They'll yell something like this.
Yeah.
And they yelled something for Bob here.
Sell the team, Bob!
Okay,
Call
but
it out, Mike.
Bob was not teeing off.
No, Bob wasn't teeing off. They were just.
I didn't know if he was one of these crazy qualifiers. So there's just a Pirates message at the U.S. Open after someone teed off.
And I don't know if Bob is a member.
awesome.
I don't know if he's a member at Oakmont or they're just saying it for his benefit.
That's great. All right, there it is. A little U.S. Open recap. We'll keep you updated. It's fun to have a live sporting event for once during our morning show hours. Antonio Brown being sought on attempted murder charge. I thought we got past this story. This happened in Miami. Remember that streamer? I can't remember his name.
Wait,
Aiden
it was
Ross.
the what's that?
Was it Aiden Ross?
Yes.
Yes, and then Neon was in there too.
Yep.
So afterwards, Antonio Brown, apparently like a gun went off. A woman is like, oh my God, this guy has a gun. Antonio said he got jumped. People were trying to rob him. I thought we all got past that. Well, here comes the breaking news yesterday that Miami police are seeking to arrest Antonio Brown on a charge of attempted murder from the shooting he was allegedly involved in during the celebrity boxing event last month. Shows a charge of attempted murder with a firearm. It also instructs Brown to post a $10,000 bond and remain on house arrest. He was detained by a police officer. And then we saw him posting on social media and being out and about. So, you fist pumping?
Yeah, Koepka's birdied a hole.
Oh, I was about to say, you're about to lose the Antonio Brown tweets.
Oh yeah, I know.
He's the best.
You could possibly lose Antonio Brown's social media. At first, I thought the attempted murder was of Gavin Newsom. That was my first thought. If you know, you know. If you're following AB's Twitter account, but this is like another. I just don't believe Antonio Brown can get caught or actually serve legit time. This always happens with him. He's screwing over a delivery driver. He's showing himself to women out in public. He's lewd. He's zonkers.
Yeah.
He's crazy. He's untouchable.
He feels Teflon.
Yeah.
He feels like he's Teflon.
He's feeling a lot.
He's been arrested one time
That's it.
in his career, but it feels like he's had like 8 of these stories. Like police are are looking for him. But he is arrested one time in January of 2020 that was when he was accused of assaulting a moving truck driver in Tampa.
I mean, look, he's obviously he is a wild card. You don't know what you're getting from him day to day.
Like attempted murder. So I guess he shot. There were 2 shell casings found. He apparently punched someone in the face, but when police got AB, he did not have the firearm on him. So.
Yeah, I mean, look, discharging. Obviously, discharging a gun in public. That's a big no-no. And certain states are
Listen up, kids.
Well, yeah, certain states have stricter laws on that than others. So that's never good. I don't want AB to go away because we do need his Twitter account.
What is going on with Adam Schefter and Pat McAfee now? Yesterday, we brought you the story from Andrew Marchand that Adam Schefter had been banned from the McAfee show for months because Pat got upset that Schefter had to do television on ESPN and he did not appear on McAfee's show, so there was this unofficial ban. Well, yesterday, Schefter reappeared right there on the day of, and he had a little joke to bring to Pat.
Senior NFL insider for ESPN, friend of the program, Michigan man, Adam Schefter.
Pat, as I was saying when I was so rudely interrupted 3 months ago, Aaron Rodgers is going to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
You're on top of it, Schefter. You're on top of it. Great to see you. Hope your offseason is going swimmingly.
Okay, so I listened to the next minute of this because while I take some shots at McAfee, it's not my cup of tea with the show. He's obviously extremely sensitive. The one thing he does do very well, he always addresses stuff like this because he's not binded by any regular ESPN rules. So I was 1,000% expecting McAfee to go, Shefty, the story's out. Let's address that. He went right into a move, right into the offseason and transactions, and that made my antenna go up.
I read Chopstick. I think we had different views on this one from the email. I looked at this yesterday. I went, McAfee is being total douche here. A, he's just, all right, fine. You're going to report it. I'll put him back on and immediately cut under you guys.
To be fair, Chop's take is about something else.
No, yeah, but two, the other aspect of this is the fact that when you say he immediately jumps to that to me says it's real. Like he had issues with him. He didn't even...
Because this story was out before, right? They're on top of every story over there.
It was, 2 days ago? Something like that. And then it's not a problem to call him and get him to jump on that morning as soon as they see it. So he pushes him on that. But man, Schefter makes a joke and Mac just goes, hope your off season's well. Let's talk about football.
Yeah.
You are mad.
Which he never does.
Yeah, he is mad at him. He doesn't like him or something. There's beef there.
It's very coincidental though that it happened the day that the story came out.
Yes.
And I think they said it was 100 days.
Mm-hmm.
Was it just a 100-day ban? Is that what it was? It was like, you're banned for 100 days.
It was a reaction. Marchand outed it, and so then McAfee's got to go, nope, okay, I'll put him right back on.
There's a story.
So you don't think this was planned, him coming on today?
No, absolutely not. I think that was a reaction to Marchand.
Is Bruce Bochy about to retire?
What?
The baseball insider who dropped that nugget, Bobby picked it up, some Diamond Calves on the home of the Red Hot Rangers offense next.
Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
105.3 The Fan.
1 and 2 out. And this pitch is driven deep down the left field line. Fair or foul? That is a fair ball. It hit the extension off the foul pole. Wyatt Langford with a 3-run blast. And the Rangers are up 6-1.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Matt Hicks with a call on your home of the Texas Rangers, and things are getting more fun and interesting as they go and clobber the Minnesota Twins, scoring 16 runs again, and they win back-to-back road series for the first time since 2024. Texas, since May 30th, the numbers courtesy of Bobby Belt, 4th in baseball in runs scored, 8th in batting average, 5th in home runs, 2nd in run differential, with Josh Smith, Jake Berger, and right now Evan Carter leading the way.
Oh, baby.
They're all very impressive. I mean, this is 4 straight games now where Evan Carter's had 2 hits or more. He's on fire. And I'll have to own it if he circles back, because it was like 3 weeks ago. I was like, yeah, just get rid of him. Yeah. You got to trade him at this point.
60 cents on the dollar.
I'll take whatever. Just, give me whatever just to get him out of here, because he's clearly not going to recover. Well, he's recovered. And he's shut me up, and so he's looked great. Jake Berger's been good. Berger is an 860 OPS in the month of June so far. Josh Smith is 948, and then Evan Carter, I think, is 1150 right now.
One of the phrases I always roll my eyes off, a lot of them. I roll my eyes at a lot of things, but the one thing is the losing is contagious, or hitting is infectious.
I was wondering about that saying the other day.
Right.
Hitting is infectious.
Hitting is infectious, because, how do all these guys get hot at the same time? Well, and how do they all go in slumps at the same time?
We also have to remember, when they go, oh, baseball's a weird lady, or whatever Broadus is saying is, it's not that weird when you look at who the starting pitcher is.
Yeah.
This starting pitcher sucks outside of whatever high leverage situations, but Bobby was giving us the numbers. So, yeah, this guy, if you watched him pitch, he was horrific. So everyone was going to benefit.
Yes.
He started off behind in every count. He wasn't throwing any fastballs. Mike Bassick was basically calling out pitch by pitch what he was doing. If they face Paul Skeens tomorrow and get shut out, it's not, oh my God, baseball's a strange game. No, you face freaking Paul Skeens.
Yep.
Who's on the mound? But every hitter fair. And all these people who played say it's contagious.
It's wild. It's like, okay, all right. I mean,
I could see in Little League, right? As I did as an All-Star, as Bobby found the other day.
Also found you popped out with the bases loaded, and then that was rough.
But not the game.
Not the game. Y'all love the game.
I'm like Shaq. I'll miss him. I'll miss him in the early innings, but not in the ninth or the sixth, whatever the hell.
You did homer in the championship game, apparently.
So when you're in Little League and you're going up against this great all-star pitcher who you've never seen, and the kid in front of you gets a hit, or someone in front of you walks, or 2 guys are on, that to me was always a big thing of we can get to this guy. This guy's not invincible. He's not striking out everyone, sitting everyone down. So I could see it a lot in youth sports. I'm sure your boys maybe go through it this kid's invincible. We're getting to him a little bit here, but I don't know about the pros. I guess it's the same thing.
I mean, look, these are the phrase is these are all uncommon men, and then you have the uncommon of the uncommon. That's the Jake DeGrom. He's the outlier of the outlier. So all these guys are great at what they do. It's just a certain level of it. And if you have a guy who is, look, you can have a really good pitcher who just doesn't have elite stuff. That guy who's a good pitcher without elite stuff is eventually going to get drilled one day.
Isn't it also, too, if hitting is infectious or contagious or whatever it is, it's also going to be a fact that the hitters usually go back and talk to each other about, hey, this is what he does, or hey, I saw this, or whatever. And so, if guys earlier in the lineup are starting to hit the ball, and they're like, hey, watch for this, watch him do this, or if they're just struggling completely, they're like, yeah, I'm at a loss. I have no idea what he's doing up there. And then also, with such precision and such, to the point where we're getting these StatCast numbers about, oh, he was his swing is a half a degree different this year, and so that's why his batting average dropped 100 points. If you get that confidence, maybe that timing and being locked in is just a little more on point.
But could you imagine? Now, look, obviously, if you're playing the 2000 Ravens defense, you're going to have that outlier. But could you imagine in football scoring 44 one day, 10 the next, and then 48 the following day. That's essentially what the Rangers have done in the last 3 games.
Patrick Corbin gets his first victory since May 14th, retired 12 straight at one point, has not allowed more than 3 earned runs in his dozen starts this season. I look at maybe Jake Bergen as the Patrick Corbin pickup on offense, but Corbin obviously has been a gem that they found or resurrected, and then you got Jake Berger on the other side. So everything is feeling good for the Rangers offense right now, and you got scrubs coming up starting with the Chicago White Sox tonight in Arlington on this radio station. And then I didn't see this from anyone else. Bobby Belt did some digging into a Jim Bowden insider article. Former baseball general manager is talking about Bruce Bochy retiring.
Yeah, and he had his like 20 things that he was hearing. Like, here's just the hot gossip I have, and I'm unloading it. And he's going through mostly trade deadline stuff. And then at the very end, number 20, he says there's a lot of buzz in the industry that Rangers manager Bruce Bochy could retire at season's end, which would be a big loss for the sport. And, you know, it's something where I don't know if you've noticed it. Like, when we hear some of these cuts of him talking to KNC and stuff like that recently, he sounds tired. Like, he sounds
70 years old, man.
I know, but I mean, he sounds exhausted by the job right now. Like, he's just like,
Do you think that sounded different from 2 years ago?
Yeah.
You don't think that's just his delivery?
And I think he said something even in a post game the other day where he was like, you know, we're tired right now. And I think it's exhausting getting the beat down of this grind and seeing some of the results you are. But I mean, this is also, Bassick talked about it with us when he was still here, RIP. Yeah. He talked about, he said that when they hired Skip Schumacher this offseason as an advisor within the organization, Mike was like, that might be your next manager. That he might just be sitting here as an advisor right now, getting a landscape of the team. This might be a succession plan.
I was initially surprised when I saw it, when I heard it, when I thought about it. But then I was looking up Bochy's contract. So it is a 3-year deal that's set to expire after this season.
Yeah, and he would have earned an extension at this point. You win a World Series, he would have earned an extension. The fact that he doesn't have one should be some tea leaves that it means he doesn't want one. Right? I mean, like, why? If you're,
yeah, Chris Young got one.
Sure. As he should have. You know, you win a World Series. I mean, you should get one. Like, that's just kind of how it works. So I think it makes sense that
JD should have gotten one too.
Well, there you go. It makes sense that this would be kind of the succession plan and the plan all along. 3 years. He's 70 years old. You know, now, does this mean that if Bochy's gone, does that mean that this was a 4-month job for Brett Boone? Like, is he going to stick around for Schumacher?
Yeah.
Or because it seems like
we know Boch still loves to fish.
Yeah, and look, Brett made it sound like, hey, Boch, he did this only because of Bochy. Bochy called, he said, yes, I can't say no to you.
Right, but also remember, he did say, and I mean, Michael Young's an advisor, and he did mention that like it all started bumping into Michael Young at USC, and that Michael Young is somebody that he thinks really highly of. And so, I don't know, that still felt a little bit like an organizational thing, or that there were multiple voices, and that just Bochy was the main selling point of like, yep, I'm in. I'm on this.
Another thriller last night in what could be developing into an all-time final.
And now on to Barkov. Poke checked away by Yanmark. Open man. Kapanen. One-timer score! Jake Wallman! And Edmonton has its first lead of the game. 4-3.
Trailing 3-0 after one. The Edmonton Oilers on the road come back and stun the Panthers in overtime. We are now tied at 2.
Dude, what a series is great. It's so awesome. They have they had no business winning that game after the first period. I mean, it was 3-0. They had nothing. They had a big bag of nothing. Florida was doing everything right. They were getting the power plays. They were scoring on the power plays. They were out-skating them. Bobrovsky was having a game. And then all of a sudden, they pull the goalie. They pull Skinner. Pickard goes in there, and he was essentially Patrick Waugh for the final 2 periods. Just tremendous. And outside of a empty net, Florida pulled the goalie, so they had an empty net, but it wasn't an empty net goal. They had the man advantage. They gave themselves the man advantage by pulling their goalie. They scored with less than 20 seconds to go to tie it and send it to overtime. And I was hunkered down. I was prepared for 2 or 3 overtimes last night.
I did wonder heading into this. I was like,
were you going to stay up for it? Or did you already fall asleep on your brand new couch?
I stayed up for the end of the game, and because I remember that, I don't remember what happened after that because I fell asleep and I woke up on the couch. On this thing is so comfortable. I don't know what we did.
Were you drinking? Was it a drink night?
No, I mean I had one drink.
Oh, okay.
So that's not I wouldn't consider that a drink night.
No, that's child's play.
Yeah, it's almost a waste. It's almost a waste just having the one.
The one drink is just to calm nerves. Normally it's just for me and Bobby get messed up. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Let's not flirt around. But when you're worked up, long day, like Schottenheimer was drinking the shotty during the Micah prank call. He's like, I'm having a shotty right now.
Yeah.
Just to unwind and get you ready for the REM cycle.
That's it. My neck is hurting. It's bad. It's in bad shape. It's in bad shape right now from the way I must have slept.
I mean, so that's the thing though. Like you say, when Sean says we're doing it to get messed up, I'm not going to take half a dose of Robitussin if I got a cough. I'm gonna double up on it.
Yeah. We getting a new franchise. We're getting expansion in Atlanta again.
Dude, please stop this.
This is like the NFL's Los Angeles or California.
California. There are rumors that the NHL is a step closer to returning to Atlanta. Forsyth County has definitively approved the Gathering at South Forsyth, a mixed-use space and arena designed to attract an NHL team back to the area. This is from TSN. That's basically Canadian Sports Center. And they're trying to get another team. Guys, we've tried this twice already. The Calgary Flames aren't called the Calgary Flames because it's really, really warm in Calgary. They were the Atlanta Flames. And then the Thrashers were there. They're not there anymore. Like, we've tried this twice. You're right. This is St. Louis. This is LA. Like, just we don't need to do this. We don't need Atlanta. First of all, we don't need another hockey team. 32 of them.
Bring the Thrashers back, though. I'm all for bringing the Thrashers back just because I love the logo. I mean, I don't know nothing about their sustainability or anything else, but having that, like, what was it, the little, like, thing, the bird with the little hockey stick, like, back, like it's about to take a slap shot. I loved it. It was cool looking.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on as a Tolo. That's what the logo and slogan stands for. By the way, we are going to have a Firehouse tour next week, but it's a special Wednesday edition, not Friday. Firehouse tour Wednesday in Arlington.
Yep, we're going to be over there at Firehouse number 1. We're going to have Tolo bucket hats to give away. We got the Whataburger like normal. The address 401 West Main Street. This is actually right around the corner from the ballpark.
Yeah,
I think it's near Hurtado. It's right over there by Hurtado.
By UTA.
Yeah, come
Maybe
out.
He'll bring us food for once and not KNC.
Come out Wednesday and get your bucket hat and your Whataburger and whatever else.
Let's hook you up with Luke Bryan tickets. We go commercial free with the Expressway, the junk drawer. And why did Brian Schottenheimer start breaking down yesterday in Frisco? Little Inside the Star and the junk drawer with Luke Bryan tickets after.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair, your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By the on-time experts, and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And we do so with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on Sean and RJ. Happy Friday and happy future Father's Day as well. From DFW Sports Station, we want to hook you up with Luke Bryan tickets. That's coming up here as we go commercial free in the expressway. And we have the junk drawer as well at 7:40 to give you some laughs heading into the weekend. Bobby, let's go to the podium.
Let's do it. And you know, you mentioned Father's Day, so let's just jump right in with this. This was probably the most viral clip coming out of Brian Schottenheimer's press conference yesterday. We got a chance to speak of this. Is actually something where typically he'll do his press conference before practice. Yesterday was the first time where they've set stuff up to where he did practice and then he did the podium. So there were he was able to respond to some things that came out of locker, some things from the field. So there's some interesting takeaways from it, but the one that got the most attention was probably this clip. And obviously he's talked a lot, Brian Schottenheimer has, about his relationship with his dad, Marty. And he was asked about how he reflects on his father's influence as Father's Day approaches and what he would say to him now.
Wow. You're going there, huh? Last day of minicamp. Phew. I know he's proud. I miss him. That I used all the life lessons that he taught me, not just about football, but about life and being a good man and a good husband and a good father. And that I think I'm doing okay for myself. But I know he's proud. I miss him like crazy. I actually lean on some of his friends now. You know, guys like Bill Cowher, you know, that he, you know, coached with. But Father's Day will be a special day. I'm obviously a father of 2 amazing kids, and I'll talk to my mom, and I know he's looking down on me, but I appreciate you making me get teared up, you know, up here the last day of minicamp.
What are you doing? You know I get uncomfortable with men and emotions and crying. Like what are you trying to do?
He didn't cry. You could tell that when he gave that long pause, he was, all right, gather, compose yourself. And he pivoted quickly. He went down a rabbit trail we couldn't go down there. But right after he said, I appreciate you getting me teared up, he went, by the way, just to aggressively change the question, or as quick as I can, Sam Williams was the sharpshooting champion of the offseason. I know you guys don't know what that means, and they just started on a rabbit trail for like the next 30 seconds.
Have you gotten sentimental with this one coming up after your dad passed away recently?
I haven't even thought about it. No, I'm a closer.
You're a cold-blooded killer.
I am a closer. You know, next game. Next game up. I've already
Who's the father-in-law? Bring him in.
I've already forgotten about him. You know, actually, I did.
Should get that checked out.
Where? Oh, so I was driving to Salina the other day for baseball, and Sarah was at the dentist or something like that. And I was sitting there. I was like, you know, I was in the car. This shows what kind of friend I am not. I was sitting in the car. I was like, you know, I need somebody to call. I was like, I don't even know who to call. I have nobody to call. I don't talk on the phone to anybody.
No. I think by far, except for Peyton, of the 3 of us, you have more phone conversations during the week with your friends than the 3 of us. Bobby might call to talk about radio gossip or a Cowboy thing, but I feel like you have a lot of phone conversations.
I text, but never like on the phone.
Okay.
Actually, that's not true. I do have one. Yeah, I do have like one, but I knew he was working. I knew he was working, so I couldn't call him. I was like, man, this would be a great time to have a father who didn't die on me. You know, amazing.
Yeah, it's this was yesterday's Shotty at, I think, probably the most vulnerable we've seen him. He got teared up at his opening press conference talking about his wife and his kids and how much they've sacrificed along the way. But this yesterday was, you can tell when Marty comes up, that's the thing that most, it feels like, drives him.
So I was an intern, and that probably was a big thing into Jones hiring him. Jerry loves that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Loves it. But I was only like an intern in D.C. covering Marty's year there under Snyder. And so I don't know the ins and outs of Marty Schottenheimer, but it feels like Brian is like the total opposite, where Marty was more of a hard ass. Do you all feel like that with the NFL historical knowledge and looking back?
It looks that Marty was more.
I felt like Marty was more, I don't know, like about
gruff,
hard ass, stoic. Like just like a little bit more like, all right,
it feels like his relationships with his players, like whether it was a Derek Thomas, was like it was a true bond. And Marty, I think, would cry on you too. So it was there, the love, but yeah, stoic, I think, is a pretty good word, where Brian is coming across as, you know, a lot more playful and fun-loving. Marty Schottenheimer ain't wearing no hat or visor backwards.
No.
I don't believe. No. And I love the clip. It showed such evolution from Brian Schottenheimer the other day, going, my dad's probably looking down, looking at this practice like, what the hell are you doing? What type of practice are you running? And Brian said, players change, times change. And that's great evolution, I think.
What did Brad Pitt say in Moneyball when he threw his hands up?
Adapt to die. Adapt to die.
Adapt or die. All right, you mentioned Marty, the connection he had with his players, and that's obviously something that's very important to Brian Schottenheimer. So he was asked about this yesterday. They said, when did you start to notice these players, they're really buying into Brian Schottenheimer and his culture.
From the first meeting that we had in the locker room, I think there was a excitement. Is it about me? I don't know. I think it's about the energy that they feel around the building. It's real. It's tangible. We got a great group of guys, man, and they work. I mean, to have perfect attendance in mandatory minicamp and whatever it was, 90-something% attendance in the off-season program, and that's something that we should be proud of. I don't know what the other teams are doing. Don't really care, quite honestly. But this team and this locker room in general is made up of the right people, and that gives you a chance. Doesn't guarantee us a damn thing, but it gives you a chance. And it tells you that, okay, great, we're going to go out to Oxnard, and then we're going to actually be able to put on pads and practice and play real football, and then we'll know a little bit more about where we stack up against the rest of the league.
So there you go. Playing both sides to the middle. Yep, me, loving the culture. Yeah, culture gives us a shot. Then he's going to the choppy side. He's saying, doesn't mean we're going to win a damn game because of it. So there you go, Chop. He gave you some cover there for it, too.
Look, I mean, it doesn't mean they're going to win. It doesn't mean they're going to lose. There's no right way to go about doing it. I do find it. I do wonder, because he brought it up, the other teams. What are the other teams doing? How comparable is 90%, 92%, 95% of attendance at this time of year compared to the other teams?
At OTAs, it's
high,
rare. Like, I mean, there's a lot of times somebody's usually like you've usually got people who are missing more than Dallas had this year. Minicamp, usually everybody shows up unless they're in a contract dispute. It's interesting you just said that, though, that you said you don't think it loses games. I'm curious. I'll ask Sean, because, Sean, you seem to buy into the philosophy more that culture can make the difference. Do you think bad culture impacts losing more or good culture impacts winning more?
Ooh.
That's a great question.
I would probably say bad.
Because I think absolutely you can lose games if they all hate each other and they're like backstabbing and not giving effort.
I would agree with that. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying, because now you're playing selfish football.
We talked earlier about Dak Prescott. He had talked about legacy and what legacy means. He's like, I don't want to win a Super Bowl for legacy. I want to win a Super Bowl for my mental health. Like just be insane is what I want it for. So because, again, we get the opportunity to hear from Dak and then get Shotty's reaction to it. Shotty was asked, hey, with Dak talking legacy, how do you define that term?
Legacy to me, I think it starts with people. I to this day, I go out on the field for a game, and I will have 2 or 3 different individuals come up to me and say, excuse me, coach, you have a second. And I know exactly where they're going. And I, of course, drop what I'm doing because I want to hear it. And they say, your father changed my life. And it's former players. And so he never won a Super Bowl, won over 200 games in the NFL, but I would put his legacy up against anybody that's ever coached in the National Football League.
I think that definitely has impacted. When he got asked earlier at his press conference, the introductory one, they got us about how do you want to be remembered, which is sort of similar to legacy. And he had said the top thing to him was culture and the way, and then he said, but obviously I want to win a Super Bowl. I do want to win a Super Bowl, but I think definitely knowing how good a coach his dad was, like him living it and seeing the impact his dad had, he's like, I'm never going to discount the legacy I know my dad created just because he didn't win a Super Bowl, because I saw the impact that he had on the league and the impact that he had on his players. And so there's still impact and redemption within that.
There was I remember him during the Hard Knocks talking back to this, the let's go have a snack, a GD snack
Rex.
one. Yeah. Just saying, I think they were trying to go back. This was after the first AFC championship game they lost, where he said, you have no idea what going to the Super Bowl would have meant for my dad, just to see him go.
I think Lombardi put a focus of one of his books on people who should be in the Hall of Fame. I think Marty was right up there.
He was in it. I mean, we're guys 200 wins. 200 wins in the NFL. And he had...
with really no true in-your-prime all-star quarterback.
No, I mean, his best quarterback was Bernie.
Yeah, and he had old Montana.
And old man Montana. Yeah. Bernie was good. Bernie was not... I mean, he was going up against Elway.
That's when I first kind of I loved the Bills growing up, and I would hate the Bills going into Arrowhead. And that's when I'm like, Monday Night Football and the Tomahawk Chop. Mm-hmm. And it was Marty Schottenheimer's freaking defenses that tormented. the Buffalo Bills, Monday Night Football, the whole scene at Arrowhead. When I went to work in Kansas City, I'm like, I want to go to that. That is all built off of Marty Schottenheimer and Derek Thomas and those two, and Christian Okoye.
Yeah, there's influence there, and there's absolutely, I think, that kind of legacy that exists. Now, we've had this
Marty, I believe, is kind of like a poor man's Parcells. I'm not trying to. That's a compliment. Hopefully, someone doesn't tell Brian that, because I know he's not listening because he thinks we work the night show. But what he did in Washington was a really, really nice job. If Snyder was more patient and he had Tony Banks doing it, they would have become a winner. Or Harbaugh. I'll relate him to Harbaugh. Tough nose. You bring him in, they're going to win games. You got your Marty Ball, your choker stuff, your lack of playoffs, and all that cloud that hangs over his head. But if I bring Bill Parcells in, if I bring in Jim Harbaugh, if I bring in Marty Schottenheimer, there will, in my opinion, be an immediate turnaround pretty quick.
You're going to win games.
Yeah.
You're going to win games immediately.
Yeah, he'll create a baseline for you that you're not just going to naturally get necessarily with anybody else. All right, so we've talked about this in the last week, the confusion over the Trayvon Diggs timeline.
Yes.
This has been and I'm glad this got asked yesterday. Calvin Watkins had asked, I think it was Calvin, had asked Shotty about this and just said, hey, do we have any sort of an update here on this Trayvon Diggs timeline?
You don't know. He's got to maximize these next 40 days or whatever it is, five weeks. And it's been great having him back. It's been great having him with Britt. Trust his plan, trust the work. But to put a timetable on it, not going to do that. In terms of, the importance of training camp, when he's ready, he'll be ready. Again, it gives opportunities for guys like Kalen Carson, Troy Pride, Kyrie Elam's doing great. So it's given us a chance to evaluate some of the younger players while Trayvon gets back and gets ready.
So what that is I don't know. Like that sounds very much like we have no clue right now what this is going to look like. It could be week 1, like we've talked about. It could be he's back middle of the season maybe if something doesn't go the way it should be. But it definitely feels like the lack of clarity is not an attempt from the Cowboys to conceal anything or get an advantage. They don't know.
And they don't want to, and you don't want to put an unfair expectation on him either.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. What did we have? 2 injuries recently in the last few years. Gallup, where there was a certain timetable that was presented for him, and then he didn't hit it, and he came back later, and then he struggled. Bland last year, there was a certain timetable that was put on it, didn't hit it, had a fallback. And so these kind of things, I think they've realized, like, with some of the way these things play, let's not go too aggressively after it. Last one here from Shotty. This is, we talked about the Micah Parsons, Jay Toia intense ping pong game recently, where Jay Toia looked like he had him on the ropes, and Micah called a timeout and took a breather. I don't know what he did exactly. Regrouped in his corner, came back
like
out
a
there.
hockey timeout. Like the hockey timeouts, do they work like NBA timeouts, to where you come out and you always get like a great set shot off of basically like an inbounds play? Like, how much the hockky times help?
Didn't help the Stars. Didn't help them.
Yes, that's right. Honestly, I have no idea. Like, it's like sometimes you see like at the end of a game, you have you're on a power play or whatever, and you're about to start one, and you'll have your special teams coach in there. But other times it's just like, hey, we got to reset the focus here. That's what DeBoer did.
Yeah.
When he pulled Otter, and he called a timeout, it was just like, all right, like, guys, this is what's what.
So given our very limited research, no, calling a hockey timeout immediately leads to giving up another goal.
Spittle's listening. He'll tell me here.
So this was Brian Schottenheimer was in the locker room taking this all in. This is Brian Schottenheimer's breakdown of the Micah Parsons Jay Toia ping pong match.
It's compete every day. They were having fun with it. There was a lot of trash talk going on. I want to play Micah. I beat Dak all the time when I play him. So Micah's next. I'll put that out there for Micah, see if he wants to accept the challenge over the break. But, I thought Jay had him. I thought Jay had him, and then just couldn't finish him.
And this is, by the way, the Cowboys bleeped it out there. What Shotty said was, I beat the S out of Dak all the time. And so he's like, I want to play Micah. So when this got tweeted yesterday, Micah Parsons made sure to quote tweet and put this image up of him hanging his tongue out and crouched down like, bring it on. So we are going to get some Micah Parsons, Brian Schottenheimer ping pong games apparently as soon as the contract gets worked out. I don't know if that would count as field work.
Inside the Star with our insider Bobby Belt, as now we take a little break before Oxnard, which this radio station, of course, will be at on DFW Sports Station. Let's hook you up for the final time in the 7 o'clock. If you don't win them right now, at 9 a.m. as well.
Hey, I'm
That's right. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Luke Bryan on Friday, June 20th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The college football lists that have RJ Choppy losing his mind. We'll have a college kegger at 8 o'clock this morning. A final Luke Bryan ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock thanks to the promo department for the opportunity to hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. Let's clean it out.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
The junk drawer is presented by GimmeTheVin.com. Come on out and check out the John Clay Wolf Show national broadcast live at the Grease Monkey Ice House at Grandscape in the Colony tomorrow from 9 to noon, and bring your cool car or bike. So the junk drawer brought to you by GimmeTheVin.com.
I think that's the Gas Monkey Ice House there in Grandscape.
Oh, my bad. I was reading copy. I won't say from who. You almost ended up at the hospital yesterday?
Well, I didn't. Well, yes, almost. Julian got, so he was at church camp. Something always happens at these church camps, man.
Yeah.
You know, last year. Stop. No, Luca, when he was at church camp, they broke a window.
Were they wearing White Sox hats?
They were, no, it's a good Pope reference.
Yeah.
No, but they don't. This is not a Catholic church camp.
Oh,
they just go where their friends go. They go to one of these let's listen to music for 6 hours camps. So anyway, they go to camp and Julian decides that he is going to bust his head open. They're playing basketball. Of course, they're playing basketball and they're slides. They don't use sneakers,
dude. So I watched the Shaq Iverson Reebok relaunch on Netflix, and Shaq. He cannot believe in multiple scenes that no basketball kids are wearing high tops.
I can't either. I still can't believe it.
They're like, dude, no one wears high tops anymore.
Yeah, I know.
It's not the better support for the ankle. It's gotten to that technology.
Nick Van Exel was tweeting about this a couple weeks ago, and he was like, all these different injuries we're getting with an Achilles or like a rolled ankle or stuff. He's like, you guys need to go back to wearing high tops. He's like, that's your problem.
So what they've found is that either the low tops are lighter, but B, the bottom, I guess it's called the sole of the shoe, is wider, so you don't roll as much. It's got better stability.
Okay.
I don't know. I think it's stupid. But yeah, it's low tops for days, and so he hits the pole, the pole where the stanchion or whatever, hits it with his head, busts his head open. So it's like, okay. The nurse there is like, well, you probably should go get stitches, or we'll just put some super glue on it and call it a day. And we were at baseball. We were in Melissa. And we get the call, and it's like, all right, one of us has got to go to Waxahachie to get him. That's a long ass drive in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
And so she winds up going to get him to start, and then we figure out a way to get him to the ER, and he winds up getting the stitches, and he put on a show. He put on a show for the doctor.
Oh,
the doctor's fumbling around with something. He
loves the mind games with physicians.
Yeah, the doctor's fumbling around with trying to find all the gear to use and the instruments, and he goes, "This is your first time, huh?" Just like messing with him. And then the guy's like, "Yeah, we need a couple of stitches." He goes, "Oh man, the nurse said I only needed glue. I guess that's why she's there and you're here." Kind of like buttering on. He's sharp. He's clever.
Did you try to the nurse's option before you came down there and got stitches? Did you try the super glue?
No, we didn't.
You may have been able to save yourself. How many stitches was it?
No, I don't know. 3.
You may have been able. The super glue might have done it. You might have been able to save the ER trip, I think.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, he's got baseball this weekend, so we put it's right in the forehead. So put the helmet on and off. You go on something stable. It was right on the vein because every heartbeat you see the blood just gush out a little bit more. So that was yesterday. But he's fine.
I don't like that at all. All right, I got some good news for your marriage, RJ Choppy. There's new research out about age gaps in relationships, which you are you're living in one of those right now.
Yeah. Yesterday was our 2-month anniversary, and I said anniversary. She goes, "It's not an anniversary."
She's right.
Of course it is. It's a 2-month anniversary.
Man, I got the big anniversary lecture from Amanda the other day. Like, for years we joked, like, we have 5 different dates we can't keep track of. We had a COVID one at the courthouse because the wedding got canceled. We got the actual one on the day that we got married. Like, all these different ones. I'm terrible in terms of like, you put a gun on my head right now, I can't tell you like what year I got married or like how long. It takes a lot of brain power to remember when my kid's year birthday was. I get lucky because, she's just 1 year old, but it was starting to get under her skin a little bit to where, you're just not going to acknowledge it ever. Because I think this was 5 years. I think it was. So I went and got her some flowers from like Kroger, but that didn't do the job. She wanted it acknowledged.
She wanted acknowledgement.
Yeah. When half the time, 3/4 of the time, she can't remember the dates herself. So I had her print out a sheet.
Oh man, here we go.
There's a sheet on the fridge of all. It's like 5 or 6 different dates. So now I got to put that in the phone calendar.
Oh, good for you. They always, whenever anybody says, I don't really care. Kristen said that about a million things over time. I don't really care about that. Or who could they?
Yeah.
She always ends up caring.
She tricked me on that one.
She always ends up caring. Well, Chop, your marriage is rooted in science, is what we've discovered. New research shows that men dating a woman at least 7 years younger than themselves has a substantially higher overall relationship satisfaction than dating women at least 7 years older. So it's like, wow, this is crazy. Men like younger women. They like young, hot women. That's insane. But the reverse is not true with women. Women actually are shown to have zero difference between dating a man 7 years or more younger than them or a man 7 years more or older than them. The only difference that women described consistently was they said they felt more financial security with a man 7 years older than them, typically, which would make some sense, obviously. You're dating a younger guy. But
14-year swing.
This says here that the happiest you can be in a large age gap is the one that you have. Chop, dating a woman or being in a relationship with a woman more than 7 years younger than you.
We are 9.5 year difference.
How many times have you been in a relationship with somebody who was more than 4 years younger than you?
Actual relationship or like?
Yeah, like an actual relationship. Is this the first one?
The previous had to be.
Yeah, the previous was, that was not the marriage. The marriage, we were a year apart. The previous one, the one between the marriage and this one, that was 7 or 8 years.
Kristen hates that she's older than me. And it's not by that
She
much.
hates it?
She hates it.
Why?
Because she doesn't like the idea of just being the old one in the relationship. And it's not even, it's 15 months, something like that, 14, 15 months. It's not much at all. But
would she rather be older or taller?
Older.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Me being older or taller?
No. Would Kristen rather be older or taller in the relationship?
Oh.
Because being
older. She'd rather be older, I think.
I would too.
Like, she doesn't want to tower over me like Mackenzie does with Peyton. She doesn't want that.
Wow.
But
is she taller than you? She's not taller than you.
When she's in heels, she is.
Oh, well,
okay. Yeah.
Which is socially what you're dealing with. But Kristen, she for a long time hated this. I was like, it's not that big a deal. But just like Amanda did to you and pulled the rug out, in recent years I've pulled the rug out from under, and I always tell her like, you robbed the cradle, you're sitting here hunting for your sugar baby. That's what I was. And so she doesn't like that. But you right there, Chop. Research now says that you're gonna have a healthy marriage.
Good. We already have one. It's 2 months in. Like I said, I wish her a happy 2 month anniversary. Not an anniversary.
Because that's not an anniversary.
It's a joke though. It's like, hey, happy 2 month anniversary. But she says it's you don't say anniversary because it's only once a year.
It's like my kid's pre-K graduation.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. And they're all like, oh my god, the pomp and circumstance. I was like, they're all passing.
I was gonna say, did some get held back in pre-K?
I know.
They're just like, no, you're not ready for this.
I know.
Stuff.
Exactly.
You're not ready for finger paint, kid. Let's just make sure you can take a nap properly.
Exactly. I'm like, okay, and now the participation diplomas. There we go.
It is the junk drawer here on 105 through the Fan. Gen Z is taking to social media to get off social media.
Oh.
Ditching the smartphone. The new thing is to go back to Sean's favorite phone. The BlackBerry.
Mine is operating like a BlackBerry, apparently, nowadays.
So they are buying, these 20-somethings are buying BlackBerries on eBay left and right. They're like completely sapping whatever's left of the market and trying to go and do a smartphone detox to get off their smartphone because they can't get off it. They still need a phone. So they're going to go with the BlackBerry. Why? Is it ASMR or AMSR?
ASMR.
The click. The click of the keypad.
This is so big in my house, ASMR. She puts the kids to sleep with this. She goes to sleep with this all the time.
Really?
Like the white noise, black noise, brown
Any
noise?
noise.
Yeah.
This is ASMR.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's always somebody whispering. Yeah. And it's like, I hate it. And when I hear it, it's like, I don't know. It's a sensory thing for me in the wrong direction.
When I see these videos of like, this one guy, he cleans a rock and he cooks on the lake. And you hear him scratch the crust of the bread. It's like, dude, I don't need to.
I thought that these phones, though, they kind of push you out of the capability usage of it. Like,
Yeah,
what,
like
what
they force you
capabilities
to.
do I have going and firing up an old BlackBerry?
Like if all you're worried about is texting, I guess if you don't use your phone as much for it, but everybody uses their phone for internet, so I don't know.
And it's all it is. Like, but there's not like you can't do anything on it. I mean, it's got.
Give me the 2 things in your life, 10 things, or 1 thing that you wish you held on to, kept in pristine condition, or never opened, that you know you could sell today.
My starting lineup figurines.
You had a lot.
Yeah, I had teams.
Yeah.
I had I could make 11 football players on each side. It was great.
Because I have an iPhone now from whenever my parents came last. That it's a new iPhone. As I'm waiting for this one to totally die, just sitting in a drawer. If that was iPhone 1,
yeah,
and I just never opened it, I'd make thousands and thousands of dollars. So
thousands.
What is it? What is that old thing that is now a collectible?
I don't think I ever the only thing I would have would have just been something where it's like I can't get access to it, and like VHS stuff that I would have recorded that that's lost media now that I knew I at one point had. But anything that like cost money, we never collected anything like Beanie Babies or anything like that.
Like I've ripped off the pages of my Sports Illustrateds and put them all on my wall. And I wanted the covers everywhere. If I kept the freaking Sports Illustrateds intact with the subscriptions, I could probably sold them for a little bit here and there. Do you have anything?
I had like the iPod Nano when that first came out. It was like an upgrade from the iPod Mini. And then I also had the iPod Video when that first came out because that was huge as well. Because I mean, it was like it gave you 64 gigabytes, which is nothing nowadays.
I lost my Zune. I don't think that's worth anything.
What
but
is that?
You remember Zune when that was very early on? Peyton, do you remember those?
I don't think
you might be too young for it. You guys were too old and he's too young. Zune was like for a year. It was like Bill Gates and Microsoft's attempt to all right, let's go at the iPod and let's do it. And they were cool. They were functional, but they got swallowed up by Apple pretty fast and weren't able to stay competitive. But they were out for like a year or two.
Junk Drawer right here on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by GimmeTheVin.com. Was that the end of that story?
Mm-hmm. All right, so you say they're going back. They want to go back to old technology, the young people these days. I'm having a hard time believing this research coming out of the UK. Survey says half of young Britons, this is a 1,300-person survey, want to grow up in a world without the internet. Says that a number of these young Britons feel like it's added too much societal pressure. It's got.
Oh, by the way, it makes me think of my first time on the internet and the mirror, keeping those old computers.
Oh, the old giant Dell.
Yeah, or doing more and investing in the internet, because none of us, for the first time you got web access, were like, this is overhyped. This sucks.
No, it was awesome.
It was freaking amazing. Why would you want to be without?
Dude, it's funny you mentioned that, holding on to that. You know who apparently held on to that? Because this can also be a junk drawer story. Air traffic control in the U.S. This is the story came out. Did you hear this story?
Yes, they're still using Windows 95.
They still use Windows 95 and floppy disks. Air traffic controllers do. They are in air traffic control systems in the United States.
In the US.
Yes. They have, and this only came out because the FAA said that they're seeking contractors to modernize its decades-old computer systems within 4 years. So they are literally operating on the ancient material that you were talking about. You wished you saved, so you could sell, you could have sold it to the FAA. I guess is who you could have sold it to.
It's so bad.
Wanted it.
It's so bad that we have been doing this for. It's been basically 40 years since they did anything with the upgrading. Like Reagan was in office the last time they did major upgrades to the air traffic control.
And why?
They just feel like that they didn't need to.
So apparently it's what happens is, and there were a lot of people I saw commenting on these stories who said this is a common thing in banking industries too, or this where you'll get people or get these companies or these wide ranging things that get on all these different technology systems, and it's almost like, if we can get by on it and we don't have to do a whole overhaul, an overhaul would be a pain in the ass. Do we really want to do that? It's almost just like that seems like more work than, if it's not causing us too many headaches, what's the problem? But they're talking about not only floppy disks, they said that in some instances, paper strips are still being done. Paper strips back. If you watch old air traffic control stuff, they literally will use to keep their list of flights in order. Air traffic controllers in the 70s, they would have paper strips that they would put in front of them, and then they'd rip them off and throw them in the trash when they were done with it so that they wouldn't lose track. And so apparently that's what's keeping us in the air right now is Windows 95, floppy disks, and in some instances, paper strips.
It's really wild. But speaking of what, they had one survivor from that plane crash yesterday. That Air India flight.
Are we certain about that? I kept seeing video and pictures of that. And I'm like, this looks like one of those fake things that's gone viral and people started eating it up. And like some of the outlets that were reporting it, I didn't see anybody like CNN talking about it like that.
It was they say he was in seat 11A.
Or Fox, not necessarily CNN. So you know what I mean?
They said he was in seat 11A, and he jumped out the door, the emergency door, as the plane was crashing.
So like he just opened it himself?
Yeah, which you could do, right? You could do.
And at what height?
I think it was like as it crashed.
Because did you see the video of it crashing?
Yeah.
It's a fireball instantly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I was like,
it's full fuel.
Somebody survived that and is given interviews and statements.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seemed odd.
How did they jump far enough away to where the explosion didn't get them?
Great question.
I mean,
great question. Yeah, good for him. Great question. I don't know. I don't know if it.
I would want to do that.
Oh yeah, I'd be jumping out. Before we even land.
So when that got passed around yesterday, which
By
like I
the
said,
way,
I still don't know.
Let me ask my dumb question of the week. This could be in worst take. Should we just have parachutes?
Yeah.
Under these seats?
I've seen.
I don't know how large parachutes are, but of the video I saw where it was obvious, like we just open the door and have parachutes.
Well, I've seen. There's like renderings, like AI renderings of planes that like this new model prototype of planes that if something's going wrong, like it starts to crash or starts to drop out of the sky like this one, the wings come off and the fuselage parachutes itself down. Like it has you should theoretically have this ability to put a parachute on there. They got redundancies for everything.
So parachute on the actual plane.
Yeah.
The issue there is they say like there were all these different. I was just looking that up.
By the weight.
There are a bunch of different pilots who are like they'd have no control of the plane. It'd be a disaster. Like if there's a parachute, like it's more disastrous. Whereas a plane is designed to hopefully just glide down. But they said
but
parachutes
who
under the
cares
seat.
if it's going down?
Right, well, because they said if it's going down and it's gliding, you've got a better chance to land it than if you don't have control of the landing at all.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because they said it could start just tipping and just doing all sorts of wild things. The parachutes under the seats, they said apparently that's more related to it takes extensive training and different things like that for passengers that they wouldn't have, and it would cause panic.
The Junk Drawer every Friday at this time as we try to get you to your Father's Day weekend as quickly as possible here on Sean and RJ. The college football arguments that has Choppy losing his mind. A little college kegger next on The Fan. But speaking of fathers...
Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens.
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
You know, sometimes you see a list and it just makes your blood boil. And that's what happened here this week. Twice.
Shout out to you, Cody Benjamin.
Twice. No, not Cody Benjamin. Some other guy named Brad Crawford. Brad Crawford. Don't know him. But he's with CBS Sports.
Boy, it is. CBS is developing a reputation here on this show in our prep.
They put out a list of college football's 25 most dynamic players of the past 25 years. Now, you want to give them the out that they use the word dynamic, and that has a lot of definitions that you could use for it, fine.
Yep.
But I was just like, all right, sure. It piqued my interest. I'll bite. See what we got here. And I wasn't even looking for names. I wasn't looking for a name or two names in particular. I was just seeing what they had. And as I went down the list, I was like, Okay. Number 1, Reggie Bush. I don't have a problem with it.
He would probably be my one, especially if you focus on the word dynamic.
Yeah, if it's dynamic and
there's no one else you're going to name on this list, in my opinion, where every time they touched it, you felt like you were going to get a Barry Sanders highlight.
That's fair.
And a 60-yard run or catch.
And what's
more than fair. It's brilliant.
What's the window of time on this?
25 years.
25
so we're
okay.
going back to the year
since 2000.
So this century. Look, I could argue that Travis Hunter, because he played both sides of the ball, would be more dynamic.
Yep.
I could argue that Lamar Jackson. Look, I think Adrian Peterson was factually a better college football player.
But Adrian also was not Reggie. I can right now in my head run a highlight reel of Reggie Bush plays that I remember stand out to me as a kid. Like that damn cutback on the sideline against Fresno State is what I think of when I think of college football highlight.
All right, so it starts off with Reggie Bush. And again, I'm not going to argue that. Cam Newton, that maybe the greatest single season. I could argue that one. Johnny Football. Johnny Manziel, number 3. Lamar.
Is Cam too high?
So Cam had the 1 year. He had one pop. It was a great year, won a title, but that was the 1 year. Did he have a better college football career than Vince Young? No, because Vince did it longer.
Yeah.
And again, if you're talking about dynamic, Cam was awesome. Cam was also a tank. And so Cam, I don't think of Cam as just Vic or anything.
Right.
So to me, I don't know. I don't know if again, it depends on how they're talking about dynamic.
Right.
Dynamic, I think of just highlight reel stuff. I don't think of Cam with
I might put Johnny over Cam.
I wouldn't fight with you on that. So Johnny's 3, Lamar Jackson's 4, Vince Young is 5, Travis Hunter is 6.
Vince being disrespected on here?
Again, I think if we're talking about best, maybe. I think of Vince similar to Cam. He was a tank. He was a big guy, and he was a freak athlete in terms of for his size. But I don't think of him as a whole bunch of super crazy highlight reel stuff.
Travis Hunter 6, Adrian Peterson 7, Darren McFadden 8.
God, McFadden was good. He was really good in college.
Devontae Smith 9.
Ooh, okay.
Tavon Austin 10.
Virginia.
That's too low. That's too low. Tavon Austin was that's a highlight reel that inspired a whole generation of high school players who grow up will still reference Tavon Austin in their NFL careers today.
Yeah, KNC did this list the other day with Carter Freeman, and they were like, "Oh, that West Virginia team. That's right, Pat White,
Honey Badger, Tyrann Matthew at 11, Pat White at 12, Kyler 13, Devin Hester at 14.
Hester was fun.
Saquon.
Where did Hester play?
Miami.
Saquon at 15. Crabtree. Christian McCaffrey. Darren Sproles.
Why are you making a face?
I don't know what this list is. Now you're throwing Crabtree there. Crabtree was a great player. Shout out Carter High. So I don't know. This seems like they're alternating like they do on their list sometimes. They're alternating between who was the best and who was this specific niche we're looking for.
Right.
McCaffrey was Carter's big objection on this. Is that Christian McCaffrey should have won the Heisman the year he did not, and Christian McCaffrey should be a lot higher. That was Carter's take.
Yeah, he had the single season record for all-purpose yards. Still holds it, 38-64. 38-64. Darren Sproles, RG3 at 19.
Who else did you name around McCaffrey? Did we skip over a name?
Crabtree, McCaffrey, Darren Sproles, RG3, Percy Harvin at 20, Clowney at 21.
Percy Harvin, that was your love.
I loved him. Denard Robinson at 22. The shoelaces, Michigan. Dalvin Cook 23, Ted Ginn Jr. and DeAnthony Thomas 25.
I think we're missing a big name unless I just didn't hear it.
That's the whole point of this.
And this is the whole point of what they did with the list. Yeah.
Is Tim Tebow canceled?
That's the name you came up with.
Are we not allowed to mention
Tebow wasn't your name?
No. Unless, again, I just didn't hear you list the name. Did you throw RG3 in there?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, all right.
It also, when I first heard this list, I was like, ESPN did this to Tim Tebow, but now this is making... Man, the media is so evil. Y'all suck. Y'all really do freaking suck. We try to hold ourselves to a higher standard
try to.
here
Yes,
on
we
the
do.
show, but this is a CBS list. And this is their Dallas Cowboy attempt to get all the discussion. Tim Tebow is not on there.
Tim Tebow is not one of those 25 most dynamic players
over Darren Sproles
of the last 25 years.
What a joke!
Is this what we're doing?
Who were the bottom 5 names?
It was the bottom 5 were Percy, Clowney, Denard Robinson, Dalvin Cook, Ted Ginn Jr., DeAnthony Thomas.
Dalvin Cook, DeAnthony Thomas.
Is this what we're doing now? Tim Tebow?
Would you put Tebow at 1?
Look, he had the best college career I've ever seen. He's the best college player I've ever seen.
He was dynamic.
I mean, he still holds the record. He's the first player to ever rush and pass for 20 touchdowns in the same year. He still holds the record for the most consecutive games with a rushing and passing touchdown. Still holds the record for most total TDs in a season. Still holds the record for the most rushing touchdowns by any position. Like, what are we doing here? That's not your definition of dynamic. I don't know what the hell is. Get a dictionary.
Did they have like an honorable mention and put him there and explain why he was left off?
They had nothing. They went right to the homes.com ad.
There's no way that your name is as offensive as Tebow being left off.
Why isn't Vic on?
I think they said it was the final year.
Yeah,
was he 99?
He was 2000. He played in 2000.
I think KNC was saying he didn't qualify.
So what happened is Ed Reed, Michael Vick, they didn't qualify because their careers started before the year 2000. So
they want you to start before 2000. It's not even just you could have played in that generation.
No, you had to start at the year 2000 or later. So that's the reason with Vic.
Yeah, the Tebow thing. I mean, it almost makes the whole thing trash.
It's insane. It is literally insane. Again, I don't care what your definition of dynamic is. When the quarterback also has like the most rushing touchdowns of any player in the history of the sport and holds the record for like the most rushing and passing touchdowns in a single season, that's you're being just intellectually dishonest here.
I went
just admit it. You don't like Tim because of whatever reason,
or you're trying to get clicks,
Yes.
I just because again, dynamic. I can't understand how they're using this term. I went and looked up like a list of most electric college football players of all time, because I think electric when I think dynamic. Like I think those are kind of interchangeable the way that I would imagine they're using it. So I start looking at the list, and that one of these top 100 lists that shows up, but it's for all time. But some of the names that pop up on it, like Zeke had a pretty dynamic career at Ohio State, and he was a big time performer while he was there. Mariota had a pretty big career while he was there at Oregon. I think I don't know why this thing looks so devoid of any sort of receivers, too. It's very thin on receivers, but they got guys like Crabtree on there, who Crabtree was not like, he was really good.
Yeah.
He was one of the better players of the last 25 years.
He was no Peter Warwick.
No.
My boy.
Peter Warwick would have been on this list if it was before.
Warwick. He's my all-time favorite
So
college
good.
football player.
So good. All right, so that got me riled up. And I was already riled up. Okay? So I saw another list. This one's from ESPN. The top 25 plays of the last 25 years, I guess, because this is the 25th year of the calendar.
Well done.
Year. I guess that's why they're doing these
Way to
lists.
go, Sherlock.
I had to put 2 and 2 together here. Okay.
2 and 5.
Yeah, just breadcrumbs all over the place. All over the place. I think they did a disservice to Texas and Oklahoma here with this one. So number 1 on their list was the kick six. That was the Alabama. Auburn's going to win a football game. Auburn's going to win a football game.
I'll never forget where I was for that. That was amazing.
Where were you? You were there. Were you there?
No, I wasn't.
Were you there?
Why would I be there?
My
son wasn't there at Vanderbilt. No, I was back in Cambridge, Maryland, watching in an apartment. Oh, yeah. That was a long time ago.
2013? No, it was 2013.
I mean, I consider that 12 years.
It's a long time.
2013?
Yeah, it was 2013.
The kick six?
Yeah.
Auburn, Alabama, Iron Bowl. Auburn gonna win a football game.
Well, that's a long time ago, though.
It is.
My mom may have been alive then. I don't even remember.
That was number 1. I think Boise doing the Statue of Liberty play
was great.
That should have been number 1 in my opinion. I'm not going to split hairs. That play was a great play. The Vince Young game, the final play, that to me, the moment that has to be higher than the kick six, and that has to be higher than the Statue of Liberty play.
But the kick six play was better. The importance. I mean, although there was a lot of importance on the kick six, but we're talking about a national championship.
If you want to talk about impact on the season, stuff like that, yeah, the Boise State one. The Boise State one, if we're talking about impact, is number one, because Boise State, not only just with the play that they did, that changed minds for a lot of people about what Boise State and what smaller schools could do.
No doubt.
And then the Vince one was obviously huge. It was fourth down. It was a big-time play. But the kick six, in terms of just, oh my gosh, like everybody freaking out and just this electric moment, it's hard to argue against that one.
My biggest problem, though, let's go back to 2001. Roy Williams going full Superman over the line of scrimmage and causing the fumble. It was a Teddy Lehman that picked it up. For that to be number 9, that cannot be lower than 4. I'm sorry.
Is the LeVar leap above that?
LeVar Arrington?
Yeah.
No, that would have been before.
That was early?
2000.
Too early? Okay.
I'm sorry. You cannot tell me that the Michael Crabtree catch to beat Texas in 2008 was a bigger play than the Roy Williams going full Superman. It's a simple pass pattern. That Roy Williams play was one of the greatest, maybe the greatest defensive play I've ever seen. I think it's better than the Clowney play.
The only thing I wonder here is, did it drop down the list because he forced the fumble on Chris Sims and they knew how inept he was? And they're like, if it was Major Applewhite, maybe. That might have changed it a little bit. I'm looking at the list. Okay, go ahead and go through the list a little more, because I got some other things.
A lot of these plays you don't remember, like the Tua's toss against against Georgia, the championship game, the Appalachian State beating Michigan. So a lot of these are ones you don't remember. I just thought that for Crabtree being ahead of the Roy Williams one, I thought that was a little crazy.
I mean, the fact that the Bush push is 14 that feels low in terms of if we're just talking about impact and memory and different things like that. I don't see it on here. Again, if we're talking about a moment that just encapsulates it, it's the very first thing I mentioned at the start of the segment. It's the cutback against Fresno State for the touchdown. That was such a, just like, oh my gosh, this guy. That was everywhere the next day, like, all right, Reggie Bush is real.
All right, a college kegger with RJ Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. We have our final Luke Bryan ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll go below the belt at 8:40 to put a final bow on Cowboys Minicamp on your home of America's team. Let's talk about those Ranger bats. And someone has finally defined the term superstar with the NBA Finals continuing tonight. See if you agree or have a better definition next.
Has low V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jess. My name's Jess.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Kids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
There's a swing, and there's a long drive to right field. This one's on its way, and that's a Jimmy Jack for Sam Haggerty. A 3-run homer for Haggerty, make it 16-3.
The Hall of Famer Eric Nadel with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. They score 16 in the series again, and now you are facing some bad teams. Start with the White Sox tonight. Take advantage on this radio station. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on 105.3 The Fan. When you look at some of the historical notes, season high in home runs, also season highs in extra base hits, total base. They had 35 total bases in this game and 9 walks on top of it. So they beat up on a pretty decent Minnesota team. But let's have a little fun with this instead of just your normal game recap. Give me the prediction. How will the AL West end up at the end of the year? Right now, the Rangers are in 4th place. It's a tight division, though.
That is a tight division.
Sandler said there's no way the Astros will win it. They are in 1st.
Yeah, I'm going to say Seattle, Houston, Texas, LA A's.
Yeah.
So you would have the Rangers missing the playoffs. The bats right now are not waking up enough for the second half to go along with this pitching to go on a tear with this 18-game schedule. That's really what I'm trying to gauge here from you all.
I think by the end of this 18-game set.
And then you got to count on the teams ahead of you to maintain or get better or fall off.
Let me look at Houston's schedule real
Texas,
quick.
by the way, is 5th now in the American League. They flipped it. They're 5th in the American League in run differential now.
So,
is that a fluke stat right now today? Because we usually talk about how many games you have to wait and run differential, or do you have to say it only really applies end of season?
No, I think this is around the time where you start looking at it and saying this is where it needs to make a difference. And I think
okay, but they're not that would say they have 5th best offense.
No, what it says is just their pitching has been that great, and their offense is finally showing enough of a contribution to say they should be better than 33 and 36.
So Houston has just gotten done with White Sox, Pirates, Rays, A's.
Oh my!
So they've just gotten done with that. They had Cleveland thrown in there. So there's obviously a reason why they've kind of come on hot a little bit. I think the Rangers are probably. I would probably still lean towards them right now, finishing 3rd in the division, ahead of the Angels. But Houston and Seattle 1 and 2, and who's 1 and 2 is I don't know, but I would still say they probably finished 3rd.
Pepe, maybe your number one prediction in morning show history was what you did with the Rangers a few seasons ago. So answer that question.
So I hope Jared Sandler's not listening, because I do have the Astros on top of the West again. I think they're the most consistent. I have the Rangers finishing 2nd. Seattle, I'm just not buying them. They blew their chance early on. They had a good 5-6 game lead early on. I know, you can't win a division in April, but you can lose one, and they've lost it here in the last couple months. I have the Angels 4th and then the A's at the bottom at 5th.
The biggest discrepancy right now in Major League Baseball on the Pythagorean win-loss expectation, the biggest negative reversal of the expectation right now is the Rangers. The Rangers are supposed to be about a 38-win team, according to that, and they're at 33. So they've got the most negative flip towards what they've scored, what they've allowed. They should be about a 38-win team right now.
All right, so that means that, obviously throughout the course of the regular rest of the season, they might win 5 or more spots ahead of what they should be at just to even that out. It generally all evens out throughout the course of the year.
Which if they were a 38-win team, that would put them basically,
first.
they would be behind in the loss column, essentially.
Game 4 of the NBA Finals is tonight. And, of course, everyone, while talking about Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers, Is he a star? Is he a superstar? Is he performing like one? And Magic Johnson, he finally came through with you?
Yeah, this is I often mock Magic. I think his tweets are hilarious because they're just so chat GPT. And a lot of his takes are usually like, what is he even watching? He nailed this one yesterday, and he was getting a lot of praise for this that I saw to people reacting to it when Stephen A. Smith and First Take had said, Magic Johnson, how do you define a superstar?
A person who can go on the road and sell the building.
There we go. That should be. It's a simple definition.
Simple. I'm going to see that person, right?
So you ain't talking skill on the court. That's it. You talk about
draw.
box office.
Yeah, you got to be box
Magic's in town. You're going to the game.
Yeah, a superstar got to say, man, or you running home from the office and saying, oh, I got to see him on TV, right? And that's what Larry Bird, people running home, right? Charles Barkley, people running home. Shaq, people running home. Kobe, people running home. And then, of course, the greatest that's ever played, Michael Jordan, people going running home to see him, or they're trying their best to get into the arena to see that brother play. That's a superstar who could go on the road and sell the building out.
And that's such a perfect definition to me because that verbalizes what I've had trouble with describing with Shea. Is Shea's nobody's selling out to see Shea on the road.
Right.
And that's why I think I have such hesitancy of why he can't be the face or anything else. Just he's not. Jokic even will sell out, I feel like, is more of a draw coming into town. It's not to the level of somebody like.
What about Giannis?
I think there was
just
a time
from buying a road ticket.
I think there was a time, I don't know if still currently, but I think there was a time that Giannis was somebody who people were like, I want to go see the Greek.
Like,
Freak.
I love Magic's definition, but I don't know if I'm applying it to Giannis right now. He is a superstar.
Yes, he is.
But to that definition, I agree with you. I'm not there with him right now.
Yeah, there's not enough. That's the problem. There's not enough because the guys that are there like LeBron does, but he's aging out of the league.
Yeah.
Durant, he's aging out of the league.
But again, superstardom is something that's like when Stephen A. is going, oh, you're not just talking about ability. Right, because ability does not make you a superstar.
Yeah, but the ability, it's a kind of a dumb point from Stephen A. and dumb from you if you're agreeing.
No,
right
I'm saying that's why his point was done. Is like Stephen is like, you're not including that. No, because that's not what a superstar is. A superstar is not necessarily.
Yeah, but you have to have the ability for people to want to come see you. So the ability comes with it.
Right. Yeah, it'll naturally come with it. But just having ability is not enough, is what I mean. Is that it's
right.
There's got to be something on the other side of it.
Perfect example, right? Scotty Scheffler's the best golfer in the world. It's not even close.
Mm-hmm.
Not even close.
I keep saying it, yeah.
As I said.
I don't. He's not my first choice of who I'm following, though. I'm following Jordan Spieth before him, and the reason I follow Jordan before him is Jordan will blow up, and it's entertaining.
Yeah.
Brooks, because I want to see what it looks like to get your shirt specially made to have smaller sleeves.
Yeah.
I love him. He's my favorite golfer. But there's guys that you follow that are that are better than the draw. Maybe.
Of course.
Do you think Ant is a guy who people will pay to see on the road?
I would pay to see him.
I feel like he is, and that's where I think Ant is a good litmus test for. He feels like a superstar to me, but I don't know if people naturally go, "Oh, they're going to buy Wolves tickets." But when I think about it, it's like, yeah, I think if I was going to look for a game to go see with the Mavericks, Mavericks decided, I was just like, who do I want to go see? Ant would be one I'd want to go pay to go see the Timberwolves play.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Giannis and Joker, I think. It's more difficult for me to want to pay to go see a guy who doesn't control the ball and the pace of the game. So I would choose to go see Luka or Ant before I would choose to go see Joker or Giannis.
But you would have gone to see Shaq.
Right? I would have gone to see Kobe. Shaq was dominant. He was more dominant than Kobe, but it just didn't. I was just obsessed with guards.
Man, I don't know. I would think that. Like, my earliest memories of basketball are around, like, Penny Hardaway, Shaquille O'Neal, Orlando Magic. And to me, Shaq would have been, like, the guy people were paying to see.
Well, you want to go see a freak.
Yeah.
And someone maybe rip the backboard down. Adam Silver, the commissioner, what's his...
Commissioner 2.5, because he'll never get to 3 when he counts.
Adam Silver on the criticism over the really bad NBA ratings so far. And why don't you have any NBA Finals decals on the floor?
I've seen some of the chatter on social media on on-court decals. People don't realize they went away a decade ago because there were claims that Kendrick knows. Some of the players were saying they were slippery when we had the decals on the floor. So we're back to adding them virtually. So those are on. But, it's an interesting time in society. So we have two markets, as we've all been around for the last week in Oklahoma City and Indianapolis, that are completely captured by the finals. I mean, every store you go to, there's signage. Everyone, look at this concourse here. Yeah. Everybody on the streets is wearing the team colors. I mean, and I think I've been doing this for a long time. I don't remember being in two markets where it feels so dominant to have these games. Then as a media matter, it's interesting. Like, people compare us to 20 years ago, but for these games 1 and 2 so far are the highest rated programs in May and June so far on television. And if something beats us, it'll be another sports program. Back 20 years ago, we often didn't win the night when the finals were on.
Good Lord.
He is.
That's a spin job.
That's a spin job.
Yeah, you didn't win the night because Big Bang Theory was on 20 years ago, and that was getting a lot of viewers. It was getting 15 million viewers a night.
Yeah.
This is just so much of this is fun.
And then, oh my God, the two cities are really into it. Well, guess what, Dip? So was Arizona and Dallas-Fort Worth for the World Series.
Right, and that drives home maybe...
The two cities are really wearing a lot of team gear.
That drives home the point maybe even more that it's a national problem. Like, nationally, people are not engaged because these are community teams where the community is going to be completely bought in. I don't like at the very beginning of that, he's like, well, we fixed the logo thing, right? We threw the decals on there. It's like, you were mocked for that. You didn't even address that. Like, you didn't even say, like, yeah, that was bad. We need to clean that up, make it look... He's just like, yeah, we fixed it. Drop that issue. Now let me tell you why. You guys don't even know why lower ratings are actually better ratings. Let me school you guys.
Look, about the decals. Does it have to be an actual decal? What is the thing at center court anyway? What does the team have at center court? The logo.
Yeah.
All right. Why don't you just paint the damn thing? Like, make it part of the floor like the logo is. The Mavericks have like 4 different floors they roll out there. Should every team not just have a floor with a logo on it?
I paid attention to this the other night because of us talking about it, and it did feel like a total... It's like Bobby dressing up with us at a fancy dinner.
Mm-hmm.
It was a total letdown in terms of circumstance.
You're just lipstick on a pig.
But they're not even putting the lipstick on.
No.
There's no lipstick. They're just trotting the pig out there. I was like, this seems like the regular same old floor.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing on there.
That's a good analogy, though. It is like me, where you guys are like, can you dress up a little bit? And it's like, fine. I come downstairs dressed the same way. You're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm not wearing a hat. At least I'm not wearing a hat.
Everyone get ready to wish Bobby Belt a happy birthday on Sunday. We'll get into that at 9 o'clock during Worst Take. You can say it a little belatedly when we do our Arlington Firehouse tour on Wednesday of next week. We're taking the show on the road.
Yes, we'll be at it's Arlington Firehouse, number 1, 401 West Main Street, right near Hurtado.
And did the Knicks get turned down again?
Yeah, they did. Matter of fact, the Knicks got turned down by the Chicago Bulls. And I think teams are actually starting to miss the point here. The Bulls have had, in their last 5 years that Billy Donovan's been there, they've had 4 losing seasons. This is an opportunity for a team to be able to get out of their coach's contract, not have to pay him the buyout. You move on. This is and you get picks to do it. The Chicago Bulls are not winning anything anytime soon. The Atlanta Hawks are not winning anything anytime soon.
Maybe the Knicks have not been engaging in trade. That's Hagelin's theory, that they're like, hey, we want to request a permission, and the follow-up is, what would you give up? And they're like, oh, no, we want to talk.
Well, I guess in the case of Donovan, it's like, if you're considering, now maybe they're not considering firing him, but if you're considering like getting rid of your coach, this is an opportunity for you to get rid of him without having to pay a buyout. Like, the Knicks will take care of that.
The Cowboys are done with football until they arrive in Oxnard, grading the confidence in each position group next. And below the belt on the home of the boys after...
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Are we drinking Kool-Aid or taking truth serum about these Dallas Cowboys? As they wrapped up minicamp yesterday, they are done with their off-season program. They will next be on the football field here in about 6 weeks or so when they are in Oxnard, California for training camp. Oxnard. And the Cowboys, as we are going to take a look at each position group and how we feel about where the Cowboys are at right now, stability-wise along the roster. And I think it's important to note really quickly that they worked out a couple of different players yesterday, and this is typically what they do at the end of minicamp. They will either last day of minicamp, day after, or the week after, before the coaches leave for a little bit of a break. They'll take a look at just various players at positions that they feel we need to solidify these before we get into training camp. And so it's usually an indicator of where the coaching staff feels like their positions are questionable. So they worked out 2 cornerbacks yesterday, 2 defensive linemen. Then they worked out a veteran offensive tackle, George Fant. And Fant is the one that I think is probably indicative that they have some questions at swing tackle. The defensive lineman that they had worked out Perion Winfrey, formerly from Oklahoma, DeVary Levelston. And then the corners they had were Robert Rochelle and Jerry Jacobs, 2 guys who have come out of the draft in recent years, but have been in the USFL and or UFL, whichever one it is now, and contributed there. So we're going to take a look at the Cowboys position groups. And since I was out at camp or at minicamp and the OTAs and taking it all in, I did get eyes on some things that would make me feel better about certain situations, but it also maybe placed me too close and made me feel like I might be sipping a little bit of Kool-Aid. Mm-hmm. And so you guys, as having just seen the offseason moves, and instead maybe feel like you can sift through what is the shady propaganda potentially from excited reporters, you guys can give the perspective of, all right, we're not in it right there. So here's how we're going to grade these things. We're going to look at the position groups and we're going to grade it on, are you excited about this position group? Meaning slam dunk, total confidence, I feel good. Confident, which is probably a little more optimistic, but not necessarily certain. Uncertain, which is just, I have no idea about it. Concerned, or you think they're doomed and you feel certainty that this position's broken unless they change the dynamic up. So let's start here at the quarterback position with a recovering Dak Prescott, the addition of Joe Milton, and Will Grier in the quarterback room. You want to lead us off, Sean?
Yeah, I'll say confident because of the things around Dak. I could have concern because of the injury and the age and all that. I'll say confident because of how I feel about the offensive line and the addition of George Pickens. So, confident.
Chop?
Confident. Just the quarterback room you talk about?
Mm-hmm.
Confident. The obviously the issue is like how many games are the others going to have to play?
Right. Does he stay completely healthy, or do you need what I think right now would be Will Grier versus potentially Joe Milton, depending on where his how far he comes along in terms of the processing and things like that. So which one are you going to settle?
I would say confident.
Confident. Okay. All right. When it comes to
you?
I
Hear you say excited. Come on, homer it up to start.
Confident. I know I was actually confident or uncertain because I don't know what Dak's health is going to be like. This is a year to like kind of make or break. Does he have a health issue moving forward?
I'm confident for 13 games.
You mentioned the things around him and the addition of George Pickens. This was Dak yesterday talking about his impression of George Pickens to this point.
Yeah, I don't think that's why you should ever really listen to what somebody else says about somebody. I think you should judge everyone from, not judge, but find out for yourself who they are and allow them to reveal their character to you. The guy's been great. He's been phenomenal. He's a guy that loves football, loves his teammates. He's been excited every day that he's been there. He's been early. So no concerns on the personal matters of GP and anything about it. Just super excited that he's on our team. He's one of us, and he's a brother, and it's just about continuing to grow and making sure that we're putting the best out there, and that's his approach.
Great answer.
Hit it out of the park.
But it doesn't hold a lot of weight. There's been no incompletion that matters. There's been no miscommunication.
None.
There's been no thought in George's mind right now about getting paid.
No sideline issues.
All this sounds all nice and sweet until the bullets are live.
Which is why this does not reflect. This right here does not reflect on we were wrong about George Pickens. This can only be graded on the how is Dak's political game? Is it sharp right now? Is he giving the right answer? Because there's a way to mess up that answer.
Yeah.
And
George could have come in initially, like, you meet people in life who are immediate jackasses.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to find out about them. You know it. So at least George, according to Dak, is checking all the boxes.
All right, we're doing the confidence meter in the Cowboys position groups as they head off to their off-season vacation before training camp here in about 6 weeks in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing. Check them out at dmautoleasing.com. Chop, we'll start with you here on the running back group, which is Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams. And then behind that, you've got Deuce Vaughn, and then the drafted players Jaden Blue and Phil Maffa.
I'm uncertain. And the uncertainty has nothing to do with the running backs. It has to do with the offensive line. I like Jaden Blue. I'm excited about Jaden Blue. I'm excited about seeing what he has. I'm not very excited about Miles Sanders.
Man, Bobby didn't hype you up on Miles Sanders the past 2 weeks?
No. No. You cannot hype me up on a running back on his third team.
Okay.
That means he's been in the league too long.
Sean?
So I'm uncertain because I think by the end of the year, Blue will be the best running back on this team. By the end of the year, he might be right away just because he has the freshest legs.
Concerned. I'll be a little more negative. Uncertain is kind of like concerned, but I was really concerned, and I may have even said doomed last year, and Rico finished strong. But I'll go concerned and leaving room to change to uncertain.
Yeah, I would. I'm going to put myself at uncertain right now because, I mean, they got a guy they liked, Blue. I think Sanders has looked good. Brian Schottenheimer had a lot of really high praise for Javonte Williams yesterday in terms of the way he practices. He talked about, he said, thank you for reminding me. He said, I need to ask him. He said, because it's been sticking out to me. I need to ask him who taught him how to practice. Because it's very clear somebody taught him how to handle himself and how to go through certain logistics. So I'm on uncertain, though, but I've trended up a little. I probably was concerned. All right, we are doing the breakdown of the position groups for the Cowboys and the confidence level heading into training camp. I'm going to group together the tight ends and the receivers for pass catchers. So we've got the, obviously, Pickens addition in there. You've got Ferguson, who was down last year, is looking for a bounce-back season. Brevin Spanford and Schoonmaker in the tight end room. But you've got all the receivers behind that. Mingo, Tolbert, Turpin, that little collection of guys who were trying to fit in as the two who ended up bumping now for a competition for three. How do you feel, Sean?
Including the tight ends, dragged that down. That was an attempt for you to drag that down a little bit for me. Otherwise, it was going to be easy excitement. But
okay.
I'll keep it at excited. I'm excited for George Pickens. I'm excited to see what Pickens does for Lamb. I'm excited for Turpin because one of the observations yesterday from practice was Brian Schottenheimer playing around with a bunch of different combinations, cross-training. Turpin work at running back. Deuce Vaughn work at receiver. Hunter Lipke work at tight end. So, including the tight ends did not help or excite me, but I'll stay at excited.
Okay, Chop, where do you fall down on this one for the pass, Captain?
And I was terrified before the move. Not doomed, terrified before the trade.
Before the Pickens trade? I'm pretty excited about it. Pickens is a good player. Obviously, we know what Lamb is. I still think Ferguson is. I'm not worried about last year. I'm not worried about that because Dak wasn't there for half the year, so I don't think you can use any of their numbers. So, yeah, there's excitement. This is still a good offense. Like the idea that this is a bad offense. No. This offense is going to put up 26, 27 a game.
We've heard a lot about scheme changes. Pickens was a big part of the personnel additions. Dak was asked yesterday, all right, outside of scheme, what is your outlook for the personnel changes that have occurred?
The changes we've made, and not just offense, but defense as well. Bringing in people, I mean, obviously what George adds really opens up all those other receivers, right? Some of the guys we're looking for, who's going to be the two. I mean, I think it just gives them a little safety net in the sense to go earn and just to go play free and go make a huge jump. Guys like Mingo and Tolbert and, the way the backs have approached this thing, I'm super excited. I mean, I know we've made some changes, as you said, personnel, and then the scheme. That'll just come with it. I think Shotty's done a good job with this minicamp of putting guys in the right places, putting guys in space, and allowing guys to see how he's going to use them.
And I am, while you three are excited when you include Dak Prescott, saying I'm excited to see it, I'm going to go confident. And even if it was outside, if you took the tight end group away, I would still be confident in the receivers. It's still it is a 3-receiver league. I don't know what the third receiver is going to look like. And Pickens does need to show, like, hey, I've got to prove some things here in terms of my stability with the organization. And then we'll do the offensive line here last. We'll pick up with the defense next week. Offensive line, are you excited, Sean Sharif, confident, uncertain, concerned, or they're doomed?
I'm excited, but my second answer would be uncertain. It's easy to say uncertain, but look, man, we got 3 first-round young picks together in Guyton, Booker, and Smith. That should produce a bunch of stud offensive line play. So I don't know if it's going to work. In a lot of these answers, I would like to be confident above all else. Excitement is nothing certain. Confident has more certainty. But I'm excited, but I'm leaving open a lot of room to be uncertain or concerned if Guyton plays like he did, if Booker has a Guyton-type rookie season, what's going to happen with Steele. There's a lot of question marks, but I'm excited right now because of the pedigree.
Yeah, I'm excited with a dash of concern. Got to have it. Got to have a dash of concern in there because this thing could blow up. But I'm excited because it's the same formula, essentially, that they used with the previous one. Let's just keep stockpiling first-round draft picks on an offensive line, and let's go. And that's exactly the formula they used for the last 10 years.
Excited. I think both the tackles are going to be a lot better. And I think that the floor for Tyler Booker is a better player than what Zach Martin was giving you last year.
Below D-Belt with our insider Bobby Belt on the home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. Let's hook you up with an early Father's Day gift, our final Luke Bryan ticket giveaway of the week, and our brand new segment, Worst Take of the Week. Is it the Cooper Flag comparison, Zach Wolchuk, or Peyton Russell, who has no idea what I'm talking about? Worst take after...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
What are you Cinnamon sisters?
Hazel lady.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg lady?
Sweet Club?
No. You said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it someone for?
NFC Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
It is time for Worst Take, a brand new segment that Bobby Bell created here on 105.3 The Fan. Nominations always open throughout the week on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. And Peyton will make sure before the segment is done that we give away the Luke Bryan tickets to finish up your week. So it is happening in the next 15 minutes here on Sean and RJ. Thank you for being a Tolo. Let's get to the submissions.
All right, so per usual, these can be tweets, these can be articles, these can be decisions. These can, in the instance of somebody like Zach Wolchuk, just be a complete inability to prep for your own segment, to just think you could freewheel something. So we're going to get to all these, and these can be things that we've referenced already during the week or stuff that this is the first time we've brought into the air, and that's what we've got with the first one here. Are you guys familiar with Chuck Klosterman?
I know that name.
No.
So Chuck Klosterman used to be a big Page 2 contributor around the era when Bill Simmons was over at ESPN. So it was these really long form pieces, with analysis of sports and, a lot of times would work in pop culture and things like that. He went over to Grantland with Bill. He's done some stuff at The Ringer. So he was on a podcast and they were talking about Cooper Flagg. And this may be a dual worst take, depending on if you don't like Simmons's comparison either. But this dude, Chuck Klosterman, gave the most unique and probably worst comparison I've heard yet for Cooper Flagg.
What is your highly specific Cooper Flagg prediction? I think he's going to have a career like Detlef Schrempf.
Detlef Schrempf. Okay, let's hear it.
I think he's going to be a very good player for a lot of years. Schrempf, I think, made All-NBA once. I think he was a third-team All-NBA once, but a few All-Star games. But I don't know if I don't see him as a dominating player. I think that he will be the second best player on a good team or the third best player on a great team. I mean, I like him as a player, but nothing I saw to me, not that I'm an expert or anything, but made me think like he is going to be, unstoppable. I think he's just going to be very good.
I think KG, even though he doesn't have the same height KG has, I think that's the best comparison because of his competitiveness, which is what he's similar to KG. He's just a maniac. Like all the guy wants to do is win, and every single practice, every drill, he's just like KG was. He just has to dominate everything. And those guys usually are absolute beasts in the NBA.
What's pretty stunning to me about this is, and I'm not going to kill it as much as you think, Bobby. There's two ways to do comparisons. The one that 98% of us do is stylistically.
Right.
Whose game does it look like? Not just...
Or racially, actually, they do that too.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what he did here, it felt like.
Well, the other way to do it, which these guys both did, is just talk about impact. Right? I'm like, when you say Kevin Garnett, I got to think of a 6'10", all-around defensive stopper who can guard 5 positions. Cooper Flagg's not Kevin Garnett's size, or even 7 foot. Detlef Schrempf, he's just talking about Detlef Schrempf being a 19-9-6 good player, nothing great. So I'm not gonna vote for this, but I am taken aback by them not doing the comparison the way that we all do it in sports. Like, whose game does he remind you of, not his impact?
All right, look, Detlef Schrempf, he had 11 straight years where he averaged 15 points or more. I'll sign up for that.
Where did the Orebor cap? 19. It's not like it was a very clear
still,
window.
There's nothing wrong with averaging 19 points a game.
Yeah,
there's like that. That's a really good player.
Peyton, do you have any idea who Detlef Schrempf is?
Was he a former Maverick?
Yeah, he was.
As
a matter of fact, he was.
He actually was. He was drafted by the Mavericks.
8th overall.
But to say,
like Detlef Schrempf had no handles like Cooper Flagg. I don't think
totally
Detlef
different. Style of play is totally different.
Yeah.
If you say that's who he becomes, like,
right?
Like
his numbers.
I mean, look, I don't care. I don't care where you're drafted. You're signing up for the bulk of your career being around 17 and 7 a night.
Yeah, but it would be disappointing.
It'd be disappointing, but it wouldn't. I wouldn't call it a failure.
Oh, I think most people would.
Yeah, but a failure is
a disappointment, not failure. Disappointment.
Yeah.
He's a disappointing player, which I think for a lot of people they want either hit your stuff or there's just no in between for them. I think the only thing here though is he also says he's like Detlef Schrempf. He'll be like a really good number 2 on your team. It's like Schrempf was never even the number 2 on any of his teams. He won 6th man of the year twice.
Yeah.
And on Seattle when he finally started, it was Kemp and Payton.
GP.
And so I don't know. I thought this one was really bad, but I understand where you're coming from on this. Submission number 2 is of course the one that RJ Choppy had last hour, which is he's just furious still over the Tim Tebow stuff.
This is Brad Crawford, CBS Sports. They did the 25 most dynamic players of the past 25 years of college football. And your names on it that you obviously you know them all, from Reggie Bush to Cam Newton to Johnny Manziel to Vince Young to Adrian Peterson. But in the 25 names, again, this is just your career had to be from the year 2000 on. So guys like Michael Vick, not on there, right? But in that 25 years, to say that Tim Tebow was not one of the 25 most dynamic players of that quarter century, who is the all-time touchdowns leader, rushing touchdowns leader of any position, and is the only one to have 20 TDs and 20 pass TDs and rush TDs in a single season, and still holds the record for most consecutive games with both a pass and rush TD. Oh, by the way, a Heisman Trophy. Oh, by the way, a national championship. I don't know how you could say he's not one of the 25 most dynamic players of the last quarter.
This is pretty bad. This is very bad.
I'd like to play devil's advocate on it. I can't because I don't understand what they even meant by the list.
The devil would be scared to even go near Tim Tebow.
Like if you like, it looked like they were building 3 different lists, which is what they often do, where they're just throwing out names. It's like, okay, I can't keep up with how you're even defining this. So yeah, all right. If you were gonna say dynamic, well, no, he's not really. He was kind of a more bigger built tank of player. Well, you also had Cam Newton and Vince Young on there, so I don't know. I don't know how you're defining this. That one was pretty bad. That's a pretty leading contender here. I think the next 2 have a good shot to topple both of them though, because we like beating up on people. We're toxic here. We like beating up on our teammates a little bit.
Yeah.
And pointing out when they screw things up. It's like we got the baseball show a record. Broadus is the football scouting show. Gavin Dawson has termed us the most toxic show on the station.
Yeah.
And we're going to take a look first at Zach Wolchuk. Now, Zach Wolchuk likes to do his top 10 segments and break down whatever the thing of the day is. Man, he bungled his segment the other day. He's getting nominated for just not knowing how to prep for his segment when he decided to ask the guys there and just could not keep straight in this montage that you'll hear. Who are the 11 teams with the most appearances in the College World Series?
Would Arizona be up there?
Arizona. No, Arizona's not. They are. Yep, Arizona's one of the top 11. Did you guess Cal State?
Cal State Fullerton?
Yeah, Cal State's on here.
We didn't get that one.
Yep, Cal State's on here.
Are you talking about the most?
Just appearances.
Just overall?
Just appearances.
USC.
Total. USC does, yeah. But there is one former Pac-12 that's now Big Ten. They're a big program. Not Oregon.
They only got good recently.
It's not Nebraska.
And I don't know how good they've been recently.
Cal's ACC.
USC?
It's USC.
Okay.
Yeah, the fighting Jared
Didn't I
Sandwich.
say USC?
Did you say USC?
Right off the
I don't know
jump.
if you did.
I did rough.
He's just 3 of the 11 teams. He didn't know if they got him right. Literally over a quarter of his list, he couldn't keep track of all the. This is bad. I was listening to this in the car. I was like, "Holy cow! I'm cutting this up. This is so bad."
It can be in.
Sammy.
It can be in. Oh man! Let me hear that one more time. Those giggles.
Hey, Bobby.
I got you, Sammy.
This can be a nominee, but it cannot win. Not with the brain farts that happen at this radio station and on this morning show from multiple people, multiple times a week. So this cannot be the ultimate loser.
Not the ultimate loser. Interesting about USC. They have the most College World Series titles of any team. They got 12. Yet they haven't made it to Omaha since 01.
Brett Boone probably telling them how to hit. Kidding, Brett.
To me, it's for a show that likes to beat up on Broadus for repeating segments or for getting things.
Yeah.
Boy, Zach couldn't even keep handle of a list that was directly in front of him.
That's right.
And it's like, come on, how hard was it to remember 11 teams that were on there? Why did you even need to reference the list? You should have known already. Now, submission 4 is a piece you got, and I just sent it to Peyton so that Peyton didn't have time to preview it.
All right, so I think this was after a firehouse, and Atolo hit me up in the Instagram DMs and said, I taught Peyton Russell. All right, we had Nate Wood, the great Nate Wood out there, Mansfield High, teaching a lot of current and future Tolos, and he said, I have some audio of Peyton that I'd like to send to you. I still have not listened to it. I immediately sent it to Bobby. Is there anything have you already? I'm guessing you've already listened to it.
No, I have not. I pulled it up, so I hope there's no cussing or anything in it.
What teacher would this be?
Brian Toomey. He was because I did a sports broadcasting class, like a career tech academy we had in high school. So I think this was my sophomore year.
Yeah.
There were 2 levels of it, level 1, level 2, and so he taught me both. He's the GOAT.
Oh, okay. So nice things to say.
So this is what this is basically is he sent a few different files, very short clips of promos or things like that. So this is a montage of the audio.
This is high school?
Yes.
Okay, now remember, I was a possible future country music DJ way back in my day, but the worst take submission here is hip hop Peyton.
Oh no.
There's what's Kevin Harlan? Kevin Harlan changed, or not Kevin Harlan, was it who changed his voice over time? Lost his accent, his New York accent, the announcer.
It was not Vasgersian. It was he's on the
Burkhart. How he changed his voice over time. Let's see if this sounds like the way Peyton Russell talks to us today.
This is Peyton, the producer of Hang Time. I'm in the studio, and we're ripping through your radio on 99.9 The Wild.
Pepe, you better hit me with them hot raps, yo.
Whoa, no, man, I'm not a rapper. I rap.
I thought you were a rapper, man. What?
But this is 99.99.9 The Wild.
Ripping through your radio.
Yo, this is Peyton in the studio on 99.9 The Wild, ripping through your radio.
Hold up, did they call you Pay back then?
They did.
Someone created my nickname before me? What do you think of that, Choppy?
This is so wildly uncomfortable. This is so wildly.
This is 10th grade, by the way. 10th grade, okay?
Nah, fam. I'm not a rapper.
Nah, fam.
In your studio.
There were too many numbers on that list.
Studio.
I think I did like 5 letters.
Rockwall's most wanted over here.
Were you in charge of editing these, by the way?
Probably.
Because there's no way that the numbers, the call sign for the station is 99.99.995. The whatever. You gave like 8 numbers.
Maybe that was some edit. I don't know. Maybe Ryan Toomey was pulling my leg on that one. I don't know. But yeah, so they were like, because I remember now doing this. First of all, listen, I was like, what? When was this? But yeah, so I remember doing this, and they said have more personality. Don't just be monotone with this. I was like, okay, let me have some slang to it a little bit, some culture, and well, it backfired.
Let me hear it one more time.
This is so good.
This is Peyton, the producer of Hang Time. I'm in the studio, and we're ripping through your radio on 99.9 The Wild.
Pepe, you better hit me with them hot raps, yo.
Whoa, no, man, I'm not a rapper. I rap.
I thought you were a rapper, man. What?
But this is 99.99.9 The Wild.
Ripping through your radio.
Yo, this is Peyton in the studio on 99.9 The Wild, ripping through your radio.
There it is. Vote.
What a line, though, ripping through your radio.
What a line. 877-881-1053. Worst take of the week. And while you're submitting it on the Franklin & Franklin Injury Attorney text line, that's also the number to call to win these.
Hey, I'm a little drunk on you and high on summertime.
All right, Tolos, we're ripping through your radio here. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets. See Luke Bryan on Friday, June 20th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Who is it, Bobby?
Okay, we've gotten submissions. We got answers for everybody here, but yeah, the winner is just in a runaway. It looks like it's Peyton Russell.
Peyton Russell for worst take is trying to be.
I would have voted for Zach personally. I thought Zach screwed it up.
No, Zach is listening. He texted me, "Thanks for the life raft," even though he rejected the Indian food I made for him this week. So Peyton Russell, worst take here on DFW Sports Station. We got some weight jokes being made inside the NFC East. Is Dan Quinn letting wide receivers eat a little bit too much in D.C.? The Red Zone for your football fix is after this. But there's no such thing.
lower-fee product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
This is the Red Zone, a.k.a. your football fix here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, R.J. Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell. One thing we did not expand on yesterday was this Netflix release. We didn't really talk about it as much as I wanted to. I'm a little surprised over the description of this special focusing on Jerry Jones and America's Team. It's titled America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys. And it's set to be released on August 19th. And the photo is Aikman, Emmett, Irvin, Dion. I thought we were kind of like following Jerry around today. And it says, a man who bet it all, a series of calculated risks, a team meticulously designed for greatness. This is the definitive story of the Cowboys and Jerry's impact on NFL history. What began as a daring purchase, intrepid business moves, first-hand interviews, never before seen footage. This series unravels the dramatic twists and turns on the road to the Cowboys becoming the most valuable sports franchise in the world. So how much of this is a history lesson versus present day?
Sounds very historical.
What we could talk about with today's team.
I think it's just the whole trajectory. So I think it's...
And is this footage that he held like MJ with The Last Dance?
So it's 10 parts, I believe, right? Doesn't say it's 10, 8 to 10, something like it's 8 or 10 episodes. So I think the structure of this is, here's the foundation, here's how we got and then probably the back end of it is like, because they're going to need, in order to tell the angle of Jimmy going in the Ring of Honor, they're probably going to need to, in order to tell that present day story, they're going to need to tell everything behind it. And so I'd imagine this is just a full-fledged bio that they're doing. I know there have been some players, some old players around the facility in recent months who have been there to do stuff with this. And so it's definitely partially a history lesson. I think it's just a full, here's the timeline of Jerry Jones.
What's your anticipation or excitement level for it? We obviously have to watch it for work and play, and we'll play all the clips and all that. But I don't... Unless you're going to give me...
If it's a history lesson...
3 to 5 new stories, I don't care about reliving all that again.
If it's just a history lesson, like I'm sure there's you buy the DVD from 20 years ago, and it's the same thing, because nothing's happened in the last 20 years. If it's that's not that compelling.
Will it be stories that are not new to us, but are to the country?
No, I think I've never known Jerry to
not deliver.
I've never known Jerry to mess up a moment and to be given 8, 10
except
episodes,
for NFL season,
to be given 8 to 10 episodes to make an impact.
Yeah,
I'm certain he's going to have stuff in here that we're going to be like, did not know that, or did not expect that, or can't believe they showed that. I think
I'm at like a 7.5 out of 10 excitement.
I'm excited. I bet we get days worth of stuff out of this. I bet we're doing it for an extended period, and like not just that. Just like,
I agree. That doesn't mean
like I don't think we're gonna have any idea how to sort through like the episodes. I think we're gonna basically feel like we're basically just playing the whole episode on the air. Like I think that's what it's gonna be, because I think all of it's going to be compelling, because I think he knows this is his moment to. This is going to be his. Essentially, this is the story of Jerry Jones. This is the official biography that he's going to want to make sure that everything you're going to know exactly what I'm all about, and what he's all about is big and the show and that flash. And so I think that's what we're getting.
All right, we move on to the latest in Don't Look This Up. NFL merchandise winners.
Oh, baby, let's do it.
Who is crushing the game when it comes to popularity in the National Football League? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 to see if you can guess. And by the way, Peyton, he did run away and win worst take of the week.
Yep.
Nice.
Number one.
Let's
NFL
go with
merch.
Patrick Mahomes.
That's an easy one. Let's go with I'll just say for sake Lamar.
0 for 2.
Saquon
Barkley. He ends up number 1. Newer.
Yeah.
Everyone going crazy. Sports passionate fan base and city. Number 2 is Mahomes.
Okay.
Number 3.
Oh, so that's not Lamar. Let's go with Josh Allen.
No.
Let's go with Caleb Williams.
No. You can guess as well, Pepe.
Jalen Hurts.
Good job. Jalen Hurts, number 3. Why did you think it'd be Hurts, W.I. Payton?
Because they threw in 2 guesses that I would have guessed, and then the process of elimination.
All right, number 4 has not been named. If they were named, I already would have said it.
Micah.
No.
Dak. Go ahead.
No. But keep it in the division. You go.
Jaden Daniels. Damn it. I'm saying it as you said you go.
Jaden Daniels.
Rob Payton of his good job, Peyton. Rob Payton of his moment. Number 5. So a lot of NFC East in there. Number 5 is in the AFC.
Joe Burr.
Joe Burr?
Well,
Joe Burr.
Joe Burr.
No.
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burr. AFC.
Lamar.
No. And kind of local.
CJ.
Oh, Myles Garrett.
CJ, you might just want to shut off your mic. I mean, you're getting destroyed. No, I think Miles is probably crushing it in China right now or wherever his girlfriend's from.
China.
CJ is number 5. Josh Allen is 6. Number 7, NFC. Relatively younger dude. Defensive player.
Defensive player.
Nick Bosa.
I was going to say Bosa.
No. A sometime guest on this show would be happy.
Oh, my God.
Dallas Star.
Oh, so Aiden Hutchinson?
Yeah, Aiden Hutchinson, number 7. Number 8. Don't stray too far.
Goff.
No.
Justin Jefferson.
Same team.
Jameer.
Amon-Ra.
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 At number 8. Micah Parsons, 9. Justin Jefferson, 10. Number 11, an old head who was attending a hockey game last night.
Travis Kelce.
Travis Kelce, number 11.
Boy, they just popped up out of nowhere. I was like, is he a Panthers fan?
I'll just give away the rest of the list. Number 12 is Jordan Love, then Caleb, then Burrow, then McCaffrey, TJ Watt, CeeDee Lamb at 17, Lamar at 18. Brock Purdy, 19, Jahmyr Gibbs, number 20. This is the merchandise sales leaders in the National Football League.
Man, I can't. I don't think I ever would have imagined a time where there would be 3 Detroit Lions in the top 19.
Yep.
And no quarterback. The quarterback isn't one of them.
Cleveland failed to crack the top 50. 3 Steelers finished in the top 50.
Where was the next Dallas player after Micah?
I don't know.
Okay, I mean, because I assume I don't know.
I said Lamb, didn't I?
Yeah, but I just didn't know.
Zach.
I just didn't know which number he was. That's why I said, where's the next one?
Number
after
17.
17. Okay, so I would guess Pickens is going to be up this list as the year goes on. I would assume.
Oh, I'm not buying one yet.
No, not.
I gotta wait for that extension.
But I think fans will. I think fans will jump. I bet by the next list we're going to see he's in the top 20 somewhere of like, ooh, new Cowboys merch, because the Cowboys haven't gotten like a new fun toy in a while.
877-881-1053. Well, the jersey size and sale for Deebo Samuel looks to be an XXXL after this Washington Commanders footage.
Yep. Time for our daily off-season segment called Weight Watchers, whether it's about Luka losing it, Deebo Samuel packing it on, but there is some video footage of him running. Now, George Kittle came to his defense.
I saw a belly.
And he came to his defense. And George's not even his teammate anymore, but he went right back at your boy ML Football and said, this is just called group install. He's just jogging. Look, I got to say.
What's that have to do with anything?
Well,
has nothing to do with anything.
He's always been a bowling ball anyway. He's never, he's always had that kind of bigger.
But what was
body.
the criticism? Was that he was out of shape and slow, or that he looked big?
Well, I'll show you.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it, but I'm saying, what criticism are we tackling there then? Because that sounds like just he's slow. Yeah, I'm saying, so him saying it's group install, he's not supposed to be running. That sounds like.
Yeah, to me.
That's what I said. It's an irrelevant point.
To me, I'm looking at this and I don't necessarily see fat. I see slow here. It looks like he's lumbering to get to the speed.
He's bigger, dude.
Well, he's bigger. He's always been a bigger guy.
No, he's bigger than normal.
Yeah,
he is bigger than normal.
He looks big. The only thing I can't tell is that it looks like he's got the jersey and the undershirt. Although, I don't know, man. That one, there's 2 videos I'm seeing from yesterday, and the one the Commanders put out is the one where he looks pretty hefty to me. This was going viral yesterday. It said, Peyton's already seen it. It says, Deebo Samuel doesn't scare anybody anymore.
God.
Someone said,
Brock, man.
Someone said I didn't know Kelvin Benjamin was back in the league.
Damn,
man, watch him run. When you watch him run here, it looks like he is using every ounce of effort to get to that slow ass speed.
Yeah, and it's not the colors because they're similar to San Fran.
Yeah, they are.
I think the video I saw yesterday from. Let me see if I can find the picture of it.
Although I will say this video he kind of looks normal. Now again, I don't trust anything on Twitter, but Right there. He looks like regular Debo there.
See, that's the one where I'm looking at where I think he looks, when you look at him, I think when you pause it right there, he looks bulkier to me.
Yeah.
Like that looks like
He definitely looks like he's retaining water.
Yeah, he needs to go on a cleanse for like
Hey,
a week
by
or
the
so.
way, Luka looks good.
Does.
Luka Doncic looks good.
He's got that divorce body. He's trying to go back out to the bars and pick up something young and hot. That's what he looks like he's doing right now.
But
he got in shape.
RJ Choppy is still not buying.
I'm not buying it because it's not. It's just, we see this every year. So here he is in the gym, loading up some plates, doing some harness squat or belt squat or whatever. By the way, I really wish 24-Hour Fitness would have those. Because this is why I'm 2 inches shorter than my peak, is because the weight on there. But here he is working out, and like he does this every summer. And Luka's problem is the same problem that everybody has. It's not the working out; it's the food, man. It's the diet. You know, you work out 5 days a week, you gain weight. Why? Alcohol, brother. That's it. It's the alcohol. It's the fast food. It's the diet. What do they say, Bobby?
Liquid calories are
Abs
death.
made in the kitchen.
Oh.
That's right. It's not the diet. He can post all he wants. Change that diet, or he's still going to be the Pillsbury slow boy.
And right now he's got that diet in Europe, though.
Yeah, see? He's got that European diet. He needs to come back here. He gets back here. You know, we haven't banned red dye yet.
RFK hasn't
The
fixed
Maha hasn't taken effect yet.
Oh, okay.
Hasn't taken effect yet. You know, 2026.
He does look leaner. You can see it in the face. I always judge by the face.
You're coping here a little bit, I think. He looks. I don't think this does look like the previous ones. The previous ones we've seen in the past, we've always wondered, like, all right, is this an angle? Is this something? This is I think he looks like he's going like, I'll show you guys.
I hope.
I'm going to come in with the beach
he's right
bod.
because it'll just in your face, Nico. I hope so.
Red Zone right here on 105.3 The Fan to get your football fix on the home of America's team. We need to address the rumor that Bruce Bochy is going to retire with the KNC Masterpiece, who have Boch on weekly. We'll do it on the home of the Rangers next.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Megans?
Paprika?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hey, if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his 4th OT winner in the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
That sounds like choppy there at the end.
Yeah, well, I would very disappointed in that. I'm rooting for Florida.
Let me ask you a question.
Because of America?
Yeah.
Damn right.
I root for anything.
You're a Florida fan in the stands. Do you think that the Panthers have now just wasted your time? Like, you still had to go to work in the morning and everything, whereas the rush of the game tying goal with like 20 seconds left or whatever make it all worthwhile.
Younger me felt that way. My dad was big on that. He always felt like that. I wasted 6 months of my season watching this stupid team, and they didn't win. I used to feel that way. Now it's like, I got entertainment out of it. That was an entertaining game.
Is this having any case to be made as like the all-time best Stanley Cup final or N?
Yeah, I mean, I think it probably requires going 7, of course. I think it's in the mix. I mean, 3 of the first 4 games have been overtime games, and you've gotten 2 dramatic leaps to get to overtime with the extra attacker scoring. It's been phenomenal. And like, you watch this series and there's no doubt that the correct 2 teams made it through, and they are by far the best 2 teams.
By the way, this would, real quick, Corey, sorry, this would be an RJ Choppy call.
Inside Hairston! Oh, how I met your mother! Legends will swing it outside. Atkinson! But Hairston! Son of Jarrell!
That Superman thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Too.
Back to you, Corey.
Oh, I was just going to say hockey overtime, it's just so sudden. Like, it just, the game's over now. Like, it's every other game, it seems like with baseball, you have if you score a run in the top of the inning, you still have the chance to score a run in the other.
Yeah.
And then the NBA, you got 5 minutes. Is it 5 minutes of overtime?
Well, the intermissions too at a hockey game are the absolute best.
Yeah.
But on TV, they're the absolute worst.
Yes, I was, because you have all that excitement of you just finished it off, and I was like, all right, let's go. Like, I'm ready to go. And they're like, hey, we need another 18, 19 minutes or whatever. Now, when you guys were doing your worst take segment, obviously I know my own worst take, but let me ask you this. Let's say somebody who used to work at the station tweeted out 1 minute before Edmonton scored their goal, Edmonton looks really slow in this overtime. Could be problems for them.
No comprende.
No, it was not my. There's no way he was watching that live.
Joey Erickson.
That is Joey Erickson.
You gotta throw your own guy under the bus.
Who is tremendous, but I think he should have left his tweet up that said they look really slow. And
he deleted it?
Yeah.
Oh, Joey.
Joey, you can't.
That's a little soft.
He's got to give his award back.
Yeah, you can't.
He just he won Broadcaster of the Year for the NAHL this year.
Yeah.
So he's got to give it back now. He's deleting tweets.
That was an otter. That's a soft move. Soft goal right there.
Soft goal.
From Joey. All right, let's turn to the experts, the hosts of the Bruce Bochy Show every single week on this radio station. Corey Majors, your immediate reaction to John Heyman, former GM, who is Mike Bassick's favorite, writing in his latest column. There's
Jim
a lot
Bowden.
Jim Bowden. I'm sorry. Who did I say?
John Heyman.
I was like,
John
was
Heyman. That's Bobby's favorite.
Yeah, he's got me blocked.
He hates Jim Bowden, right?
Why?
Yes.
Why are you blocked by John Heyman? I'm sorry.
Because I tweeted some really nasty things at him when he was going through the Cliff Lee reporting 15 years ago.
Twitter existed? I don't think Bassick loves Bowden, but he wrote...
He does not.
Or
He
Bowden.
despises him.
There's a lot of buzz in the industry that Brian Snitker and Bruce Bochy could retire at season's end. Both are classy people, impressive track records, been great. Disappointing that both of the teams might look to sell at this year's deadline. That said, I would never bet against either one of those, blah, 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 the way they manage. Have y'all thought about this this year? His contract does expire end of the season.
Yeah, we talked about it in year one on the run to the World Series. And that was he might only be here for 3 years. That was the discussion that we had, and that's why Chris Young is so adamant that we got to do something right now. Because I promised this guy I was going to give him every possibility to win maybe 3 World Series. So I have to go get every player I can to give to him, because to get him out of retirement, I had to tell him it wouldn't just be we're going to go out there and kind of roll a team out there.
I want to see if Bobby's interview judgment from y'all's show matches up with reality of what you hear when it comes to Boch's energy or tone.
Okay.
I think Boch sounds tired. I think Boch has sounded significantly more just this year.
Well, it's a year and a half of not good baseball.
Yeah. But has he sounded more tired or the same? Because I was like, I don't catch the full thing every week, but I'm like, isn't that just his delivery?
I think there's a difference between just slow and
I think you're right,
folks, and then just exhausted.
No, I think Bobby is right.
Screw you.
I would say it's 12 to 15% more tired sounding is what I would classify it with. By the way, I think that's one of the reasons Schumacher jumped over here, is because he was like, ooh, that opportunity for not a troublesome franchise is available.
Oh, you mean you think it's better than the Marlins?
Yes. I don't feel like that's the boldest statement in the world. But I wonder if
that's a show of record.
I wonder if they had that conversation and they're like, one more year.
100%.
And so I'm not surprised to hear that.
Let's go around the room for Father's Day plans and let us know what you're getting into on the fan text 877-881-1053. How are you being honored?
That's a good question. All I know is, church that morning, and then I'm not really sure. I guess I'm kind of to the point where I would not mind being honored by just being left alone.
Well, that's the usual number one request.
Yeah. Okay, then that.
And do you think that women are willing to go ahead and just say, okay, deal? Or is it, no, it's still a family day and we need to do something? Are they going to grant your request?
Washington.
Are they going to grant your request?
I think my wife would.
Well, would you actually say that?
Sure.
And what does that mean?
She knows you like your alone time.
Correct.
You go to another room for how long? Or you leave the house? Or they leave the house?
I would prefer if they went to another room.
And what's your room?
It's my day. The living room, because I have the most space and I can do the things that I want and everything like that. I would prefer if they went elsewhere and I still had my space.
Corey?
Got to call Dad. Got to have about an hour conversation with Dad. Yeah, sorry about that, Chop.
You said you already forgot about it.
I did. I don't know. What was his name?
Probably wouldn't have called him.
And then, so Lucy told me yesterday, I can't wait to celebrate you on Sunday. And I was like, why don't you celebrate me every day, Lucy?
Oh, gosh, Corey.
Oh, man.
That's when she really started to think, and she gave me a big hug. So I got what I wanted out of that.
It's not a
Emotional manipulation's awesome.
Yeah.
Do y'all share an Amazon account with your significant other? Do y'all just have one?
Yeah.
Or do y'all have your own?
I think I definitely have my own. I don't know whether she uses
We have
it.
shared one.
Yeah, we have separate ones.
I saw all the presents. And they're good.
Multiple?
Did you go searching for that reason?
No, I went to go.
What were you shopping for? Prove it.
Something arrived at the house, and I went to go see what our orders were to see what was there. And then I was like, oh, crap. And I saw all of them. Should I have scrolled? No, I did. That's what Flula said, don't scroll.
Never scroll.
But I did. So I'm pretty happy about that. But
Did they know before you just said it right now on 100,000 watts?
No, they didn't know. But Avery sometimes does. Okay. But he's watching Lucy right now. I just want to lay at the pool. Just want to hang out at the pool. Ooh. Start getting the tan ready for the beach.
Base tan.
Got to get a little base going. So that's my plan. And I don't want to play games in the pool. I want to hang out at the pool and just relax for the whole day.
Are we good this weekend weather-wise?
I think we're better than we were the last couple of days.
Yeah.
It might get a little rain, but it's apparently better than
Man, you should be a meteorologist. It's not going to be 24/7 downpour.
No.
I think we're a little better off.
Hey, we got baseball in
Last
yesterday
week
somehow.
when I looked, it said 53%, and now I think it was down like 23%. So and cloudy. So that feels like a decent day.
Bobby, what are you doing for Sunday, which is also your birthday? Hey! Bobby does this fake bit where he loves attention every other moment of the day, but he hates his birthday attention. He doesn't want anyone to acknowledge it. So if you really have it in for Bobby Belt, figure out how to message him, send him something, acknowledgement on all the socials, because he says he absolutely hates it.
Hopefully nothing. Hopefully we do nothing. I don't know. I'm probably just going to do whatever I'm told to do. So that'll be
on your birthday.
So defeated
because it's also Father's Day, and I can successfully get them to block my birthday. I can't successfully get the girl like
if your birthday was not on Father's Day, would you be willing to celebrate Father's Day?
I have to because that's become a thing lately where the girls have gotten worked up when I don't want to do anything, and
Have you told them you want tangible gifts that cost money?
No.
As opposed to this handmade nonsense?
No. I have not said that. Although they usually do get something. They'll usually go to the store and just like, Mom, take us. But like, yeah, Kristen has beaten me over the head with this of like, you just can't take that.
Will it be two separate celebrations or everything into one?
I told Kristen I didn't want my birthday acknowledged. We can do Father's Day. I don't want my birthday acknowledged.
And what is this feeling? Why?
I just think it's weird. I don't like that. Like to me, it's like birthdays are not a big deal. It's just like a passage of time or whatever. I think it's odd. I just think it's weird to recognize and be like, oh, let's make this big deal out of it. Like, let's be overly nice towards you. And it's like, I just please, like, it just.
Do you
feels,
celebrate Christmas?
Yeah.
Is that not the same exact thing?
No, literally, Christmas is not a recognition of. It's year 8.
It's the same date every year.
No.
It's literally a birthday.
No,
for the Lord.
Christmas is literally not.
Maybe not literally, but
Christmas is literally not an observance of the passage of time. Your birthday is.
It literally is a passage of time.
It's Jesus' birthday, kind of.
It's the same day every year. It just shows another year is here.
Yeah.
How are you not understanding like measurement versus like observance? Like a birthday is a measurement of your time. You're 34. You're 35. You're 36.
Christmas.
What Christmas is this, Chop? Huh? What year will this Christmas be?
400
in the history
million.
of Christmas.
You really should be able to figure this out, Choppy. 2025. It's really not that. We rolled the clock over and everything.
That may or may not be true because it could have.
Look, there is a lot of speculation that it happened in actually 4 BC. I hear you.
July 4th. What like they will say this is how old America is. Nobody says that about Christmas.
249.
It's not the way we do it.
So you don't celebrate July 4th?
No, July 4th to me is like, it's not, I don't observe it in a day of like, happy birthday. It's like, oh, we're off. Like, that's how I do it.
What holidays do you observe?
New Year's?
Bastille Day? You do
Christmas, Thanksgiving. I don't know the joke.
I thought you just said no to Christmas.
No, I said Christmas to me. I will, because to me that's not it's not like a birthday. He's trying to say it's hypocritical to not observe my birthday, but to like observe Christmas.
Labor Day, Kevin. Labor Day. I
Oh,
celebrate
okay.
Labor. I'm a big Labor Day guy.
Okay. What if
yes.
it brings me joy to celebrate your birthday? Can I tell you happy
It's not
birthday?
yours.
Can I tell you?
It's not yours. It's mine. So it should
Okay,
be. It should
I'm
be for me.
asking.
This is the biggest fight Kristen and I ever got in was about my birthday.
So don't tell you happy
What
birthday.
is it? What's the bit I'm missing?
I'm
go
making
ahead.
it- I'm
You
making
can
a
say it.
video.
Spit it out.
No, I'm laughing at your biggest fight was over her.
Oh, it was no
to
because
acknowledge your birthday.
No, not to
You're
acknowledge
such
my
a self-sabotager.
No, not to acknowledge my
Do you
birthday.
acknowledge her birthday?
Not to acknowledge my birthday. She threw. Yeah, I do. Not to acknowledge my birthday. She threw a surprise party and like brought me somewhere, and that's where I was like, no, don't ever do this
Did
again.
you participate? Like fake it?
Yeah, a little bit. And then we got in the car and she was like, did you enjoy that? I said, no, I hated it. Don't ever do that again. And she got so mad. And she goes, this isn't about you. It's about the people who want to celebrate. And we got in this huge fight. It was bad. She still doesn't even like me referencing it.
Happy Father's Day, everyone!
All right.
The KNC
And happy birthday, Bobby.
And happy birthday, Bobby. KNC next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
What are you, Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, man, Corey Majors. And Corey, you did this so well last time. I'm going to put you to the test one more time. Who's running our board today, and what is his preferred first name?
Is it Jake?
Jake or Jacob. Yeah, either works.
See, Jacob. That's what he did last time. He said either way.
We still haven't settled this, though.
Is Jacob Rech is his name, right?
I'm
that works,
assuming
yeah.
You don't actually say your
How
last
do you
name
say
with
a
that
GH?
disgust in it.
It's Ray, like R-E-Y.
Jacob.
Bobby says Jacob is his preference.
Yeah.
Dude, if you want to be called something, I think Alec said Jake, and that's why I was like, oh, but I saw the emails that said Jacob Rech on it.
Are his preferred pronouns then
My
Jacob
government name
Jake?
is Jacob.
What's that?
Are his preferred pronouns Jacob Jake? Like, do you sign your emails like that and stuff?
No, should I start doing that?
Yes, you should.
I think so.
All right.
Hey,
Corey.
It's Friday.
All right.
We had a very short show yesterday.
We did. We got lots of content.
We were very serious yesterday. Last week, as the show started, I looked at you and said, I want to F around a lot today. And you said, deal.
Okay.
And we did. Oh, my gosh.
Right.
Now, the Tolos and the Twolos and the Yolos seem to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we're going to do Take a Load Off Friday today, though. But I do want to do a quality show that's also entertaining as we head into this weekend.
All right.
We got a busy Saturday. Tomorrow
That's
we're very
true.
busy.
That is true. All right. Well, let's put you to the test. See how much you want to joke around. Corey.
I said I don't want to joke around that much.
So you don't want to tell everybody what you really want for Father's Day?
Somebody texted in, and I can't read it either. So, but yeah, I agree with that person as well.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, what a vague and mysterious
That person
way
knows who they are.
to start the show. All right. We're going to talk about the Stars in just a second. But before we get to that, go ahead and give me cut number 7, because it looked like the series in the Stanley Cup Final was going to be tied 2-2, and there was less than 30 seconds left. Florida had pulled their goalie, and then this happened.
Into the neutral zone. Good help there from Janmark. Here's Kachuk. Moves it back in. Pickard. Now Kulak. Held in by Verhaeghe. Now across. Kachuk with it. Score!
So the goal scores, I think there's like 19-something seconds left. Sends it to overtime. Then, unfortunately, Corey, the person who you told us before the Stars series started that you remembered how much you hated hearing his name all the time. This man set the all-time NHL record for most overtime goals in a singular playoff run with 4. Let's go to cut number 6, Edmonton and Draisaitl for the win.
Buck pulls it. Cross-ice pass. Draisaitl throws it in. Score! Leon Draisaitl in overtime. The Edmonton Oilers tie the series 2 games apiece.
Now, this series has been tremendously exciting. I go back to the beginning of this game. One of the things that I had asked going into this was, do you think that maybe Florida has kind of taken it away from Edmonton, not only because they beat them down on the score, they beat them down on the ice, and at the end of the first period, it was 3-0.
I had said yesterday, Kevin, I'd said they'd suck the life out of them. There's no way Florida. I did your Oklahoma City take.
Yeah.
And then I looked right. I looked correct.
For sure.
To start that thing. And then the Edmonton coach did the unthinkable. How could he ever do this? He took his goalie out of a game in the Stanley Cup Final.
To be fair,
he's getting fired at the end. He should be fired now.
I mean, they won the game because the goalie they brought in played significantly better than the goalie they took out, unlike in the Stars game.
The team then also did rally behind that.
They did.
It woke them up.
And also, Skinner has been pulled numerous times throughout his playoff history. Okay.
Because he's not that good.
That's true. By the way,
only against us.
The money line in this, only against us.
He's the best.
He looks like freaking prime Patrick Waugh.
Give him the best.
The money line got as high as 10-1 yesterday. So if you jumped in on the second period and you're like, you know what? I'm going to bet on the Oilers. You could have gotten 10-1 on your money that they would have won that game.
Wow. Yeah, no, what really stinks too about Draisaitl is my grandfather's name was Melvin Leon. And so Leon's a name I like because that was my grandfather's name. But Draisaitl's first name is Leon, so I have to not like my grandpa now. But he's no longer with us.
Oh, well.
Salute, sir.
I don't know if all of those things are exactly how I would break it down, but I'm not going to tell you how to grandparent. Now,
I better not know how to grandparent yet. Ooh. Avery Carter. I'm going to leave it at that.
What if one of Jacob, how old are you?
21, about to turn 22.
Okay, man. That is somebody who's 21 because they made sure to also tell you they're about to turn 22.
Like 2 weeks away.
I like it.
I'm surprised he didn't say 21 3/4.
Yeah.
You know, like that's.
I think I'm more like the 6th, 7th kind of range now.
Okay, I like that specificity. Now, how would you react, Corey, if one of your children's present to you, one of the boys, was that you are going to be a grandfather?
Dude, every year Adrian tries to pull that stupid joke. Not the with Avery told me that he's having not that one. The one where she hands me the little picture, the sonogram picture. And she tried that for a long time and I was just like, no. I know better now.
Okay.
So how did this happen? But yeah, man, it's I would probably lose my damn mind at first.
Fair. I think that's very fair. All right. In the meantime,
dang it, I hadn't even thought about this.
Okay, well,
and now
okay, well, let's think about something else then. Okay. Give me cut number 8 because it's time for the Kevin Hagelin Dallas Stars fan survey.
And off the clock here in the third period. Rantanen again. Rantanen scores! Off the skate of Jerome's with such power and speed.
That's good. I don't know that part. So I've concocted this Dallas Stars fan survey, even though every year The Athletic does it. They do a great job, and it always fascinates me. Go ahead.
I would like to ask you a first question for this. For every good thing that Rantanen does, Mikko Rantanen that is, you also have this distinct feeling that he will disappear in big moments for times.
100%
Does that outweigh the amazing moment he had in Colorado? Or do you compartmentalize those things?
See, I think I can, and that's what makes him a top 20 player as opposed to a top 5 player. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because his highs are just as high as McDavid, Draisaitl, Makar, whoever else.
Some of theirs are more consistent.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
But then you see, and their lows or even their mediums are still like, okay, yeah, that's pretty good. Where Mikko's, I forgot he was on the team. And that's just what you're going to have to deal with.
Gotcha.
You're going to have some times when you forget that he's on the team. All right. So the Dallas Stars fan survey, feel free to connect with us as well on the Twitch, on the YouTube, on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. Question number 1. How did the Stars measure up to your expectations for the 2024-25 season? Your 3 options: exceeded expectations, met expectations, below expectations.
I'll say below because I did expect to be in this final. I expected to be there. They had, and the way they ended that season, and we talked about it the other day, the way the season after February kind of just was questionable for the rest of the way. That was one of those, and it almost seemed like the Stars really didn't want to be in the playoffs. You know, they were like, we don't think we can. And your team will tell you, right? Like, they know whether or not they believe if they're good. You also have to be, as the GM and coach or manager, have to figure out how to add elements to motivate them.
Look, man, I'm with you. I thought it was below expectations, and I'm sure that will make some people upset, but I'm going to stick with that. Did Pete DeBoer deserve to be fired? Now, this is a simple yes or no question.
Below expectations.
For the 817, I want to help people out. Oh, God, I didn't study. I didn't expect to take a test today. Good news. We're just asking the questions. You don't have to worry about the answers until later.
I just gave an answer, though.
Yeah, but you gave an answer that wasn't one of the options.
Okay.
Yes or no, did Pete DeBoer deserve to be fired?
Good question.
Thank you.
For the simple fact that he had 3 years to get over the hump and did not. I'm a fan of having a coach, having a player, winning it with somebody, but I understand the reason. So I will say yes.
I'll agree with you. Grade Jake Ottinger's season, including obviously the regular season and the postseason.
Yeah, I'll give him an A.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give him an A. Maybe a B plus, but an A.
Tell me why.
What's a B and 6/7?
I mean, that would probably be a B plus.
Okay, yeah. He was really good. He had more rest this year too, but he was right there as considered one of the top goalies in the league still. Didn't it feel like he started slow though? Am I wrong about that?
And so,
but it felt like by the end, like as things went along, he turned back into Otter.
I will give him a B because you referenced some slow points during the regular season. But look, if we're going to hold DeBoer's feet to the fire in terms of playoff success, Ottinger takes a certain amount of blame for that. There are some goals that you can definitely point out and be like, well, good job, team. But I'll still say he takes some of the blame, so I'll give him a B. Which position? I think I know where you're going to go.
I'm sorry, I left out the playoffs.
Yeah.
I went with regular season in that thought. I'll go B plus then. B and 6/7.
Okay. Which position would you like to see the Stars address most in free agency? Signing or trade?
Sign and trade.
Defense.
Defense.
Yeah, I want you to think about this. Obviously, I agree with you as well. 2 years ago, it was 95% defenseman in the athletic survey.
Oh, really?
Here we are 2 years later, and I would be willing to bet that once we get all the final votes, it's probably going to be really close to that.
Yeah. Did you put this on the KNC Facebook page?
Oh, no.
I think that's a great place for it.
I will.
Yeah, defense is still the thing. And that goes to what Jim Nill's love is. That's skill.
Yeah.
And if you have a skilled defensive player, he has two of them now. Harley and Miro, both very skilled offensive defensemen.
Yes.
But that is not necessarily how your team should be built. Although during the regular season, it's helpful. It's just during the playoffs, you need somebody that can put a shoulder into somebody.
Now, Corey, this is a two-part question, depending on how you answer part one. Would you re-sign Jamie Benn, and should he keep his captaincy? Assuming you do re-sign him. If you don't, then irrelevant.
This is fascinating to me.
Thank you.
To hear, I've heard multiple people say how much he's still revered across the league, and how other teams really look at him and think of him as one of those great leaders in this league. And these are important people, Jim Nill being one of them. And he's like, look, you can go out and find a different one, but it's still this guy, and we like this guy. So, and then the other day when we had Tiffin on, he's still revered across the league as one of those. You might not find a guy. Now, the price is going to be a huge factor.
Sure.
The captaincy, I can see if you do bring him back, letting him continue to have it for a couple more years. I agree with Tiffin on that of maybe finding that navigation there. But I would re-sign him, but that price is going to be a huge factor there.
I just answered no, so that then makes the second part of the question, at least for me, irrelevant. What, on a scale of 1 to 5, what is your confidence in the Stars front office?
Scale of 1 to 5?
Yes.
1 being the best? 5.
No! Come on!
1 being the worst?
1 is the worst. I hate it when they're like 1 being the worst, 10 being the best. We all know how the scale works.
Not really. I obviously. My confidence in them is 4.
Yeah.
Because they haven't found defense that is playoff useful.
Yes. I think, look, that's where I am as well. I understand if a lot of people vote 5. I'm going to say 4. I think Jim Nill has done a very good job getting us this far, but him, like so many other people in this organization, have never proven they can win a Stanley Cup on their own or like being the leader.
Yeah,
So
Otter has never won a Stanley
Yes.
Cup on his own.
Fact. And so, I mean, and that's why he doesn't get the perfect grade, because there was an obvious deficiency at defense and they didn't particularly go that direction. If you want to tell me Cody Ceci, I'm going to take a big fat pass on that. All right. How confident, same 1 to 5 scale, are you that the Stars will win a championship in the next 5 years?
1 to 5?
Yep.
2.
Ooh, okay.
I don't know who the coach is going to be.
Sure.
Now, the coach could totally change my mind.
Okay.
But I'm going to have to see that coach, Kevin, through a playoff series
Yeah.
to see it. And a regular season. Making it through the regular season grind is a difficult part first. And getting to the playoffs, that's another thing. So I got to see that before I believe what the next coach is going to do.
I'll go with a 3. And once again, 2 years ago, 70% of Stars fans were at a 4 or a 5. And I know you've made it to the Western Conference Finals in those ensuing 2 years.
It makes sense with the talent on the team, the young talent paired with the veteran talent that you have. You could just assume that the talent's going to get you there on its own. But I don't know how much is going to change with the new coach.
We'll try to put this out on social media. We've taken the temperature of the Tolos on some of these questions. We will eventually respond with all of the aggregate answers. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what is your confidence level in these year 2 starting quarterbacks, and which QBs will get to 4,000 yards passing? Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
doesn't sound right.
Was it cell phone school?
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com and by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The bottom of the screen, second and goal, 10 seconds. Daniels fires, end zone, touchdown! Jamison Crowder, preposterous!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple of questions here. We will start with the first question.
Is Walking Dead still a thing?
The show went off the air, but then they spun it off into like 6,000 other shows.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. I was like, no deal. I like the final montage in the last episode of The Walking Dead of like 5 or 6 minutes, but it didn't make me forget how boring the show was for like 4 years. Even though I
think I stopped at season 10.
Smart. Whatever season you stopped at that was after 6. Smart decision by you. Okay. What is your confidence level in the starting year 2 quarterbacks? We played the highlight. Obviously, I'm going to start with this. Could your confidence level possibly be any higher for Jaden Daniels?
No.
I think that's where I'm at as well.
I'm going to be very interested to see where he goes in fantasy drafts this year.
Yeah.
Because I ended up making a trade last year with a guy who had him and Lamar Jackson. And it worked out for me because Lamar Jackson had an MVP season. Jaden Daniels was the other guy that he had, and he turned out pretty well. He did very well with that guy. So I'm very interested to see where they land on that. Man, I'm looking at his stats, though. He was 16th in passing yards.
Okay.
That's all right. 25 and 9 touchdown to interception ratio. That's pretty good.
I think,
but it's not Joe Burrow 43 to 9.
So I think for a lot of people, they circle in on the QBR, and the QBR was 4th in the league.
Gotcha.
And or maybe he's just given a sliding scale because he's a rookie, and that team was.
Yeah. I have. If they can get the Terry McLaurin deal done, I'm very interested to see what that offense can do with Deebo now.
Do you think they will
get it done? Yeah, I do. I think that they got a stadium they want to sell. They want this team to be rolling. So
okay, now
even though they're only asking $500 million for the stadium because the owner's spending $2.6 billion.
It's so weird that we've gotten to the point that when you say only $500 million, I know the context you were using it in was sarcastic.
No,
or the tone.
Didn't Jerry get $400 million for this one?
Yeah, and
it was like, oh my gosh, it's the end of the world.
Some municipal areas are willing to go upwards of $1 billion, but that is significantly lower than a lot of different teams, which is a weird deal. So there was a story a couple days ago that talked about Drake May, and he's starting to find his stride in the new offense, and that feels like another version of he's in the best shape of his career. But that's my next candidate on the list. What is your belief level in Drake May? Because, man, it seems like there is a lot of buzz around the Patriots. I think I told you a couple weeks ago they're favored in 11 of their 17 games. People seem to think that Drake May is going to take that next step up, and I don't know if I think all of that is going to happen.
With a bad team last year.
Correct.
He was 15 and 10 with touchdown interceptions. Bad team. And at the end of the year, they're going to live off what they saw at the end of the year.
And his offensive line was not
atrocious
good last year.
And right now, I think Vrabel's doing a pretty good job of trying to, take some of that off of him, but also provide him with the concepts and the mentality that you're the leader, you're the alpha in this room. I think I have confidence that he's going to be good, but man, the expectation for anybody that comes in there now is Brady. And anybody that puts a Patriots helmet on,
that's
the
tough.
expectation is Brady, and you're never going to live up to Brady. Like Troy living up to Staubach was damn near impossible.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers living up to Brett Favre was damn near impossible. And you got to live up to what we consider. Can you imagine what the guy behind Patrick Mahomes is going to be like?
Yeah.
It's going to be so it's very difficult, but from a national perspective, from my perspective, I have confidence. I'll set it at scale of 1 to 5. I'll set it at 3.5.
Oh, okay. Now, there is one second-year quarterback, and maybe there's more than one, but there is one that I think you have higher belief in than that. And that is Mr. Bo Nix. Now, Bo Nix felt like the surprise of the rookie quarterback bunch because I think a lot of people are like, hey, what are we doing here? And I will tell you, I am very upfront about the fact that I thought Sean Payton and Bo Nix would not particularly lead Denver anywhere. But that first season, pretty encouraging.
Yeah, I know every week I would come in and I was like, Kevin, did you see Bo Nix this weekend? And then we would dance on top of the table together.
I do have a autographed Bo Nix rookie card number to 25. So I do support his rise in the NFL.
I saw some things in preseason games that I thought were nice. And that's when I made I think that we need to not sleep on this guy.
Yeah.
And then that did translate to the regular season because Sean Payton was like, no, you need to learn this offense. We're doing our offense in the preseason no matter what. We are not trying to hide crap from anybody. So whenever they did that, I thought, hey, this is going to be pretty good. I want to see what that running game is because that running game could change everything for Bo Nix. If it's better, dude, he could be an even better. He had a really good touchdown in it. He took care of the ball pretty well.
Sure.
So I put him at a 4. And I have Jaden Daniels at a 5, by the way. So, I have Bo Nix at a 4. I have high expectations for him this year.
So your hierarchy just right now would go Jaden.
Because he's already proven it.
Yeah, and then it would go Nix, and then it would go May.
Yep.
Where does Caleb Williams fit into?
4.8.
Oh, so he's right behind Jaden?
Yeah. He is. Okay. And again, I blamed a lot of last year on coaching.
Sure.
A lot of last year.
So did the Bears.
And lack of talent. I thought their offensive line wasn't good enough. They had a solid defense. And go back and look at the scores and go back and look at those games. Most games, they were in it because the defense kept them there. The reason they were out of it or didn't win those games is because they didn't know how to handle Caleb Williams in that offense.
I still go back to, and I know you can't project how the rest of the season went, but isn't it amazing that the throw by Jaden Daniels ultimately led to the season failure of Caleb Williams' team?
That is pretty wild. And so that's where where he lands there because I think Ben Johnson is going to be a big advantage for him this year. So I give Ben Johnson a lot of the credit. Again, I feel like I need to explain myself again. I have no clue what Ben Johnson's going to be like as a head coach. I think he's a creative, offensive, brilliant mind. But he might be a little different because he doesn't have Dan Campbell to protect him.
Now, Jacob, I'm going to go to you for a question about this next one.
You go.
And I know this might feel like a trick question. It's not a trick question. Answer with the correct answer. Who is the quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons?
Michael Penix.
There you go, Jacob. That's what I'm talking about. He got it right. He got because it could have been Kirk Cousins, but he went with Penix instead.
Yep.
I'm proud of him.
It's insight.
877-881-1053. Do you already love Jacob?
No, I don't. What is your confidence level in Michael Penix and J.J. McCarthy? I'm done with you.
Okay,
I'm sorry. We misunderstood the assignment. You're done for the rest of this segment. Corey, I've had enough time to deal with the idiotic way he says it. Michael Penix and J.J. McCarthy, where do you put them in your confidence hierarchy?
When it comes to Penix, I got a 3 for him just because there's still a lot of unknown about his game. J.J. McCarthy, I don't know where to put it. I don't know.
It feels like It feels like the expectations for him are too high.
Yeah, and again, he has one of the arguably the best receiver in the league. Even though it is weird to me, I think that he's the best receiver in the league, but people will argue that.
I do too.
So that makes it easier. And you've seen this receiver with multiple quarterbacks make them look good. Like they have better seasons because of him. So I feel like I will put him at a 2 right now just because I don't have any expectation yet.
Is he at least higher than Spencer Rattler?
I mean, he's like a 5 compared to Spencer Rattler.
Okay, so the ones that are in the mix or will be starting, your second-year hierarchy goes Jaden, Caleb Williams, Bo Nix, Drake May, Michael Penix, J.J. McCarthy, and Spencer Rattler. Does that sound?
Spencer Rattler's numbers last year, 1,317 yards, 4 TDs, 5 interceptions.
Ooh.
That's not my favorite thing.
Yeah, that last one is...
Those are his career numbers right now.
Okay, that's not particularly good. Let's jump from that to another football question that I have for you guys today, except for you, Jacob. How many quarterbacks will surpass 4,000 yards this year? Because this is something that we were talking about after something you saw on ESPN Bet, and I've become really fascinated by this. Only 6 quarterbacks last year threw for 4,000 or more yards. That was the least in the past 15 years. The year before, it was 10. The year before, 9. The year before, 10. So it feels like he kind of got into a comfortable groove of 9 or 10.
But people started running the ball more last year.
That is true.
Let's look at this real quick. One of those quarterbacks, Jared Goff, do we not feel like he had a dominant running game last year?
Yes. I think he's a good quarterback, man.
Lamar Jackson had a dominant run game last year, threw for 4,000. So, they were running the ball more. These teams still were able to pass for a lot of yards.
Yes, absolutely. And so
Joe Burrow was the one where it was like, it's all on you, buddy.
He got the ball a lot because his defense gave up the points in 90 seconds, and they're like, you better score a touchdown or else you're screwed.
Brock Purdy not having the quite a good year was surprising to me. I thought he would have a better year.
Same with Mahomes.
They were tired.
So only 6 surpassed 4,000 yards. ESPN Bet only has 2 right now whose over-under is
really
more than 4,000 yards. Mahomes and Burrow, which is fascinating. I get it about Burrow, but Mahomes had an offseason last year. He fell just short.
He had an offseason and still was 75-ish yards short.
Sure.
That's
hey, and they made it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So, you know what? They'll probably be fine.
I'll take an off year.
But it stands to reason that we're going to have more than 2, but who are those 2 going to be?
I think Baker Mayfield's going to replicate those numbers.
I kind of do, actually.
41-16?
I think Baker Mayfield has gotten to the point where we can accept that, he's in the renaissance of being, I'm better than average. And that's okay. It's okay to just say that and not have to start some sort of weird quarterback holy war or anything
Last 2 years for him have been pretty good. Compared to what he was, and he found himself. That's important. He found a place where he feels comfortable. I think he can do that again. I think he can pass for over 4,000 yards again. I mean, look at his receivers. And right now, was it Egbuka? Was it Mike Evans yesterday? The quote is, "He looks like a running back, but he catches like Chris Godwin."
Oh,
and they have expectations for what those receivers can do there.
Now, from the 972, that's new guy Jake. What the F is this Jacob stuff, we'll say. Now, Jacob, I'm going to give you an opportunity to re-enter the conversation for the day. Is that the night show that likes to call you new guy Jake?
Yeah, that's my nickname given by Fred Davis.
Are you the newest one?
No, I'm not. There's actually 2 newer guys, but we haven't come up with a new nickname, so
that's flawed, first of all. Second of all, is that the same Fan After Dark show where Blake is adamant that you can say the S word on the air even though you cannot?
That is the same Blake Elliott, yeah.
So maybe we'll change it up just a little bit. And Bobby told us adamantly that he prefers Jacob. So for now,
Jacob,
that's what we're going to go with.
Do you remember we had a friend, we had another Jake that referred Jacob and we didn't know it. And now his name's JT.
Oh, yeah.
He was like, actually, it's Jacob. And we were like, what? You said Jake? And he was like, I know, it's Jacob.
It's a tough thing, though, because if you wait too long, then it feels weird. Like I told you, one of the stations.
We were 6 years into our friendship with
I know. I told you one of the stations I've been going on forever that's an Aussie station still says Hagland. And I was like, I waited too long to correct them.
You have to do it immediately.
Yeah, I need that show to like get fired and a new show come in, and I'll be like, hey, here's how it goes. Or like promote it, I guess I should have said.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Are these star names really all stars? Next on The Fan.
Coming up.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
2-2. DeGrom, strike three called. Lights him up with a fastball over the outside corner at 98, and that ends the inning.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get back around to Jacob deGrom in just a second, but first I believe Corey has a WNBA joke he would like to tell everybody.
Reebok has announced Angel Reese's new shoes will have steel toes, as OSHA has made that safety requirement for all bricklayers.
Woo!
That's not my joke. That was Kevin's joke. He asked me to say it.
Okay. First of all, untrue. Second of all, that's fine. Let's look at the numbers. Her shooting percentage this year is up to 35.8%. Keep in mind, she doesn't really take three-pointers. It's less than one a game. I know she will, but not very often. So she's shooting 35.8% from the field.
Rudy Gobert shoots like 68% from the field.
Because he also gets some of his own rebounds and puts it back in. And that's what Angel Reese does, and she's shooting 35.8%. Last year, she shot 39% from the field.
66.9% from Rudy Gobert, who everybody thinks is an offensive hole, right?
Yes.
All right.
So
Listen, and it's funny because it's true. But she's not making a lot of shots. They're referred to as bricks whenever you don't make shots.
Yes.
So there you go.
One of them I liked is I saw somebody post that Angel Reese retweeted herself, and they go, she just rebounded her own tweet. Now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. So, we start with Seigo Masabuchi. Do you know who that is?
I can't say that I do.
That's fine. It would be actually really fascinating if you did. He is a ginormous baseball fan. And in Minnesota, he ran his 96th marathon.
96 marathons? How old is this guy?
He's 57. If you run one marathon, I'm impressed. If you run a half marathon, I'm impressed. But what made this one really fun is Masabuchi, who has been a longtime employee with the AAA St. Paul Saints, ran a marathon along the concourse of the stadium while the game was going on. He ran 84 laps, and it was 90 degrees. There was a crowd cheering him on. People would hand him water when he needed it. He started and finished the race at the Dippin' Dots station in left field. Would you be pumped, Corey?
This is during the Rangers' 16-run blasting of them?
No. No, I'm sorry. This was just during a St. Paul game.
Okay.
Would you be pumped if there was somebody running a marathon in the stadium while the baseball game that you were watching was also going on?
Bit of a distraction from the game, which is really the reason that we're there. Look, if I'm buying a ticket to the baseball game that also has a football game that also is surrounded by Texas Motor Speedway's track, I know what I'm there for. All three of those events.
Right.
I didn't buy a ticket to watch this guy run around the outside of the state or inside the stadium, and everybody kind of distracted. What's going on in the field? Anybody paying attention to what's going on in the field, or are we just paying attention to the running dude?
See, I feel like I would only pay attention to the running dude when he came by my section.
So like the wave?
Which did happen, a lot.
The wave is exactly what happens there.
See,
and Chuck Morgan will lose his mind.
But
pay attention to the game.
I'm usually not invested in the wave particularly at all, but when I was younger, I was invested in the wave all the way through, and my heart would ebb and flow with the dying of the wave. And I was like, no, pick it up. And he'd be like, yes!
Dude.
And then I turned 11.
Tomorrow, we're going to be at the Rangers game.
True.
Thanks to one of our Tolos from Peace-a-thon. And the last time we were in the suite for the Rangers game, Kevin, I do believe a guy in front of us tried to start the wave, and it failed pretty miserably.
It did.
I felt so bad for him, but he kept trying. And that's like, at what point you've tried to start the wave, do you say, you know what? Nobody's getting in on this. This dude tried for like 3 innings to get this thing rolling, and it just didn't work out. That being said, I guess it's a cool thing for him to run that marathon.
Man,
that's a lot of marathons.
I'm surprised. I really thought you were going to enjoy that more than you actually did.
I'm getting grumpier today.
All right. Well, okay.
I got a headache, and I'm gotten a little grumpy.
Oh.
I took Advil, too.
Oh. How long ago?
Before the show.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a decent
at like
enough
8
time.
o'clock this morning.
All right. Do you think so? There's an article up on MLB.com. Accomplished veterans looking to end all-star droughts. Do you think Jacob deGrom should be an all-star this year? He hasn't made the all-star team in 4 years.
I think he's one of the best candidates for this team. Yes, and he is a star. He's an absolute star.
Yeah, most of the people on this list really are stars.
And I would want to see him in an all-star. Like if you want to see the best and you want to see him go out there for an inning and do his best, I'd want to see it. I am kind of curious though. Do you think Bochy and Chris Young want him to be in that game and throwing?
No.
They want complete control of all of his pitches, and they don't want anything else. So I don't know if he would actually do it because of that.
Yeah. Does it surprise you to know that Francisco Lindor hasn't made the All-Star team in 6 years? To go along with that, he's finished top 10 in MVP 3 straight years. But in none of those 3 years, or the years prior, has he made the All-Star team.
Wow. And how long has he been a Met?
3 years.
3 years? Okay. National League, All-Star, shortstops. Who have they been over the last 3 years? Are they better than him?
I don't know. I would be inclined to think even as a backup, though.
Turner, Arcia.
I guess this is 5th year with the Mets, but the last 3 years.
Turner, Arcia, Tatis, Baez, and Crawford.
Yeah, we could have made room for Lindor in that.
I think so, dude. I absolutely think so.
All right. That's probably the most surprising one on the list. Are you surprised to learn that Gleyber Torres, second baseman with the Tigers, also hasn't made the All-Star team in 6 years? He came out of the gate really strong, and since then, he's been a good player who's got a good name, but hasn't been good enough to get to the All-Star team. Manny Machado, he hasn't made the All-Star team in 3 years. Same with Edwin Diaz. Same with Derek Collins' buddy Carlos Rodon. So there are a lot of players that have big names that just haven't even made the All-Star team.
Gleyber Torres, second base?
Yes.
You know why?
Because he's no Marcus Semien.
Because Marcus Semien's in his way. And we got
But
Marcus
they take
Semien.
backups and stuff, too.
Don't care. Marcus
Okay.
Semien, baby. Oh, and then there was Altuve and Robinson Cano. Dang, second baseman, they stay for a while.
Is Jose Altuve better than Marcus Semien?
Not in my heart.
What about in your brain that watches
He
sports?
cheated.
Okay.
Dude, Wade Boggs and George Brett were the only third baseman for 50 years in baseball. It's wild.
See, but it feels like it would be disingenuous to go to your team and be like, hey, can I move positions? Because I really want to make the All-Star team. And they're like, what? No.
Boggs and Brett. And then Ripken was like, hey, I know I was great shortstop for a while. I'm going to go take over third base now.
Do you think that one of those people that moved to third base, not knowing that Ripken was going to move, he's like, son of a, the team is already mad at me.
Boggs was going to retire and I was going to be the next one.
Let's talk about Jacob Mizorowski. So the highly touted pitcher for the Brewers, he made his debut yesterday. He pitched 5 innings, Corey. He had given up no hits, and they pulled him out of the game.
Probably for the best.
Yes, it definitely was for the best because, first of all, he had walked 4 people, and also he left the game because he had cramping. Do you think...
Do you know how many pitches he had at that point?
I think only 68.
Oh.
Which is pretty shocking given the fact that he had walked so many people as well.
Yeah, and that being said, you don't want to go ask them to pitch through cramping. That's a place where you're just like, no, let's go ahead and be smart on this one.
I'm going to go double check number of pitches. That 68 does feel astonishingly low. So let's go 81. So he had thrown
That's right.
81
That's about right.
pitches.
That's about right number.
And so
that's too many pitches.
He also cramped up. Do you think he can take away? Also, he threw the ball 102 miles per hour. That, hey, what a great debut I had. Or do you think he's like, man, I wonder if I didn't get cramped up, I could have like maybe pitched the 6th.
Probably all of you. Probably both. All of
Okay.
them. Like that's when Jack Leiter is pulled from a game where he had really good moments, and then that 5th inning just kind of he couldn't get over it. I want Jack Leiter to walk away from that knowing the positives and the negatives. Like you can't let them outweigh each other. You kind of have to balance them and go, yes, both of these things existed. How can I take a little bit of the negative away and add a little more positive?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for NFL Overreaction or Reality. Plus, you know what? It's supposed to be a Shout-Out Friday. Maybe you need to shout out Corey, make him feel better. We'll do all of that next right here on The Fan.
No, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute one. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. So Rachel, oh, you know your name? No, what is your name? Oh, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, I assume that this is your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. And Corey, might have a bold question for you.
Oh, bold! Was that an overreaction?
No, you did great.
It was reality.
Do you think in the next segment, maybe we should bring back Deal Breaker?
I don't know what the next segment's about.
Forgiveness Friday. And Antonio Brown.
Anybody else on Deal
allegedly
Breaker?
Attempting to murder people. Oh, do you want to do Deal Breaker and Forgiveness Friday? We'll figure it out as we go along. Tell us what you want. 877-881-1053. Except for you, Jacob. All right. NFL overreaction.
What's wrong with Jacob? He's a good dude.
I tried to redeem him during the break.
He did. Yeah,
Man.
He does have the coolest thing that we've ever heard.
All right. You're back in the middle. We'll see how this segment goes, and we'll decide your level of airtime going forward. Overreaction or reality?
Got the whole C block today.
Corey's favorite new player, Saquon Barkley, is the most popular player in the NFL. Now, Carter, you've been listening to the show. By the way, we brought in Carter Freeman for some assistance on this because Jacob can't be trusted yet.
Hey, guys.
Yet. I said yet. So Corey has really started to bleed green in the last week or so. And
not true.
Wrong. Okay, well, that won't deter me in a debate because I'm an adult with a functioning brain. So Saquon Barkley is at the top of the NFLPA player sales list. He's number one, followed by Mahomes, Hurts, Daniels, and C.J. Stroud. And so there's the top five. We can go through the rest if you want to know. There's 2 Cowboys. Mike is at 9. CeeDee's at 17. But what I really wanted to focus in on, Saquon Barkley is number one. It's the first time a running back's been number one since Zeke in 2017. So overreaction or reality? In this moment, Saquon Barkley is the most popular player in the NFL.
I think that's reality. And mostly because I've never seen a video for the Madden experience retweet or the Madden cover retweeted as much as I did Saquon Barkley doing the backwards jump over somebody for the picture.
Yeah.
And that play alone was the shocker to everybody in the league. Everybody in the league was like, I can't believe he just did that. And I'm glad I wasn't the one on the poster. Every single one of them. So, yeah, I think even amongst players, he's super popular, too.
I wanted to go overreaction just because I don't think in this day and age with the NFL being such a quarterback-driven league that anybody but a quarterback can be the most popular. But
right.
I like the points Corey made, and yeah, he's the cover athlete for Madden, and he really was the face of that Eagles run
for sure.
Because of it went into everything from the Hard Knocks where the Giants, we got to see the behind the scenes of how they ended up not bringing him back, to him feeling spurned, and then going off and having the best running back season in a long time.
Yes.
So I'm going to go with reality for now. Ooh. I don't think it's going to stay that way through this upcoming season, but as of right now, June of 2025, that is reality.
All right. I like it. Now, do you want a super spicy question next, or we'll relax just a little bit?
Let's go super spicy.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality? Dak Prescott's best days are behind him. He said, I want to win a championship. The legacy, whatever comes after I finish playing, will take care of itself. I want to win a championship. Be damned if it's just my legacy, if it's for this team, it's for my personal being, for my sanity. The legacy will take care of itself. But overreaction or reality? Best days are behind you.
Reality.
Yeah.
That's 100% reality.
So spicy, then. Okay.
And I hate that because I'm a Cowboys fan and I've been a fan for a long time. I want to see the team succeed, but he's hurt guy now. That's the thing that gets me is even if he's going to play really, really well, I think he's going to get hurt. And it seems like it's a different injury each time, whether it was what he went through last year with his leg, it was his pinky a couple of years ago. It was he pulled it. Like, they're just those certain plays where he seems to not know how much effort to put into it. Like, he'll overdo it. Like on that throw against New England from several years ago where he pulled his hamstring and had to sit out 2 or 3 weeks. Like, they're just little things like that or a bigger major injury. Plus, the team around him, I think, is as bad as it's been since he's been with the team. So that's not going to help his case to win a Super Bowl. So unfortunately, I do think his best days are pretty far behind him, actually.
His rookie season, that was the best team that he had?
Yeah, I thought 18 was really good, but
Okay.
I get your point for sure.
I guess Kevin, he's now hit for me what we talked about late in Romo's career, which was every throw has to win every fan over.
Yeah.
And not that he feels like he doesn't belong. I think the contract has proven that he belongs, but he feels like he has to win the game on every throw, and he's trying to make a statement with everything that he does. And I think the injury last year is a perfect example of it. He needs to know his body better than anybody else. I don't need to run and do all these things. I can't do that. That's not me. That's not my style of game. But everybody keeps talking about how I need to run more. So I guess I better start running more. And I think he's just trying to make everybody happy and make up for all the years of bad stuff for the Cowboys that Jerry's had over the last 30 years.
And
kind of like Romo did for a while.
He's going to have to do more, too, with how the roster's diminished.
Yeah.
So that's only going to add on to it.
So hopefully, if the offensive line can protect him this year, which we still have questions about, I think he can still be a serviceable, a good thrower, and hopefully a run game will help too.
The 940 reality from another 469 reality. Dak's done for, but from the 940 overreaction, he's going to have a great season this year. Maybe not a Super Bowl, but his best season. Ooh, I like that. Now, I promise this question was not created just for Carter. Overreaction or reality? Corey, I'll start with you. You never watch the UFL or any spring football, but you see its value.
No.
Oh, man.
Hold on. Finish the question.
But you see its value. Stephen Jones once again stepped out and was like, hey, we found a player or two through the UFL. Maybe we'll go that route again. So you don't watch, but you see its value.
Reality.
Oh.
Sorry, after the rest of that question.
You just heard UFL?
Yeah.
He wanted to tune it out so bad.
Yeah, there are people that go to those games, and if it makes them happy, then there's value to it.
Overreaction or reality? One of those people is sitting in this room.
I know the person you're talking about. It's Carter. He goes to those games, and I like to see my friend happy. So that's all that matters to me.
That's nice.
This is reality. I've always felt that there's a place for spring football. Like it's just tough to find the quality to make it
fair
in place.
Yeah.
And this past season with the UFL in specific, they've changed a lot of the rules to make it more like the NFL. And I think that's the wrong way to do it. I think like the NFL and the UFL swapped their kickoff rules, which I always felt that's what made the UFL or the XFL unique.
Yeah.
So the UFL or whatever spring football league it may be, I think it's good to experiment with certain rules and see if they work, because then you can bring them to the NFL. And there are good players that teams might not see what they're going to bring to a team in a offseason or a training camp or whatever, and then they get a chance to showcase their skills, like Brandon Aubrey or Kevontae Turpin, right? Like the Cowboys are probably the team in the NFL that's done it the most. So that's 100% reality, no matter how much Corey hates our 2023 XFL champion Arlington Renegades, that I got to see them win a title.
Those 2 years.
It's beautiful. It's more recent than
Can't
Cowboys.
live off that title forever.
Jacob, things are getting
30
testy
years.
in here. So I'm going to see if you can bring some stability to this segment. I'm going to start with you.
Michael Penix.
Overreaction or reality? The Commanders will be just as good, if not better, this season than they were last year. Last year, 12-5, made it to the NFC Championship game. Overreaction or reality?
I'm going to say overreaction. I think they did a lot in the offseason. I think the Laramie Tunsil trade was a little overhyped. I think the Deebo Samuel signing was a little overhyped, and I think they're going to have a tougher schedule this year, so I'm going to go overreaction.
Ooh.
Deebo does look thicker.
I heard them talking about that in the morning show.
He's always been a big boy. Like he's always been a solid dude. Kevin, they finished last year on a 5-game win streak, and that was after having a pretty good start to the season. It was the Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Dallas middle of the schedule that got to them a little bit, but they finished the year on a 5-game win streak. Now, was it Tennessee and New Orleans and Atlanta?
I think it was.
Yes, and the Cowboys who had quit. It was absolutely those guys. And they beat Philadelphia, so they beat them 36-33. I don't think they're going to be better, but I think they're going to be as good.
Okay.
I feel like 12-5 for them with a rookie quarterback was like as good as they could have been. Like it was definitely an overachievement, but there were so many things within that 12-5 that you can look at and say that they can keep doing, aka everything Jaden Daniels did. So they're bringing back a lot of what worked last year. They're like they mentioned Deebo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil, like they've done good things to help, and maybe Marshawn Lattimore will actually play and like be helpful this year because I know they traded for him last year and he basically did nothing for him. So I think it's an overreaction. So will they be better or
as good or better?
I think that's an overreaction, but I think 10-7 is the floor for them. Like I'm a Jaden Daniels believer, and I think they're going to be this kind of way for the next 5 or 6 years.
NFL overreaction or reality? He said this is the goal, and this is what he's aiming for. Trayvon Diggs will be ready for the Cowboys season opener.
Overreaction.
I think so.
I know
too.
he's trying. That, to be honest, though, I don't want him to go out there if he's not ready.
Yeah.
I really don't want him to be out there if he's not complete. I had to be there for game one. We saw what happened with Corey Seager last year, right? I had to be there for game one. No, you didn't. You need to be healthy for the season. So I think it's a tough recovery already, and I just want to make sure he's right. So I'm going to say overreaction.
It should be an overreaction. It 100% should be. And I'm going to stick with that. I do think it is because it was a serious injury.
Yeah.
And we keep hearing every couple months that it's a lot that he has to come back from. So I think it is going to be important for him to take as much time as he needs, and whether that's going to help the Cowboys or not, we'll see. Hopefully Bland and whatever other corners end up hopefully Ravel is healthy and he'll be able to step in and provide immediately. But I think you need to have him wait a couple weeks. I don't think you can have him come back because he's talked about that in recent days, is that people thought he was taking his rehab from his ACL tear unseriously.
Yeah.
So that's why he wanted to come back in week 1 last year. So, and I don't know if that was a rushing or not, but he just needs to take as much time as he needs.
NFL overreaction or reality? Kyler Murray will play his final snaps for the Cardinals this season.
Ooh. That means they're going to have to be bad. I think it's overreaction.
Okay.
I think a lot of teams say this when you find, and we hear this a lot around here too, you find a quarterback that you think is a franchise quarterback, you stick with them. That
Lord
franchise
knows that we do.
That franchise has been just a problem for themselves over and over and over. And I think they'll be. He's going to do enough to be exciting. And what's probably going to happen is they're going to be looking at that relationship with Marvin Harrison Jr. and going, "Oh, it's starting to grow." And I think they'll re-sign it, and it'll be easier for them to do that, and they'll stick with it.
So last year, Arizona was in the NFC West race most of the season. I don't think people really looked at them as a contender of any sort, but I mean, the Rams won the division at 10-7.
Yeah.
I think the Seahawks were up there too. I believe the Cardinals were 8-9. So you look at them this is Jonathan Gannon's 3rd season as head coach, 3rd season with Kyler. I think that's overreaction. I do think he's going to keep playing for them. I don't think he's ever been terrible enough for them to warrant hey, I think it's finally time to move on.
But see, and I guess that's part of the question kind of built in then, is because is he good enough that another team would take the bait if he was made available? I know there'd be financial consequences for the Cardinals, but they could be outweighed.
I think he's good enough for the Cardinals. I just don't think. I think that franchise in particular isn't. And sorry, Cardinals fans, but it's never seemed to me like the Cardinals are really trying to go for it. All the time.
Yeah.
And Kyler's good, not great like they wanted him to be, but he's good enough to win them some games, keep them competitive. But he has only been to the playoffs once since they drafted him. So I do think that's an overreaction, though. I think he'll be there a couple more years.
Now this is tough. I'm going to go to the fan text from the 703. Guys, I'm really confused. Why does Kevin keep calling the Falcons quarterback Penix and not Penix? Is the biggest city in Arizona not called Phoenix?
True.
Not Phoenix.
That is an interesting point that I had not really considered whatsoever, but I think Michael himself says it's Penix.
So you're going to take his word for it?
Yes. I am normally inclined to agree with the people whose name it actually is.
So you say
yourself.
You say Jiff then, huh?
I think I go back and forth on that. But
the guy who created it said GIF.
Then I support it. I just forget which one is supposed to be.
Yeah, I forget it's GIF because that's wrong. Because that's peanut butter. It's GIF.
Woo!
It's a hard G.
Okay, one more question for you guys.
George.
Overreaction or reality? Brian Schottenheimer is the right head coach in Dallas.
And Giraffe.
Not Giraffe.
Yeah.
Girilla.
Yeah, I think he's the right one for right now.
That'd be cool.
This is the great thing right now. It's you don't have a game to play. Like there's nothing but positive right now, and I hope that carries. I hope it carries over. I really do. I hope that the positivity turns into them being. I can't wait to get into work today and study harder than the opponent, figure them all out, and destroy. I think he is the right one for right now.
That is reality. That is definitely reality. And I did not think that would ever be the case when he got hired. I was very against it. It felt like just the Cowboys had a plan and it failed. And this was they scrambled to get this together and hire Shoddy. But the more I've heard him, the more I've seen him, everything I've seen
it makes sense.
Yes, it does make sense. And like you said, this team right now, I know the Cowboys want to win the Super Bowl every year. That's just how they are. But the way the team is constructed right now, Shoddy's the guy for it. Because if the talent isn't going to be at the levels that it's been for the last several years, he seems like the kind of guy who's going to get the most out of people that maybe aren't going to be all pros or aren't going to be pro bowlers, but he's going to get them to be productive players. And that'll help you win this year. And it also helps Shoddy grow as a coach, too. Like him starting at this level for them to hopefully keep building the roster back up with these better drafts.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I got a bold strategy. Corey, what would you think if we did some deal breaker, but also information and notes from Cowboys mandatory minicamp?
Sounds good to me.
All in one segment next on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.com and by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
1 and 2 out. And this pitch is driven deep down the left field line. Fair or foul? That is a fair ball. It hit the extension off the foul pole. Wyatt Langford with a 3-run blast. And the Rangers are up 6-1.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. They would go on to win 16-3. We'll get more into the Rangers as the show goes along, but we do get this very important question from the 214. Kevin, will there be a dad joke segment to celebrate Father's Day? Jacob, do you think there should be?
You know, Alex warned me about this. I think we could dabble.
All right, here's my first one for you. Why was Noah not a good fisherman?
Because he's your son and he's 2 and he can't read.
That's fair.
No.
He can only catch 2 fish. Speaking of fish, what do you call a fish with no eyes? A fish.
Okay.
All right.
I actually don't hate that one.
6.
Okay, I hope Bobby posts that clip. There is an amazing clip out in the world that y'all really need to see, but I'll wait until he decides to post it up into the world. Right now, give me the intro. Let's do a little deal breaker.
We gotta call it off right now. Sorry, this is a deal breaker. Bye.
Boy, well, whatever that just was, it's a deal breaker because this guy's making you talk like a crazy person. You have sexually transmitted crazy mouth. Deal breaker.
It's time for the return of Deal Breaker. So our question here, 877-881-1053. What are your relationship deal breakers? Or perhaps you were presented with one that you did not anticipate and it made you realize really quickly that was a deal breaker. What we'll try to do.
It's been a while.
It's
been a while.
I'm almost 20 years into marriage, so I don't remember what was deal breakers for me back in the day.
Did she have any qualities that you thought would be a deal breaker and you're like, no, but
I just kind of deal with it now.
Okay.
You know, it's a
All
deal with it situation.
So what we'll try to do is we'll try to work in Cowboys minicamp notes as well. Oh, no. From the 469. All right, Kevin, I'm checking out the other stations now.
Oh, man, there are no other stations. So
that's
good luck.
That's a good point. How does a penguin build a house?
It glues it together.
It glues it together. That is correct.
You know what? I'm just going to start ruining all of these jokes. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I like it.
All right.
I'm going to deal break you.
Would you?
Deal breaker. Dad jokes.
So my deal breaker. Oh, man.
For that texter,
Ladies, do you like the dad jokes? Is that something that...
See? And this is the beautiful part of the stage in my life.
She thinks they're hilarious.
I am gainfully employed. I own a house and I have a wife. I don't need to impress the ladies.
A wife who has to listen to you.
Yeah. And that's kind of her sense of humor. Like
Adrian's the same. She loves dad jokes.
Jacob, I'll test out one of her favorite dad jokes with you. Did you hear about the cheese factory that exploded?
I did not.
All that was left was debris. Now, that
was a good response.
A dad
Jacob.
joke. You know what? And she couldn't tell the joke because she would laugh every time she did the setup, even though it was supposedly a sad situation about a non-existent cheese factory explosion. All right, Cowboys minicamp and deal breaker. We'll go back and forth on all of these things. Hopefully that is acceptable for you guys. Do you like hearing that George Pickens is getting more and more comfortable, or do you think that is an obligatory report that they would have put even if he didn't look like he was becoming more comfortable?
This is not a deal breaker. I think that George, I do believe it, and I believe what Dak's saying too. I do like the quote, let somebody else show you who they are instead of listening to what other people say they are, because they might surprise you. That's happened many times where I've been like, that guy isn't as bad as people have always said that he was. Kyrie actually, whatever you thought of him before, in Dallas, he's been great. So let him make his own story up. So until he proves otherwise, and seeing that he is actually like in this offense performing well, I've seen some really good things out of this so far. I think this is exciting, not a deal breaker.
Yeah, and you could have reports like from Washington where you've got Deebo Samuel being fat, right?
I know. Sean and RJ actually went pretty in depth on that. I was like, poor Deebo.
I was trying to think of a good nickname, like Threebo, because he's bigger. Just trying to make it larger.
Man.
And we had him for Luca for years, right?
So hurtful.
It's very, very nosebleeds, very Zach and Eric there.
Okay.
But no, you would much rather hear these reports, whether they're real or not, than hear the reports that he looks out of shape, he doesn't look comfortable, anything like that. 100% not a deal breaker. This is what you want to hear.
Now,
isn't Haribo the gummy bears?
Yeah.
Haribo.
Those are so good. The
Haribo
little Coca-Cola ones are the best.
But apparently not the non-sugar ones. They'll make you wish you never ate candy again.
Because of the runs?
Maybe. From the 214, deal breaker, single mom with kids from multiple dads. All right. Jacob, you're not married, are you?
I am not, no.
Okay. So Jacob and Carter, what do you think? Would that be a deal breaker for you? And there's a great line from King of the Hill that I always thought was so funny as Dale goes, you can get a great bargain if you go with a single mom. And I always just thought that
is it a great bargain though?
Line.
Because you got to take care of the kids.
No, that's true. So
they all got to go to Showbiz.
The pizza place?
Yeah, it's an old line from Kanye.
Oh no,
Gold Digger. Remember
deal
that song?
breaker. They still quote Kanye.
All
right.
Oh, that's a loaded question.
A single mom with kids from multiple dads be a deal breaker for you guys?
I'll say yes, because then I feel like I'm also a bad decision, because it seems like there's been several bad decisions made before me, and I don't want to be the next one.
Okay,
so
that's actually interesting.
Yeah.
One kid, I think, from one other person, I think that's much different. But if you add multiples, then we have problems.
See, I was on board at first, and then you said multiple kids from multiple dads.
Yeah.
And I think I'm kind of with Carter. If it was multiple kids from one dad, it would probably be hesitant, but she'd have to still be willing to have another kid because I need to extend my bloodline as the final son in my family. So
it's fascinating, the discussion of people carrying on their bloodlines, even though it's not 500 years ago. So I get you. All right. Deal breaker, crusty elbows from the 817.
Oh, man.
Are you guys elbow people or maybe crusty feet? Toes. I don't know why I didn't just say toes.
That's a deal breaker. You guys had that guy on at the Super Bowl who was a big Weenus cream guy, right? There's stuff to help out with that. So
I remember him.
He was a former NFL lineman, I want to say.
Look, man, the plethora of things people are selling at the Super Bowl is.
But the point being is if you have that as an
that
issue,
part of your elbow, right?
Yeah, it's right there on the edge.
Just wanted to make sure that we weren't talking about, Kevin gets all offended when we talk about the quarterback in Atlanta.
It's not Wenix, it's Weenus, Kevin. There are things to fix that. So yes, that would be a deal breaker, because if you have the method to change that and you're not doing it, I have questions.
Are you guys excited from the reports from Cowboys minicamp that the Dak Prescott to Jake Ferguson seam throw is back? or the fact that he's still not allowed to take contact. You're like, that's great. You can make a throw when no one's bothering.
Yeah, not a deal breaker right now.
That doesn't have to be. Okay.
I'm trying to figure this segment out, Kevin. But I like it. That's what I'll say. I'm still trying to figure it out, but I like it. It's an important play. You know, a lot of people were asking about Spanford getting more of the first team reps.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what the situation's if it's gonna be different this year. But seeing Ferguson get that opportunity to have that play back in the mix, I like seeing that.
And the team needs it if they want to be successful this year. That was such a huge part in 2023 when you had basically the best offense in football.
Yes.
It goes away last year, and you see just how much they struggle. So it's good to hear, but it's also underwear Olympics right now.
Right.
So I'm not buying in on that until I see it in week 1.
And so that feeds into the next one as well. Kyer Elam has had at least one pass breakup every time the media has been allowed to observe practice. How do you balance that versus why can't we complete our passes? Because that's what I always
Sounds
think.
like our quarterbacks are having a problem.
I struggle with that in spring training
when you're playing the opposite team is when I really take it serious. If Dak's out there and it looks really, really bad, then he has a really good start to the season. What was he working on?
Yeah.
You know, was he working on something or what was going on there? So I do have a lot of questions of what things are happening in training camp.
Well, with Dak, this is his 9th or 10th year, right?
Yeah.
Like I know what to expect from him at this point. This is because that is insanity that this is already his 10th season. But I know what to expect from him. So I think I could buy more out of Elam or any of like Kenneth Murray, any of the new guys if they're making plays in a new system, as opposed to like Dak. I know what I'm going to get from him. I don't know what I'm going to get from these guys. So I can get a little more encouraged during the underwear Olympics. I do want to specify this is nothing super important in the long run in my mind, but I can take a little more from that than I would from Dak having a poor day.
Now, is it a deal breaker, gents? I want to look at you two, Carter and Jacob.
Single father of none over here.
Either they have long nose hair, as somebody texted in, or have that faint hint of a mustache. Is that a deal breaker for you, or do you have the guts to bring it up that you have a mustache?
I actually would like to step in on this conversation. In high school, I was making out with a girl, and it felt like I was rubbing up against
yourself.
Something, yeah.
After he hadn't shaved for a couple days.
And I was still, so yeah. And then we broke up.
Because you didn't have the guts to mention it.
Did you stop mid makeout and like break up with her there?
Finished.
And you had a bunch of beard burn for the next couple days.
So we completed the.
It's the love of the game right there.
And then I was like, it took about 3 weeks after, because I still was trying to figure out the right way to do it.
Because you kind of liked it. You wanted to feel it again.
And I knew it. She was, and we didn't kiss after that. I avoided situations.
You were telling her by not telling her.
Yeah. And then eventually I was just like, look, it's not going to work.
Personal hygiene, I think, is pretty important. I think that would be a deal breaker for me.
What if they don't know? They're like they just didn't notice this little hairs are coming in there.
You know, I can be pretty straightforward with some things like that. So if I tell them that and it comes across as rude, but they don't immediately just think I'm an a-hole, like I probably am, maybe there's something there. But I think we live in a society where we're pretty quick to judge. So I might just judge that and say, you know what, it's time to move on.
I think I could move past some nose hair because I prefer my women to be shorter than me anyways. So if I'm not, looking up at them, you'll probably not see it, but I don't know if I can move past a mustache. I'm going to say deal breaker.
This is a hurtful nickname that somebody sent in, Debo Hamuel.
Oh, that's a good one.
That is good.
That's a good one.
Hurtful. Are you guys excited? Do you care that Micah Parsons has been taking part in some of the drills at mandatory minicamp, and when he hasn't, he's been helping coach some of the players up?
Yeah, this isn't a deal breaker either. I'm really happy that he is at least doing the mental hurdles of this.
Yeah.
And as Carter just said, it really doesn't matter what physically they are doing, and he's protecting his own body.
Sure.
But I do need him to understand the concepts and the plans and the concepts of plans. I need those things to matter to him. So I do like seeing that. Not a deal breaker.
Concepts of a plan are important.
Is it a deal breaker from the 214 chewing with your mouth open?
Yes, 100%. If I could come up with a bottom 5, just of everything that I don't like across every whatever, chewing with your mouth open is a top 3-1. I don't know where it would be in there, but it's definitely top 3. So I'll just say bottom 5, bottom whatever, chewing with your mouth open. Don't do it. You look like a barnyard animal. We're better than that. Come on, guys.
Okay. Well, there's your edition of Cowboys Minicamp.
Bowl, Samuel. He just sits down and pours all the Cheerios into the bowl because it's a deep bowl.
Oh, man.
A big like cooking dish.
From the 817 deal breaker, women named Jennifer. Do you have a specific name that you've ever had like a really bad experience with and you're like, I'm out on that name now.
No,
Sorry.
but the name Claudia, I told you the other day.
What if it's pronounced Claudia?
No, it's got to be Claudia. For whatever reason, it's always been a thing.
If I see a name of someone who I've been on a date with before, I'll think, and then probably move on. Now, I've double dipped once and it didn't go anywhere. So now that name is completely off the table.
Ooh, okay. Excellent edition of Cowboys Minicamp Deal Breaker. I guess we'll do that again next year, maybe. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here.
Not a deal breaker.
On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Patches? We don't need no stinking patches. Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Quick cleanup from the last segment, because I feel really seen by our audience. From the 469, the name is Ashley. Got a butthole sister named Ashley and an ex-wife named Ashley, but then they followed up and know they're not the same person because they get how this show works, but also how do ranchers take inventory of their cows? They make catalogs.
Actually, I will give the texture credit on that one. That was quality. That was quality right there.
Jacob, why was 6 afraid of 7?
Because 7, 8, 9.
No, because 7 was a registered 6 offender.
Did 7 also break my computer?
Oh, is that what's happening right now? Don't worry, I knew you were going to play the audio. Well, right now, audio be damned. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yep.
There we go. And we start with what the Chargers are doing. Now, we had a really short show yesterday. Didn't get an opportunity to mention this, but I like it. Have you seen that Jim Harbaugh is giving little patches to his players to put on their jersey to honor their accomplishments during practice and whatnot? So their practice jerseys, kind of like you get the stickers on your helmet in college and everything like that. Do you like that?
He took this from Michigan?
I guess so, or just
Michigan
college
have
in
those?
general.
They have those, right?
Yeah.
Did Michigan do that first, or did Ohio State? Who did that first? Seminoles?
I am not going to wade into that war.
877-881-1053. Let the fight begin. Well, this isn't. Was it Bobby the other day talking about how you don't get as competitive as you do when you hear two guys who played against each other in high school on the same team?
Yes.
Or played each other in college on the same team. They start arguing about that. And if you want to capture a little bit of that kind of competitiveness and a little bit of their nostalgia, I think this is a good way to kind of do that and give them that little. I don't know how much it matters to guys that a lot of them, it seems like money is the only thing. And I'm not saying that I'm any different, but a lot of the players, it seems like the money is the motivator.
Yeah.
I don't know how much these other things, if they're motivators or not.
Do you believe in the concept, as Pete Carroll said, of Ashton Genty and Raheem Morris splitting time as Thunder and Lightning? Or did you just hear thousands of fantasy people say, no, 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 go with Genty so I can get that pick in?
You probably heard that, but it's going to be smart to give him spells of rest. I think he's going to get his whenever he's on the field. I really do. I think that when he's out there, he's going to make a difference. But Mostert, if he's healthy, is a good, strong, fast runner, and effective and useful. But he's very rarely often healthy. That's
sure. Now, I wanted to throw this out really quickly, something to keep an eye out on. Brian Dable said that Malik Neighbors has a toe injury, but he is progressing. Let's go from that to the top 10 offenses in the NFL this year. Who do you think will be the number one offense in the NFL this year? And you know it's not the Cowboys.
I'm gonna go with, since Derrick Henry's back, I'm gonna go with Baltimore.
Baltimore Ravens on NFL.com are listed as third.
Okay.
They're behind the Bills, and I would not have gotten number 2.
The Bengals?
The Bengals are not in the top 5. They are 9th.
Wow.
I know, right?
Number 2, was it a playoff team?
And the Bengals are going to have a great offense. They're going to keep getting the ball back when their defense gives up 7 points instantaneously because they refuse to pay any money or alter contracts correctly for their defensive players.
Is it a playoff team? Was it a playoff team from last year?
I honestly do not remember if this team made the playoffs.
Okay. I'll go with the Dolphins. Number 2 offense.
Oh, they made the playoffs.
Okay, I'll go with okay. They didn't make the Dolphins didn't, did they?
It's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Hey,
sometimes I forget
I
who won
agree.
the South Division.
I wouldn't have either.
Yeah.
But the addition of Egbuka, what Baker Mayfield did last year, if he progresses with what he did last year, he's still got Mike Evans. And I think that offense can be very effective.
Now,
and they had a pretty good faith in their running game last year too.
This is what I love about that rivalry that you mentioned. From the 904, University of Michigan was the first to wear stickers on their helmet, followed immediately by, from the 901, Ohio State was the first to use accomplishment stickers on their helmets. So we might not ever get a true nonpartisan answer for this. So rest of the top 5 also includes Washington at 4, Detroit at 5. Then you go Broncos, Eagles, Packers, Bengals, Chiefs. So even with the addition, I get it, of
Broncos,
George Pickens, safe to assume at least your early thought looking at it is that the Cowboys would not, in theory, be a top 10 offense.
And simple fact is, the thing that kept them from being a good offense last year mostly was the fact that their offensive line couldn't block. So a lot of people are still, the jury's still out on them. So they're trying to figure out what exactly once that offensive line is figured out, then you'll have a better idea.
Couple more things for you. Did you see that Trent Williams said his goal is to play into his 40s, and he turns 37 this month? Are you excited?
He's still a beast, dude.
Yeah.
He is still a beast. And if he can keep his body flexible, because he's got the power, it's just the flexibility. When you get up out of bed and your body's hurting, that's when you're like, okay, I don't know if I can do this. But 44 more years of it, and the ability to keep his body, all the joints from being all mucked up a little bit every week, you got to loosen that up, man.
Are you excited about that prospect then, or are you more like, well,
terrifies me?
He doesn't play for my team.
Plays for the Niners, dude.
Yeah,
that terrifies me completely.
The Colts are going to put Jim Irsay into their Ring of Honor in Week 1 of the NFL season. Can't say I'm particularly surprised about that.
Not at all.
And Josh Allen said he would absolutely love to play flag football in the Olympics. I know we've talked about, your Lamar Jacksons, Jaden Daniels. What would you think about Josh Allen being the flag football quarterback for the United States Olympic team?
Him and Lamar Jackson are the two first perfect ones. Daniels is interesting because he's so young, and those two, as veterans and what they are, you've seen a lot of things, and you feel like he could handle a lot more. But I think Josh Allen, that's the mobile quarterback that can chuck the ball. That's what you need in flag football. So I'd be all right with it.
Do you think, because I was looking at a variety of minicamp questions, do you think Kirk Cousins is going to end up being a backup in Atlanta, or do you think they will move him before the season actually starts?
Injuries always happen.
They do.
But the team that has the injury has to have the capital to be able to get the player. So I don't think he's going to be moved before the season.
Okay.
That's not a deal breaker.
Okay.
Is that what?
No, that was just a generalized question for you. And then in honor of Friday the 13th, do you think that the Cowboys are an unlucky football team? Because that's what they always say. You need good luck in the playoffs.
The Des Bryant thing is unlucky.
Fair.
But the guy who ran the organization didn't understand what a catch was. It's unlucky. I don't think unlucky. Ill-prepared at times, not getting the most out of what they are at times. I don't think unlucky, though.
And we've not come to any more of a consensus on the Franklin injury attorney text line. From the 904, Michigan Wolverines were the first to wear stickers on their helmets. From the 901, the helmet sticker was created by Ernie Diggs, an Ohio State trainer, in 1967. And then from the 682, Rutgers started the stickers in 1961.
How did Rutgers get their nose in this argument?
Good question. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk more about the Rangers win, and also, is now the time in the schedule for them to make a run? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got me, Kevin Hagelin. We've got Corey Majors and Jacob Ray is holding it down for us today in place of Alec Medford. I believe Alec will be back on Monday. Gentlemen.
Maybe.
Okay.
I mean, I hope so.
I also hope so. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 4, because it was a Rangers offensive explosion again all day yesterday. Still no dice on the computer.
Carter, the batter, he's grounded out twice to first base. Left-handed hitter, he swings and hits one deep to right. This is way back, and that ball is history. Evan Carter has homered again. What a tear he is on, and the Rangers now lead it 7-1. That's their 4th home run of the game.
It would go on to score 16 runs. So obviously that's been amazing. In the month of June,
every other game they score 16 runs.
Hey,
feels like.
Then we'll win at least half of our games the rest of the way. You would think.
I'll take
now,
it.
Old Rangers teams, I don't think I could make that guarantee. This, you scored 16 and you would win. This Rangers team, I feel comfortable. In the month of June, Evan Carter is 11 for 25. That's a batting average of 440. But he also has 3 walks, so his on-base percentage is 500. He has 3 home runs, 7 RBIs, and his OPS is 1.380.
Player of the month?
I mean, he's got to be one of the favorites right now, right?
Yeah, it's been really nice to see him play that way. I know, the other day, was it the other day? Maybe, yeah, it was. The other day in the outfield, he was trying to get to a ball and missed, and the ball rolled all the way to center field, or the center field wall, and his speed just carried him to left field. And so the ball was kind of sitting there, and it took a while to get the ball into the infield. But that's the kind of thing, we talk about this a lot. He gets 2 balls that most people shouldn't or can't.
Yeah.
And so because of his speed, he was close enough, and it was like, dang. But most guys probably would have just taken a different angle and gotten it off the wall. But he at the plate, he did. The way he does his expression, Kevin, now is very different because he does it with every pitch.
Yeah.
Instead of turning around and just staring down the umpire, he just kind of stares forward. So I think he's doing better at that. But that was it's definitely nice to see that he's rounding into form. And somebody said comeback player of the year. I know Mike's card collection, and he's probably looking at it very happy.
They do.
Now. Can I talk about yesterday's game real quick? I thought there was a very big moment in the game yesterday, and it was, I don't remember exactly which inning it was, maybe the second inning, and the Rangers are up 6-1, but then the bases got loaded, and there were 2 pop outs. Correa and Byron Buxton, I believe, popped out, and Jeffers struck out, and that was Patrick Corbin with a very good inning to get out of that jam.
Yeah.
Josh Smith had what appeared to be an error. Then a couple of balls got through, and you were like, oh no, is this like, you just scored 6 runs? This is a good thing for you. You're up 6-1 right now. You don't want to be at 6-5.
Sure.
And Corbin was able to get out of it. So as much as scoring 16 runs yesterday was nice, Kevin, we talked about this in the conference room.
Yeah.
Now we're at a point where back in the day, if you scored 16 runs, you were like, man, I hope this is enough. And you probably won 16-11. That's how the Rangers were. And now it's like, wow, we can, a 6-1 game is pretty good, but the Rangers, if they score a lot of runs, you feel very confident in the pitching right now.
No, absolutely. I agree with you on all of that. And you factor in this 16-3 win with the 16-4 win, the Rangers have scored 34 runs in their 3-game series against the Twins.
That was playing Minnesota all the time.
Agreed. That was 5 runs fewer than they had scored in their previous 12 games combined. And it's interesting, too, because Minnesota is not a bad team by any stretch.
No, they're right there. They're right there in the mix of playoff team and wild card. Kevin, I think that that's a positive sign. Beating a team that's kind of like you, that you kind of feel like you're like that team.
I can see that.
Beating the Dodgers in a series, like you're high off that, right? But you're like, man, maybe we just got them on a bad weekend. But beating Minnesota the way that they did, it's like, and needing to come alive offensively like that, I think that's a thing that I think we can build on this one.
From the 469, I like this. I'll admit, maybe I was wrong about the Rangers. Maybe the offense is back. And we'll probably talk about that next week if hopefully they keep up anywhere near this pace.
Yeah, I need a streak out of them.
Yeah, but then Carter and Berger are just killing it right now. Both guys got sent down, once brought back up, found their groove. Maybe this Bochy guy knows what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. But what I wanted to talk about is the idea of getting into your groove right now. So the Rangers are 33-36. Surely a record that we all think is not acceptable and certainly won't get you into the playoffs or maybe even that close to the playoffs. But they've won 4 of their last 5 games. So you hope, maybe you feel that you're starting to get moving. But here's the other part. So starting today, you've got the Chicago White Sox, which you can hear that game right here on 105.3 The Fan. Their next 6 series, that's 18 games. None of those games are against a team with a winning record.
Oh, good.
Now, a couple of them are close, and maybe they'll move it into that spot. But let's say even if they go on a winning streak, they're not taking the world over. But as you speak right now, 6 straight series, 18 straight games, none of them are against a team with a winning record. If you are going to go on a run, I would heartily suggest that now is the time to get it started.
Yesterday after the game, Kevin, as that happened, as I was like, oh man, we wrapped this one up, baby. This is awesome. It felt great to score 16 runs. I immediately looked at Avery and said, we need to go on a run right now.
Yes.
So, and that was before I even saw the run sheet. So that was nice to know that we're on the same page on this. It is time. I felt like it was time, and I hadn't even looked at the schedule yet. So that's another thing. Then I went and looked at the schedule, and I see it. That's why last night I tweeted out, add in the majors if you want to give me a follow. I think I would like the Rangers to go 10 out of their next 12, because that would be very telling of what to expect in the second half of the season. Because that would be a Rangers team. They're like, hey, we know these teams are beneath us, and we're not even giving them a chance. We are going to murder their pitching. And so that's what I'm hoping to see out of this team is, hey, we found it. We're in this groove. Just nobody was prepared for the second half swing that's about to happen with this Rangers team. And I think doing something like that on the front half right before would be a big step in that direction for their confidence. And Bochy, we talked with him yesterday about the consistency of health in their lineup and why that would help.
Right.
And maybe this could be the trend of, if they stay healthy for a bit, we can see why this offense is better when everybody's together.
I would love to just...
And trusting, like he said, trusting the guy behind you can get you in.
Yes.
Not feeling like you have to do everything, be a hero, because the next guy can if you walk and get on base.
Yes, I know, absolutely. I would love to go on a run where it's just sweep after sweep after sweep. We would all love that. But let's just say you win every one of these series against
2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
Exactly. All of a sudden, you go through that run. That means you were 12-6 in that time. And at 12-6, that would put you 3 games above 500 for the first time since May 17th, I believe. So it's already been coming up on a month since you've been that far above 500. And if you can roll into July, because after that, you have some very important series. Obviously, San Diego has been one of the more tremendous teams in Major League Baseball this year. And the top of that division is just absurd. And then you have the Angels, and then you have the Astros. So bing, 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 you finish out the first half of the season with some very consequential series. So I don't want to be like it's a coast the rest of the way. But this chunk right here that lasts 3 weeks, that's an opportunity for you to pile up the wins.
Oh, it's so significant for this team. And again, the confidence part of it, I think, is what this team has lacked it all season. Jake Berger had to go away for a while and come back to find his groove, and he has found it. And Brett Boone continues to say, I haven't even gotten around to everybody yet.
Yeah.
I'm still working on the progress. I mean, Thad Levine was like, he didn't have the benefit of being there during spring training, which is where a lot of hitting coaches and pitching coaches get their opportunity to build a relationship, understand a player, and lay down the foundation of what they want for the season and those expectations. So he's doing a lot of this on the fly right now, and he still hasn't gotten there. So you would imagine that in the second half, now that they understand what's expected of them, and you're starting to see it too, Kevin. It's not just, yes, we're finally hitting for home runs, and we at least against Minnesota, but you were starting to see guys driving doubles into right center. You were starting to see guys choke up on the bat and drive one to opposite field with 2 strikes. These different approaches are giving them more competitive at bats, and it's becoming more beneficial because then they're getting into bullpens quicker, which is something they really want to do.
Corey Seager has at least 1 walk in 7 straight games.
And he should continue to draw that kind of attention.
He only has hits in 1 of those games.
Really?
And that was the game that we talked about, the first 16-run game. He had two. The first 16-run game a couple of days ago. And that's what I think is kind of crazy and even more encouraging. So you've had this like mini offensive explosion.
Then Seager hasn't even found it yet.
Without theoretically your best player.
Which goes to what we discussed earlier this week. It is Marcus Semien. I think Marcus Semien is the straw that stirs the drink. Because as he has gotten hot, the offense has gotten hot.
You know what? And it's funny that you say that because I think it was Josh Smith that also mentioned Evan Carter and his return as having something to do